tried to continue to engage in talks behind the scenes, but we will see if they will be able to go ahead and adjourn as planned. Earlier, President Biden called the way Republicans are dealing with one another, quote, embarrassing, saying he's focused on getting things done. White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks joins me live now, along with congressional correspondent Rachel Scott on Capitol Hill for more on this. Rachel, the House is set to reconvene in less than an hour, and now we're hearing that Republican leadership may just immediately adjourn. Walk us through that. Why do that?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, after 3 failed votes just yesterday, there is a question of whether or not Kevin McCarthy has enough support to clinch the Speaker's gavel. So if we do see the House reconvene and then there is a vote to adjourn the House, that is a sign that he doesn't have the votes yet. That would allow him to go back behind closed doors, continue to make some calls to Republicans, do these final pitches in order to try to get that across the finish line. You could see there just moments ago, he arrived here on Capitol Hill. He's actually walking into the Speaker's office, even though he doesn't have enough votes yet to get that position. He told me that he's still feeling confident that he thinks that he'll get the 218 votes that he needs.
Mary Alice, what does this mean going forward? We heard President Biden saying that, you know, this is embarrassing and that he is focused on getting things done. But ultimately, this is a concern for everyone because with no Speaker of the House, there is no business in Congress.
Absolutely. You're right. President Biden just a few minutes ago was leaving D.C. and he basically said, this is not my problem, but we do need a Congress that can govern. They want to make sure there's someone to work with because, like you said, they can't go forward with any legislative business. They can't even swear in members of Congress until they figure this out. And it looks bad on the world stage to think that the United States government can't figure out how to even get started in a new Congress. Down the road, of course, the Biden administration is going to want to make sure there's a speaker that they can work with, that they can have a decent relationship with, to at least do basic bills like funding the government, keeping the lights on, let alone anything else. You know, President Biden has wanted to work across the aisle. He's made a point of that. Of course, a big question of whether or not the person that ends up Speaker will have any interest in working back with him.
Rachel, how are Democrats in Congress reacting to this?
Oh, well, they're taking a big victory lap at this point. I mean, I think some of them obviously want to move forward with getting the business of the House done, as Mary Alice was just talking about with President Biden's comments. I mean, look, members can't even be sworn into Congress. Yesterday was just completely bizarre to see the chamber full with people's families that were here. They had their children, but they couldn't even take the oath to become members of Congress because everything is just stalled at this point. But Democrats are unified as Republicans are in disarray. And so Democrats are rallying behind their leader, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries. He's the first black lawmaker to lead a party of Congress. And they're trying to show a very united front. But I also get the sense from them that they kind of want to move this along rather quickly because the reality is the majority in Congress is not going to change. Republicans will keep that slim majority in the House regardless of what happens with this battle for Speaker.
And Mary Alice, even if they do finally get a Speaker in place, is there any concern at the White House that this level of division could impede things like passing budgets, avoiding a government shutdown, the debt ceiling?
Absolutely. I think there's a concern about that among Republicans. I think it's one of the big issues that we're seeing right now. You have people that are supporting Kevin McCarthy very worried that if they back down right now, they're basically conceding to this group of 19 or 20 and giving them the green light, or at least giving them some leverage to be able to be such a roadblock down the road. I mean, that is exactly the concern. They don't want to be having this level of division when they have to do the basic business of governing. I think you're exactly right. It's a concern for the White House, but it is also, at this point, a real concern for Republicans about whether they can get their party in line when they have to get things over the finish line.
All right, Rachel Scott, Mary Alice Parks, thank you both. Let's bring in our ABC News political contributors, former Democratic Congressman Joe Crowley of New York and former Republican Congressman Tom Graves of Georgia for more on this. Tom, when we spoke on Monday, you said that this potential for a standoff showed energy and excitement within the Republican Party. Do you still feel that way?
Well, there was a lot of energy and excitement yesterday, for sure. A spirited time. And to be, you know, as I've thought through this, I think yesterday probably was an important day for Republicans, the opportunity to vent, to express themselves. There's been a lot of frustration over the last several years. Now, the question is, what do they do moving forward? I know there's a lot of rumors about maybe they adjourn today and they take some time off to regather. But what folks should look for is a press conference at some point in which there's an announcement that there's an agreement, that there's support, and where you have Kevin McCarthy and those who opposed him all standing together, unified, before they go in for whatever might be the final vote. If that doesn't occur, then at some point in the near future, next day or two or three, then I think that it's going to be a standoff for a little while.
Joe, what do you think? Could this be a good thing for the Republican Party, this opportunity to vent and sort of sort out their differences?
Well, I think there's been an awful lot of venting going on these past few months after the elections, quite frankly. What this really is reflective of, I think, is the vast disunity within their conference itself. The reality is that if Kevin McCarthy comes in and the majority try to adjourn, will these recalcitrant members of the Republican conference go along with that? Will Democrats go along with that? So I really think that, this is really an embarrassment, I think, for the Republicans, not being able to pick a speaker, not be able to get the 218 on the first ballot, let alone 3 ballots yesterday. And the longer this goes on, I think it's harder and harder for Kevin McCarthy to become the Speaker of the House.
Joe, ultimately, even if, or Tom rather, sorry, if this does end up being McCarthy in the speakership, does this weaken his power once he gets there?
Well, I think what this demonstrates is how difficult the speaker's role is going to be from whomever it might be. And so this is the first test how you get your votes together, how you get your party unified. And so it's probably a glimpse into the future of what it's going to be like to try to pass big pieces of legislation in the future, the difficulty, the time that's going to be involved, the negotiations that will be required. So I think we're just getting a glimpse of what the next term will likely be like in a narrow majority, just as the Democrats dealt with, and Joe's familiar with that as well.
And Joe, President Biden says that this battle over the speakership is essentially not his problem, but it could affect his agenda. Should the president be concerned?
Well, I do think this is something that has to be worked out within the House itself. The president's right. He can't really do anything here. He can't sway any of the Republicans to move at this point. I do think that Kevin, if he is elected Speaker, will be a very weak Speaker in comparison to Pelosi, who actually had as slim a margin in the House, but was able to get major pieces of legislation through. It's hard for me to imagine that Kevin will have any authority really moving forward, especially if only one member of the conference can really question his speakership and move to vacate the chair. That's going to make it a very, very, very weak speaker.
All right, former Congressman members Joe Crowley, Tom Graves, thank you both. Always a pleasure.
Thanks, Dan.
And we will have full coverage for the next round of voting when Congress reconvenes starting at noon Eastern right here on ABC News Live. Meanwhile, we are learning new details about Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin after his heart stopped on the field during Monday Night Football. Hamlin family spokesperson Jordan Rudy tells ABC News that doctors say Hamlin's condition is moving in a, quote, positive direction. Fans held a candlelight vigil overnight outside the Cincinnati hospital as doctors monitor him around the clock. ABC News' Alex Perez is in Cincinnati with the latest.
New details on Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin in the ICU, sedated and fighting for his life after that frightening moment during Monday Night Football.
To midfield and lowers the shoulder.
Hamlin's uncle saying it was at the hospital where his nephew had to be revived a second time.
His heart had went out, so they had to resuscitate him twice. They resuscitated him on the field before they brought him to the hospital.
Hamlin, officials say, suffering cardiac arrest after that tackle against the Cincinnati Bengals that ended with a blow to his chest.
That trauma at that exact moment of the cardiac cycle could precipitate a very fatal arrhythmia, literally by almost shocking the heart.
What triggered the cardiac arrest remains unclear. The terrifying ordeal unfolding just 9 minutes into the game. Medics and trainers within seconds rushing to check on Hamlin.
Well, this is the last thing you want to see.
The NFL says on average there are 30 medical professionals at every game. Having that immediate care, experts say, was crucial. After 10 minutes of CPR, medics restoring his heartbeat on the field.
They are intensely working on Damar Hamlin.
Stunned fans watching, emotional players and coaches forming a privacy barrier around Hamlin before an ambulance rushed him to the hospital, his mother by his side. His teammates, like so many other players, shaken.
We are vulnerable. Our brother is, fighting. And we have taken off all of that armor.
Hamlin's Toy Drive fundraiser going viral, raising more than $6 million from thousands of donors since the incident. His family writing, "We can't thank all of you enough. Your generosity and compassion mean the world to us."
And Diane, the Hamlin family spokesperson, tells me they are being patient and remain optimistic. The NFL says Monday's suspended game will not be played this week. Diane?
Alex Perez, thank you. And that family spokesperson is also now saying that Hamlin was not revived a second time at the hospital, as his uncle had said. He attributed that to just some confusion. And the director of the Center for Resuscitation Science at the University of Pennsylvania, Dr. Benjamin Abella, joins me now for more on this. Doctor, we're now hearing that things are moving in a positive direction for Damar Hamlin, at least a sign of hope there. What are you listening for as we get more updates on his condition?
Yeah, I think the most important thing for everyone to keep in mind is that cardiac arrest is a tremendously difficult disease and recovery is slow. It may still be a few more days before we really know the extent of his injuries and his trajectory for recovery. I'm an emergency physician who's treated cardiac arrest for 20 years, and I gotta say, I've never seen it go smoothly such that people wake up a day or two later. It takes 3, 4, 5 days sometimes. The things we're going to be looking for are first and foremost stability. How stable are his hemodynamics and his organ function? But the real question is going to be brain recovery. Cardiac arrest, while the word cardiac is in there, it's really a brain disease and a brain recovery disease. And the tests that he's almost certainly going through in the hospital include things like electrical measurement of the brain waves. That's called EEG, or electroencephalography. He may very well be getting imaging of his brain as well. And through these tests, we can learn more about how his brain is doing, how it's recovering. We look for signs of brain swelling and brain inflammation, but it will take time. In my experience, it usually is around day 2 or 3 that you first begin to get signs, glimmers of hope that things are getting better or God forbid, not getting better. But sometimes it takes as long as 4 or 5 days after the arrest.
Now, I know, having dealt with a family member who had a brain injury, the doctors would tell us, he may not be speaking now or able to even open his eyes, but that doesn't mean he won't be okay, and ultimately he was. So how do you explain that in terms of matters of the heart? Is it possible for someone to be in this state and then actually go on to be okay?
Yes, absolutely. And, there have been a number of very notable examples, even from the sports world, of this. One of the most notable cases was about a decade ago. Fabrice Muamba was a soccer player in England. He had a cardiac arrest in the middle of a game. He had 78 minutes of CPR, which is a tremendous length of time to be in cardiac arrest, received defibrillation, and actually made a full recovery. He went on to go back to his family, to taking on a career as soccer coaching, and has given interviews where he's spoken about his experiences. So it's definitely possible that a young, healthy person following an event like this can fully recover. I would not want to be overly optimistic. I should say cautious optimism is the best word right now.
All right, so many people, prayer hands joined and fingers crossed right now, hoping that that's the case. Dr. Abella, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Coming up, the sentencing of Rick Singer, the man behind the Varsity Blues scandal who helped wealthy parents pay large bribes to get their children admitted to top colleges, is set to learn his face. We have the latest when we come back.
This is where I belong. This is home. Real dirt in the sunlight again. I'm very excited. Anything could happen at any moment. My heart is so happy right now. We're making magic. We're making magic.
Avatar: The Way of Water is mind-blowing.
You don't know what to expect.
Unlike anything you've ever seen.
What will audiences see in this film that they've never seen in a movie before?
We were competing who was going to hold their breath longer.
I made it to 3 minutes.
I think I got to 5.
7 minutes and 14 seconds.
Into the deep with Avatar.
It was just amazing.
Impact by Nightline, now streaming on Hulu.
Ready for a good show?
I'm Phil Grucci of Fireworks by Grucci. Family owned, now in the 6th generation.
The most spectacular fireworks this city has ever seen.
But it's been a roller coaster ride.
We had an explosion. It destroyed us. If it wasn't for the strength of the family, we would have never decided to keep going.
You either band together or you fall apart. And we're still here.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
Welcome back. Rick Singer, the man behind the Varsity Blues scandal, is expected to be sentenced today. He pleaded guilty in 2019 to illegally helping wealthy parents get their children into some of the nation's top colleges. Now he could face years in prison. Eva Pilgrim is at the courthouse in Boston.
It's Judgment Day for the mastermind behind the national college admissions scandal, Operation Varsity Blues, who helped take down a long list, a who's who of the rich and famous. Rick Singer is set to be sentenced later today for his role in helping clients sneak their kids through what he called the side door, cheating their way into some of the country's most elite schools. Singer pleading guilty to charges including money laundering and obstruction of justice.
It's definitely a signal that the information that he's provided has taken them this far and probably no further. Whatever information that he's already provided, they've exhausted.
The college advisor turned cooperating witness helping the feds take down more than 33 parents. But even still, the prosecution recommending Singer serve 6 years behind bars. His lawyers asking for a max of 6 months. In court documents asking for leniency, citing childhood trauma.
When the state makes a determination, they are looking at the fact that he did provide this cooperation. They did secure these other convictions. And so in their mind, that's already been factored into the 6 years. So that's going to carry a lot of weight with the judge.
Federal prosecutors say Singer took in more than $25 million from his clients. Singer admitting to an elaborate scheme that included faking athletic credentials, photoshopping pictures, and cheating on standardized tests, with some parents spending upwards of $6 million in bribes. Desperate Housewives star Felicity Huffman pleaded guilty after paying $15,000 to bribe an SAT administrator. She served 2 weeks behind bars. Full House star Lori Loughlin and her husband, fashion designer Massimo Giannoli, also convicted in the scheme, put up $500,000 in exchange for getting their 2 daughters recruited to the USC crew team, even though they didn't participate in crew.
Anything to say, Lori?
Loughlin sentenced to 2 months, her husband 5 months. So far, more than 50 parents, coaches, and test takers have been found guilty, most sentenced to at least some jail time.
Our thanks to Eva Pilgrim for that. An ABC News legal contributor, host at the Law and Crime Network, Brian Buckmeyer, joins me live now for more on this. Brian, last week, Rick Singer's defense attorney said that he deserves no more than 6 months in prison, plus home detention and probation. They say his cooperation helped prosecutors secure 53 convictions. But even so, federal prosecutors want him behind bars for 6 years. What do you think the judge is going to be considering here?
I think the judge is going to consider all of that and more. The defense is, of course, going to put forward exactly like you said, but on top of that, talk about Rick Singer's life now. Supposedly he lives in St. Petersburg, Florida, in a retirement trailer park home, and his life is not as it was when he was raking in those millions of dollars in this case. And so they're going to try to put forward first their first option, saying no jail time, give him a year of home confinement, 3 years of probation, 750 hours community service. Let him give back to the community, or in the alternative, like you said, that's 6 months. But the prosecution is looking at the other end. They're saying, hey, he could do decades of jail, but we're coming down to 6 years because we understand how much he gave in this case.
Now, if the judge agrees with prosecutors, it would still be the longest sentence handed down in this case. What kind of a precedent could that set?
Yeah, this says to all of those masterminds, this is how much you're going to get. For the FBI, this is the biggest type of case that they've investigated when it comes to a conspiracy to defraud in the athletic field or in a college setting. And so this tells defense attorneys, prosecutors, and would-be future singers that if you're the mastermind, this is what you're looking at. And if you're participating as a parent, test taker, or whatever it may be, look to those people as to what jail time you will probably get.
Now, prosecutors also want Singer to pay restitution to the IRS and forfeit millions of dollars in cash and assets. But he's already paid partial restitution. So could we see the judge order him to pay more?
We could, and I think the defense is going to try to push back on that, and that's why they're talking about his life as it is now. The argument probably being you can't get blood from a stone, but forfeiture and restitution is just as much of a punishment as jail time or probation. It's a tool that the judge can use. I think the judge will probably calculate how much they're likely to get out of Singer to try to make everyone whole, the IRS and the United States government, because he did defraud them as he pled guilty to, but it all depends on how much can actually give.
And the federal appeals court in Boston is considering a challenge to the convictions of 2 other parents who were found guilty at trial. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, so Gamel Aziz and John Wilson, they are 2, if not the only, who actually went to trial and were found guilty. Aziz got 12 months and Wilson, excuse me, got 15 months. What they're arguing is that they were not connected to this scheme. They did not know the other players who were involved, and they were simply doing this kind of pay-to-play situation of putting their kids through school. But those arguments didn't work at the trial, and it doesn't seem like it's going to work on appeal. I mean, I was a college athlete. I played D1 and D2 soccer. I know what it takes to get into that role of being a college athlete. I can't imagine that these parents believe that this route is a legitimate one, and that's probably why it didn't work at the trial setting.
So, Brian, what are you watching for during sentencing today?
I'm looking to see what the judge says before they give the number. What are they factoring in? What are they measuring? What are they balancing? For Singer, I think the biggest thing for him is the admissions of guilt and the absolute work that he put in towards getting convictions for others. How much is the judge going to consider that when coming up with a sentence? That's going to be the thing that's going to most stick out to me.
All right, Brian Buckmeyer, we appreciate the analysis as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, Hawkeye star Jeremy Renner sharing his first photo since his traumatic snowplow accident. His message to fans and the latest on his condition when we come back.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
All right, this is like the new chapter. This is fire. They not just sneakers. These sneakers tell stories.
I'm the king of the... Who are these guys?
Who want to reshape the culture of the game of golf from a black standpoint.
I've never seen anything like this before in my entire life.
Don't cry yet. Just hold on.
You talk about grails, well, this is ours, and this is our story.
This can actually change the game.
I'm the king of the wild.
From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter. And it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now. We're honored ABC's 2020 winner of 3 Emmy Awards for Excellence. Thank you for making 2020 Friday night's most watched and most honored news magazine.
This is where I belong. This is home. Real dirt in the sunlight again. I'm very excited. Anything could happen at any moment. My heart is so happy right now. We're making magic. We're making magic.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. Avengers star Jeremy Renner has shared his first message since being hospitalized from a snowplow accident. Renner posted a photo from his hospital bed thanking fans for their support, saying he is, quote, too messed up now to type, but I send love to you all. Authorities say Renner was trying to help family members who were stuck in the snow on his private driveway when the 14,000-pound plow ran him over. He suffered blunt force chest trauma and injuries to his limbs. The FDA announced it will allow pharmacies to distribute an abortion medication directly to patients. Pharmacies will need to apply for certification, and the pills will still require a prescription. Previously, these pills could be ordered, prescribed, and dispensed only by a certified healthcare provider. The change will also permanently remove restrictions on mailing the pills, but only in states where abortion is legal. If you're feeling lucky, there's still a chance to get a Mega Millions ticket. No jackpot winner last night means the prize is now at $940 million. If there's a winner on Friday, it would be the 4th largest jackpot in the game's history. I'm Diane Macedo. Do stay with us as ABC News Live continues with more news, context, and analysis.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine, close to the front line.
here at the White House.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
It's the type of place where you can walk home by yourself late at night. It really is the perfect college town.
Police are investigating the death of a freshman.
The victim had been stabbed 19 times.
I've never seen that much blood in any crime scene.
She was one of us.
She was everyone's best friend. Could have been any of us. I was just really scared.
While it's wonderful to think that you can leave your doors unlocked, don't.
Death in the Dorms, only on Hulu.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
As of today, in a big way, we have inaugurated abcnews.com.
A lot has changed in our world since Peter made that announcement. But what hasn't changed is the commitment to groundbreaking reporting and innovation at abcnews.com. And here's to everything ahead.
A double homicide, a dark mystery, and a haunting note left behind.
It said, I have been watching for a long time.
Was someone watching this family?
My jaw dropped.
The new 2020 Friday night on ABC.
Come out, wherever you I think my niece Allie was pushed off that ledge. And only one person came into an 8-figure sum as a result of her death.
If we pull this off, we're set for life.
What do you think you're doing?
Get out now. This be our little secret. They have to pay for what they did.
The Watchful Eye, January 30th on Freeform and stream on Hulu.
Big breath.
Zen.
Yes.
friend. Welcome to my ranch. Packs should get along like a happy family. People mistake an excited dog for a happy dog. My German just told her, your energy is not healthy. A little more confidence, less nervous talk, better leash work.
I could imagine you there, and you're kind of like my spirit guide.
I feel like I'm the boss again.
Yes, calm, confident. There you go.
Ready for a good show? I'm Phil Grucci of Fireworks by Grucci.
Family owned, now in the 6th generation.
The most spectacular fireworks this city has ever seen. But it's been a roller coaster ride.
We had an explosion. It destroyed us. If it wasn't for the strength of the family, we would have never decided to keep going.
You either band together or you fall apart. And we're still here.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. We want to get right to our top story. Congress is set to resume voting for Speaker of the House after a group of hard-right lawmakers blocked House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy from being elected. It's the first time in 100 years that the party in control has failed to pick a speaker on the first vote. Earlier, President Biden called the way Republicans are dealing with one another embarrassing, saying he's focused on getting things done. And now we're hearing that Republicans may actually adjourn as soon as they go into session to try to get more time to work behind the scenes. ABC's political director Rick Klein joins me live now, along with ABC's Jane O'Brien on Capitol Hill for more. Jay, the House is set to reconvene in less than an hour, but sources now tell ABC News Republican leadership is in talks to adjourn right after they reconvene to try to do more sort of behind-the-scenes maneuvering. So what can we expect here?
Well, the question they face is, do they have the votes to adjourn? So there are no technical rules that govern the House of Representatives until you elect a speaker. So what has to happen is if anybody wants to adjourn or take a break, essentially, there has to be a majority vote to do that. So we know, according to those sources, as you said, reporting from my colleagues here in the Congress, that there are talks to bring a motion from Republican leadership to adjourn to tomorrow and essentially set the stage for this all again tomorrow. But can they get 218 votes to get there and to agree to that adjournment? That is the open question. We're hearing rumblings that Democrats might be working against that move to adjourn and to take a break, something they did not do last night when the Congress, after 5 hours voted to adjourn. I asked a Democratic conference chair, or a caucus chair, Pete Aguilar, that exact question. Does he hope, or is Democratic leadership looking to whip votes against an adjournment? He didn't say that, but he said that any adjournment, any taking of a break, certainly it only puts on display further the disarray between the Republicans. So we'll have to wait and see at noon whether or not they decide to take that break. But certainly it would be something that you could see some Republicans, particularly those opposing Kevin McCarthy, work against because they want to stay on the floor and they want to keep voting, Diane.
Rick, what's the strategy here, and who at this point has the upper leg?
Well, the only reason you take another delay like this is if you don't have the votes. That does not give the upper hand to Kevin McCarthy. But he did forecast a new strategy coming into the day. What he said last night, that really the key thing is not 218 votes, it's 213 votes. Now, what's 213? That's one more than the number of Democrats. So there's two ways you could accomplish that. One is you change formally the threshold under which you elect a new speaker. The other way you could do it is you can convince some of your own members to sit it out, to vote present or not show up at all. So it's possible that there's negotiations underway to try to convince some non-McCarthy, never McCarthy Republicans that even if they don't vote for McCarthy, they won't vote for anyone else, or they won't show up, or they would agree to some kind of another kind of package that would allow the threshold to be lowered. Now, if McCarthy was there, he'd do it right now. He would do it as soon as they reconvene. So the talk about a delay, clearly not a good sign for the man that 3 times yesterday tried and failed to be elected speaker. Those non-McCarthy Republicans, the 19 and then 20 Republicans, held firm throughout the voting yesterday. If there was any sign of cracking, we haven't seen it yet.
Jay, what are Democrats doing amid all this? Do they have the popcorn out? Are they loving this, or are they concerned?
Well, the message from Democrats has been that this is causing chaos, confusion. It's holding up the work of the House. That was the theme of a press conference that Pete Aguilar, again, the caucus chair, and Vice Chair Ted Lieu just had. They're saying that this is a crisis of the Congress. And it's interesting, they're making the same point that some of McCarthy's backers are making, although for different reasons. Both are saying that this is interrupting the Congress's work, and it's time to get on with the work of this new Congress. Again, Democrats and Republicans both saying that, but again, for much different means. So they are sitting back, they are watching this play out, they are certainly blasting Republicans for what they call disarray. And Aguilar made it clear just moments ago he does not see any Democrats working across the aisle with Republicans to elect either a Republican speaker or some kind of a consensus speaker. He doesn't see that in the cards right now, Diane.
And Rick, earlier we heard the president call this embarrassing, but he essentially said it's not his problem. At what point do you think, though, President Biden should be concerned here?
I think he gets concerned if there's a pressing item of business that has to be taken care of. If you have some kind of a crisis around the nation's finances or national security and you need to have a working House of Representatives, it becomes everyone's problem very, very quickly. I think the larger implications of this inability to elect a speaker, I think, speaks very poorly about the prospects for governance in divided Washington, which is something the White House has to be attuned to. It's not just a question of them enjoying the action. It is a question of them having to work with whatever coalition is put together, whatever members can finally elect a speaker. Whoever that speaker is going to be second in line to the presidency, going to be involved in intense talks over all sorts of issues, some of which we never learn about because the House Speaker is a special constitutionally mandated position. And I do think, to Jay's point, look, the Democrats aren't playing right now, but there's going to be increasing pressure for them to be part of a solution if this does go on. The Democrats can be united right now in saying, look, this isn't our issue, but if they sense an opportunity to shape what the Congress looks like in the next 2 years, I wouldn't discount the possibility of them looking for ways to influence the election of a speaker. Their votes matter in this one as well.
Rick, does this make us more vulnerable as a country right now to have this period of time where our adversaries know that our Congress is essentially paralyzed?
I don't think we're at that level. I think the government can function without the House of Representatives as a fully organized entity. And I think the White House and the Senate, and if you were in an emergency situation, I think there's ways the House can basically make its own rules, even if there's no organization around it. So I don't think we're at that point. I think it's more of an embarrassment right now that does speak to maybe the ungovernability of this new narrow majority of Republicans in the House.
And Jay, could McCarthy swing some Democrats his way if he can't make more headway with Republicans?
Well, McCarthy had promised not to do that weeks back when he was initially running to be the Republican candidate for Speaker of the House. Certainly, he could try to do that. Again, we've heard from Pete Aguilar, who says he does not see that in the cards. He hasn't heard from Democrats who are willing to work across the aisle and try to elect a McCarthy Speaker. The other thing there is the number of Democrats who would even be willing to compromise and work with Kevin McCarthy. It doesn't appear that there's any that have come forward and said that that is something that they want to do. And the numbers work against McCarthy writ large because he can only really afford to lose 4 Republicans, right? And he's got to offset the votes of at least the 19 to 20 Republicans who have said that they will not vote for McCarthy on any turns. So the numbers really are an uphill battle for him. It's one of the things we're seeing in terms of, from McCarthy's camp, look to potentially adjourn. As Rick pointed to, it can be taken, and certainly it is being taken, I can tell you, on the Hill as a sign that there might not be enough votes to get McCarthy over that threshold today. And if you were to gavel that chamber in and have them vote, you just see round after round after round of ballot like we saw yesterday. Again, do they get the adjournment? Does that happen? Do they get it across the goal line? Remains to be seen. But I can tell you from those I'm talking to here, they see it as a sign that McCarthy did not get to where he needed to get to overnight, did not convince enough members to sway his way, and he's still got that block of 19 Republicans who say they will not vote for him under any circumstances. It used to be 20. Byron Donalds is saying today he might go back and vote for McCarthy, having not voted for him yesterday, but still 19 Republicans saying no on McCarthy. It is a big threshold for him to climb up to.
It sure is. Rick Klein, Jay O'Brien, thank you both. And let's bring in our ABC News political contributors, former Democratic Congressman Joe Crowley of New York and former Republican Congressman Tom Graves of Georgia for more on this. Tom, what conversations do you think need to be had within the Republican caucus right now?
Well, there's going to be a lot of conversations. I think members are all talking. They're certainly talking. There's some frustrating conversations and hopefully some productive conversations. But at the end of the day, they need to be constructive, productive, respectful conversations about how to move forward, how to select the next person that's going to lead the Congress. Quite frankly, it's the Speaker of the House, even though it is of the majority party. So how do you do that? How do you govern? And those are the conversations that are being had now. The question is, I mean, if they're moving to adjourn here and, at noon today, does that mean those conversations are going well and they need to continue a little bit longer? Or does it mean they're not going anywhere and they don't know, how to upstart those? And so I think that's what we'll find out a little bit later today.
Now, Joe, at least one House Democrat, Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur, has floated the idea of voting for McCarthy. How significant would that be?
Well, I think that would be somewhat unusual, to say the least. I think that really this is wholly encapsulated within the Republican conference right now. I don't think Democrats should be moving to help the Republicans at this point in time. Nothing is of consequence is going to happen over the next few weeks anyway. So in terms of time, there's really not a time issue here. I think this is something the Republicans have to work out. What I think is really happening, though, Dan, is somewhere in that conference that they're starting to think about horses in the back of the pack. Folks who might possibly not really be in the front runners right now, but maybe moving their way up and looking maybe for an alternative from Kevin McCarthy.
All right, former Congressman Joe Crowley, Tom Graves, thank you both.
Thank you.
And we will have full coverage for that next round of voting when Congress reconvenes starting at noon Eastern right here on ABC News Live. And stick around, we'll be right back with more of the day's other top stories right after this break.
Avatar: The Way of Water
is mind-blowing.
You don't know what to expect.
unlike anything you've ever seen.
What will audiences see in this film that they've never seen in a movie before?
We were competing who was going to hold their breath longer.
I made it to 3 minutes.
I think I got to 5.
7 minutes and 14 seconds.
Into the deep with Avatar.
It was just amazing.
Impact by Nightline, now streaming on Hulu. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir. America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live. After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
Zoo! 200!
Oh, 200.
200 episodes of Dr. Pol. Music to my ears.
It's been 10 years, and I'm still having fun.
That rocks. He's got the moves that make your animals groove.
Now we do the dance of joy. Yay!
He's like the Justin Bieber of the
Headlining the hottest barns.
Shout out.
It's a show you won't want to miss.
I'm not going to be here forever. Maybe.
The Incredible Dr. Pol. New episodes Saturdays at 9 on Nat Geo Wild.
Next week, say good morning to...
Hi guys, Jamie Oliver here. Tune in for 3 days cooking with me. The quickest, easiest, most delicious recipes for the new year.
Next week, the most delicious mornings are on...
Good Morning America. It's gonna be the best thing ever.
This is ABC News Live Prime.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Live reporting, breaking news, exclusives, award-winning, powerful, eye-opening. ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis, streaming weeknights.
Welcome back. Rick Singer, the man behind the Varsity Blues scandal, is expected to be sentenced today. He pleaded guilty in 2019 to illegally helping wealthy parents get their children into some of the nation's top colleges. Now he could face years in prison. Eva Pilgrim is at the courthouse in Boston.
It's Judgment Day for the mastermind behind the National College admissions scandal, Operation Varsity Blues, who helped take down a long list, a who's who of the rich and famous. Rick Singer is set to be sentenced later today for his role in helping clients sneak their kids through what he called the side door, cheating their way into some of the country's most elite schools. Singer pleading guilty to charges including money laundering and obstruction of justice.
It's definitely a signal that the information that he's provided has taken them this far and probably no further. Whatever information that he's already provided, they've exhausted.
The college advisor turned cooperating witness helping the feds take down more than 33 parents. But even still, the prosecution recommending Singer serve 6 years behind bars. His lawyers asking for a max of 6 months. In court documents asking for leniency, citing childhood trauma.
When the state makes a determination, they are looking at the fact that he did provide this cooperation. They did secure these other convictions. And so in their mind, that's already been factored into the 6 years. So that's going to carry a lot of weight with the judge.
Federal prosecutors say Singer took in more than $25 million from his clients. Singer admitting to an elaborate scheme that included faking athletic credentials, photoshopping pictures, and cheating on standardized tests, with some parents spending upwards of $6 million in bribes. Desperate Housewives star Felicity Huffman pleaded guilty after paying $15,000 to bribe an SAT administrator. She served 2 weeks behind bars. Full House star Lori Loughlin and her husband, fashion designer Massimo Giannoli, also convicted in the scheme, put up $500,000 in exchange for getting their 2 daughters recruited to the USC crew team, even though they didn't participate in crew.
Anything to say, Lori?
Loughlin sentenced to 2 months, her husband 5 months. So far, more than 50 parents, coaches, and test takers have been found guilty, most sentenced to at least some jail time.
Thanks to Eva Pilgrim for that. An ABC News legal contributor, host at the Law and Crime Network, Brian Buckmeyer, joins me live now for more on this. Brian, last week, Rick Singer's defense attorney said that he deserves no more than 6 months in prison, plus home detention and probation. They say his cooperation helped prosecutors secure 53 convictions. But even so, federal prosecutors want him behind bars for 6 years. What do you think the judge is going to be considering here?
I think the judge is going to consider all of that and more. The defense is, of course, going to put forward exactly like you said, but on top of that, talk about Rick Singer's life now. Supposedly he lives in St. Petersburg, Florida, in a retirement trailer park home, and his life is not as it was when he was raking in those millions of dollars in this case. And so they're going to try to put forward first their first option, saying no jail time, give him a year of home confinement, 3 years of probation, 750 hours community service. Let him give back to the community, or in the alternative, like you said, that's 6 months. But the prosecution is looking at the other end. They're saying, hey, he could do decades of jail, but we're coming down to 6 years because we understand how much he gave in this case.
Now, if the judge agrees with prosecutors, it would still be the longest sentence handed down in this case. What kind of a precedent could that set?
Yeah, this says to all of those masterminds, this is how much you're going to get. For the FBI, this is the biggest type of case that they've investigated when it comes to a conspiracy to defraud in the athletic field or in a college setting. And so this tells defense attorneys, prosecutors, and would-be future singers that if you're the mastermind, this is what you're looking at. And if you're participating as a parent, test taker, or whatever it may be, look to those people as to what jail time you will probably get.
Now, prosecutors also want Singer to pay restitution to the IRS and forfeit millions of dollars in cash and assets. But he's already paid partial restitution. So could we see the judge order him to pay more?
We could, and I think the defense is going to try to push back on that, and that's why they're talking about his life as it is now. The argument probably being you can't get blood from a stone, but forfeiture and restitution is just as much of a punishment as jail time or probation. It's a tool that the judge can use. I think the judge will probably calculate how much they're likely to get out of Singer to try to make everyone whole, the IRS and the United States government, because he did defraud them as he pled guilty to, but it all depends on how much he can actually give.
And the federal appeals court in Boston is considering a challenge to the convictions of 2 other parents who were found guilty at trial. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, so Gamal Aziz and John Wilson, they are 2, if not the only, who actually went to trial and were found guilty. Aziz got 12 months and Wilson, got 15 months. What they're arguing is that they were not connected to this scheme. They did not know the other players who were involved, and they were simply doing this kind of pay-to-play situation of putting their kids through school. But those arguments didn't work at the trial, and it doesn't seem like it's going to work on appeal. deal. I mean, I was a college athlete. I played D1 and D2 soccer. I know what it takes to get into that role of being a college athlete. I can't imagine that these parents believe that this route is a legitimate one, and that's probably why it didn't work at the trial setting.
So, Brian, what are you watching for during sentencing today?
I'm looking to see what the judge says before they give the number. What are they factoring in? What are they measuring? What are they balancing? For Singer, I think the biggest thing for him is the admissions of guilt and the absolute work that he put in towards getting convictions for others. How much is the judge going to consider that when coming up with a sentence? That's going to be the thing that's going to most stick out to me.
All right, Brian Buckmeyer, we appreciate the analysis as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, Hawkeye star Jeremy Renner sharing his first photo since his traumatic snowplow accident. His message to fans and the latest on his condition when we come back.
This is where I belong. This is home. Real dirt in the sunlight again. I'm very excited. Anything could happen at any moment. My heart is so happy right now. We're making magic. We're making magic.
Avatar: The Way of Water
is mind-blowing.
You don't know what to expect.
Unlike anything you've ever seen.
What will audiences see in this film that they've never seen in a movie before?
We were competing who was gonna hold their breath longer.
I made it to 3 minutes.
I think I got to 5.
7 minutes and 14 seconds.
Into the deep with Avatar.
It was just amazing.
Impact by Nightline, now streaming on Hulu.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the Right Now. With a nationwide teacher shortage.
The Right Now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. Avengers star Jeremy Renner has shared his first message since being hospitalized from a snowplow accident. Renner posted a photo from his hospital bed thanking fans for their support and saying he is, quote, too messed up now to type, but I send love to you all. Authorities say Renner was trying to help family members who were stuck in the snow on his private driveway when the 14,000-pound plow ran him over. He suffered blunt force chest trauma and injuries to his limbs. The FDA announced it will allow pharmacies to distribute an abortion medication directly to patients. Pharmacies will need to apply for certification, and the pills will still require a prescription. Previously, these pills could be ordered, prescribed, and dispensed only by a certified healthcare provider. The change will also permanently remove restrictions on mailing the pills, but only in states where abortion is legal. And if you're feeling lucky, there's still a chance to get a Mega Millions ticket. No jackpot winner last night means the prize is now at $940 million. If there's a winner on Friday, it would be the 4th largest jackpot in the game's history. And we are just moments away now from Congress set to resume voting for Speaker of the House. This comes after a group of hard-right lawmakers blocked House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy from being elected in 3 rounds of voting yesterday. Sources tell ABC News Republican leaders are in talks to adjourn the session right after it begins in order to hold some key talks behind closed doors. White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks joins me live now, along with Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill for more. Jay, these talks about the possibility of adjourning right after going into session or in order to have more talks, is that a sign that they're close, or is that a sign that they are far from reaching an agreement here?
Well, Diane, it's being taken on the Hill as a sign that Kevin McCarthy doesn't have the votes he needs to become Speaker in the House on this next upcoming ballot at noon. I can tell you the rules are this. You have to make a motion to adjourn, and because there are no technical rules of the House because we haven't elected a Speaker, you need to get 218 lawmakers to vote to adjourn. We've heard from Democrats who say they don't want to adjourn. And I just spoke with Ralph Norman, who's one of the 5 core Never McCarthy Republicans. And he told me that he and his fellow Never McCarthy Republicans will work to block any motion to adjourn today. We're going to fight that, is the exact words he just used to me, which could be a sign that even if McCarthy and his team or Republican leadership or anyone moves to take a break from these proceedings and adjourn, that there would be some opposition to that and potentially a fight, not just over the speakership, but also over when they're going to take a break, Diane.
And Jay, we're starting to see some Congress members trickle in there onto the House floor. What can we expect to see as the House reconvenes?
So you'll see if there is truly that motion to adjourn, which again, ABC News has spoken with sources who say Republican leadership is at least in talks to bring that motion to the floor. If there is a motion, you're going to see lawmakers trickle in. Once the proceedings begin, you'll see some lawmaker, it can be anyone, make a motion to adjourn the proceedings, and then there will have to be a vote on that. If there's a roll call vote, they'll go through each member by name, and they will be in charge. They will be tasked with voting whether or not they want to adjourn. I'm calling adjourning taking a break, but what it really is in this case would be they would gavel the chamber back in, and if any motion to adjourn passed, they would then gavel it out again and start all of this again tomorrow. You wouldn't have that ballot after ballot after ballot, those multiple ballots that Kevin McCarthy consistently kept losing on yesterday. And I can tell you, one of the things that's giving the Never McCarthy group of Republicans a feeling of emboldenment, a feeling that they are buoyed, is that McCarthy did not pick up any votes over those ballots yesterday, and he didn't pick up, it appears, any votes overnight. We'll see if the proof is in the pudding when the votes when votes are cast today, if they're cast today. But certainly what I've heard is that McCarthy has not moved the needle, or at least there's a sense that he has not moved the needle, which is why potentially you're seeing some of his allies move to adjourn these proceedings and pick it up all again tomorrow.
Jay, could we see any Republicans try to block that move, try to block the House from adjourning?
Yeah, and that's exactly what Ralph Norman just told me that he and some of his fellow Never McCarthy Republicans want to try to do. They said they're going to fight that. They're going to try to block any motion to adjourn. Now, again, you're talking about a select group of those Never McCarthy Republicans. He said there's a group of them. He didn't say how many there are and if he has the votes to block this motion to adjourn. I asked him directly, do you have the votes to block this motion to adjourn? He said, we're going to fight it, but he didn't say if he has the votes. He said, we'll see. So you will see, it appears, if Norman is correct, a group of those Never McCarthy Republicans try to block this motion to adjourn and keep this vote going. But do they have the votes? Only they will be able to tell you, and we'll see come noon in the next few minutes here, Diane.
Mary Alice, the president is in Kentucky today, but as he left the White House, he was asked about this. He essentially said, it's not my problem. But how closely is he watching this right now?
Oh, everyone is watching this closely, extremely closely. I mean, we don't have a functioning government right now until we get past this step. And you're right, the president said this is not my issue. It doesn't impact my ability right now to govern from his perch there in the White House. But at the end of the day, he has to have a speaker to work with. They have to be able to swear in members of Congress and get going on the legislative business of the day. So, of course, everyone is watching this extremely closely. And it will make a big difference for who ends up in that seat. You know, this is a president who has wanted to work across the aisle, or at least he says so. He has made overtures to Republicans, and I think they're eager, they're in the White House, they're really eager to see if there will be someone there in the speakership who's willing to work back with President Biden.
Now, Jay, at least one House Democrat, Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur, has floated the idea of voting for McCarthy. How significant would that be?
Well, we saw Democratic leadership pour cold water on that just a few moments ago when they had a press conference this morning after a meeting with the entire House Democratic caucus. Pete Aguilar, the caucus chair, was asked that exact question. Do you see any Democrats working across the aisle to try to elect any Republican Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy or anyone? He said he has not heard of that. He says he does not see rumblings of that within his caucus. Certainly, if there was anyone who broke ranks, it would be significant. The other question that Aguilar and Ted Lieu, the vice chair of that caucus, got was, Do they see any Republicans working with Democrats across the aisle to try to find a consensus speaker, someone that could be elected through bipartisanship with support from both Republicans and Democrats? Aguilar said he has not heard rumblings of that either from Democrats in his caucus. And again, he's in charge of that caucus. He's in Democratic leadership. So in theory, he has his finger on the pulse of what his members are saying. So it doesn't appear that that's in the cards at the moment. And Rick Klein made this point earlier. The pressure on lawmakers will abound, whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a moderate Republican, whether you're a never McCarthy Republican, if we keep going ballot after ballot after ballot without a Speaker of the House. And in fact, that's one of the things I've heard when I talked to that Never McCarthy group of Republicans, even before this vote, when they were preparing for this weeks ago and days ago. They made the point to me that they are going to feel consistent pressure, they believe, both from Republicans, from those in their own party, from those outside their own party, and even from the American people to give in and to vote either for McCarthy or try to throw their support behind someone else, or vote present, which is something you can do that would lower the threshold that McCarthy would need to become the next speaker. Do something to get out of the way and get a pick for speaker, whether that's Kevin McCarthy or someone else. And that pressure, we're already seeing it start to mount. We've even heard from former President Donald Trump, who's come out and said and reiterated his support for Kevin McCarthy to be the next Speaker of the House. He spoke with Kevin McCarthy by phone last night, Diane.
And we're seeing Congresswoman Elise Stefanik there on the floor now. She was the one who formally introduced and nominated Kevin McCarthy. But now, Jay, she's being floated as a possible contender. If McCarthy can't pull this out, maybe he would throw his support behind Elise Stefanik. Steve Scalise is another name that's been thrown around a lot. If not Kevin McCarthy, then who, Jay? Can someone else get the votes?
Well, that's a really open question. And at the moment, and forgive me as I look down, I'm looking at the floor because it's noon and we're definitely not going to start on time because that floor looks empty. And there's a couple things that has an impact on, but that floor is incredibly empty. Forgive me for looking down. But in terms of other candidates, one of the things you've heard from the McCarthy team is, it's a little bit fuller than I thought, actually. People are just standing up and down in their seats. Forgive me. What you've heard from the McCarthy team is they have made an effort to showcase the support that they have from any potential challengers that might emerge if Kevin McCarthy doesn't have the votes. Case in point, Elise Stefanik introduces McCarthy yesterday. She nominates him on the first ballot. On the second ballot, he gets nominated by Jim Jordan, who was the one who picked up so many of those votes from the Never McCarthy crowd. People still voted for Jordan. Actually, more people voted for Jordan after he nominated McCarthy than before he nominated McCarthy. And then on the third ballot, you see Steve Scalise stand up and give that speech nominating Kevin McCarthy. Steve Scalise, often referred to as this speaker in waiting if Kevin McCarthy can't find the votes. Well, the McCarthy team, the Republican leadership, puts Steve Scalise front and center and says to Steve Scalise endorses Kevin McCarthy. So what you're seeing from the McCarthy faction of this is an effort to demonstrate that there are no alternatives. Kevin McCarthy said that to reporters last night. He said that there are no other alternatives, and their argument that has been making to the Republican conference is they don't have any other alternatives. And it looks like the clerk is gaveling in as I speak, Diane. I'm not sure what she's about to say.
We're seeing the House gavel into session. Let's listen for a second.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben. Would you pray with me?
Ceremonial beginning. The House now going through some of the ceremonial beginnings as it gavels into session. The goal here is to vote for the next Speaker of the House, but we're going to see if Republicans can get those votes together, enough, the 218 needed for Kevin McCarthy to be the next Speaker of the House, or if they will adjourn and not even have that vote. I want to go to White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks. Mary Alice, we've been talking about what this means for the party, but this doesn't just affect Republicans. We have a mixed Congress now, Democrats controlling the Senate, Republicans controlling the House, and of course a Democrat-controlled White House. So what does this do for the ability of those branches of government to work together?
Yeah, Republicans haven't even started to do the hard stuff yet. They haven't started to try to pass bills to keep the lights on in the federal government, pass spending bills, or even launch some of the investigations that they are really interested in launching, but that might be controversial and need support from a wide range of Republicans to get going. I mean, these are the things that they need to be able to do if they want to show the country that they can govern. And right now, they can't even show the country that they can get out of the starting gate. You know, I think that it's interesting, this split screen right now. We have President Biden in the same moment in Kentucky alongside Mitch McConnell talking about how they worked together, how there was a bipartisan support of his infrastructure bill, how a lot of the jobs created from that bill, they argued are jobs that apply to all Americans of all across the country, all swaths of life. And they wanted to highlight that they were able to get something done and work across the aisle. You have that going on today, the same day that we're watching this continued chaos and dysfunction here on the House floor. You know, and one thing, your conversation with Jay, I think that's going to be really important in these next few moments, really in the next few hours, is to see whether Kevin McCarthy is able to just make any progress, whether that means they do another round of balloting and he increases his vote total a little bit, will at least show that he's going in the right direction, or that he's able to call for the House to be adjourned and that it seems like everyone plays ball with that and basically gives him more time to keep up the deal making. But if he can't show either in the next few hours, I think we're in a really different place where we start to have a conversation about which Republicans could start pulling their support or having those tough conversations with McCarthy about what happens next.
All right, and let's listen in on the House floor for a second. Jay, while we're watching these proceedings, I want to ask you, if the same thing happens, if they hold a vote today and McCarthy is no closer to the speakership, what happens next?
We go to another ballot, and then we go to another ballot, and then we go to another ballot. The House keeps voting until it has a Speaker of the House. And that has been something you've heard from both Democrats and Republicans, and they've been making this point for different reasons, but you've heard Republicans say, let's get on with this, guys. Let's elect a speaker so that we can do what we've come here to do. You've heard Democrats say, look at the confusion and the chaos that Republicans are bringing to the House. We're frozen until we can elect a Speaker of the House, so we can't do anything. And so that is the point that's being made repeatedly from both sides of the aisle, again, for different reasons, but they will keep voting, Diane, until they elect a Speaker of the House. Again, what you'll see potentially if Kevin McCarthy loses this ballot again is he'll be confronted with this choice, if there is another ballot and a motion to adjourn doesn't get passed. But he'll be confronted with the choice of, does he continue to whip votes? Does he stay in the game, or does he bow out and throw his support behind someone else? We heard last night, our Rachel Scott asked Kevin McCarthy that quintessential question of, is there a point when you would drop out? Would you drop out? Things of that nature. And he said no. He said, I'll let you know when I do, but I'm not going to. And so at least as of last night, Kevin McCarthy's position was he was in this for the long run. He's got nothing to lose. He's going to keep working at it to try to get the votes. But the more ballots he loses, if he does, he again gets confronted with that hairy question of what does he choose to do next? Does he keep trying to whip votes? Does he keep trying to peel away those 19 Republicans who have said that they will not vote for him on any ballot? Does he try to strike some deal with Democrats? As you said, that does not look like it's on the horizon. McCarthy has pledged previously that he would not do that. Or does he try to push the Never McCarthy Republicans to vote present, which would lower the threshold that he would need to become the Speaker of the House, because you need a majority of the votes cast, not a majority of the people who are in the chamber. So if you vote present, it lowers the majority that lowers the number McCarthy would need to clinch a majority and become the next Speaker. Do we have some kind of deal on a plurality? A plurality is you get the most votes cast and therefore you win and you become the next speaker. It's the candidate who gets the most votes as opposed to the candidate who, gets the majority of votes cast. That could be dangerous for Kevin McCarthy because we've seen Hakeem Jeffries outpace him on votes every single time because the Republicans are fractured and they're split. He's got a lot of options, but at the end of the day, he's also confronted, it's this duality where he's got a lot of options, but he's also getting fewer and fewer options because, as I've heard from sources close to this discussion, there is little he has left to bargain with that would convince those 5 Republicans who are at the core of this to vote present or to go defect to his camp. And so he's working with very limited options and with more and more ballots. One of the things a Republican source described to me is that with more and more ballots, his options get fewer and fewer and fewer because that Never McCarthy group feels more emboldened with each anti-McCarthy vote that's cast, Diane.
And I want to bring in former Republican Congressman Tom Graves and former DNC Chair Donna Brazile for more on this, both ABC News political contributors. Tom, you've been there on the House floor, not when a House Speaker vote failed, but walk me through what it's like behind the scenes there. Are there conversations happening within the chamber itself to try to swing votes?
Yeah, there are a lot of conversations going on through that. I've been through some speaker votes that were very tight, and and everybody's sort of keeping up with who is voting. You're watching the alphabet. You're seeing who's missing, who's not in their seats. You're sort of keeping a tally. You know where the numbers need to be. When I think about today and going into their vote this afternoon, there's only two reasons really why you want to have a vote today if you're Kevin McCarthy. And that is you want to show that you have grown your support, or you actually have all the votes you need to close out the speaker vote. If you can't demonstrate either one of those, you want to delay. You want to have more time to work, negotiate, have conversations to see if you can, have some movement and show positive momentum in essence. Without that, it makes it very difficult to go into today because, as Jay mentioned, it just looks like your options are being more limited and potentially a little bit weaker in the days ahead.
They do adjourn today. Not a great sign for McCarthy. Donna, what's your take on this? The longer this goes on, is that good or bad for Democrats?
Well, for Democrats, I mean, this is a Republican mess. They're not ready for prime time. It's written in the Constitution that you elect the Speaker of the House. As a former Hill staff, I'm shocked, but not surprised, because this is a caucus, the Republican caucus, with a split personality. So if Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes, then I think it's important to begin to consider to move on to some other Republican who might be able to get to 218. But if they come to the Democrats, which I suspect that will not be on their top list to do, then they're going to have to make some concessions.
Do you think this bodes well for Democrats as they look to work with a House controlled by the Republicans?
You know, Nancy Pelosi led a very small, razor-thin majority with class, with dignity and strength. She was able, and I was there 2 years ago when she resumed her speakership, she had her votes lined up. There was a generational fight after the 2018 midterm cycle. And again in 2020, and yet she was able to pull her caucus together and win with 220 votes. So this is clearly a sign that Kevin McCarthy has not been able to rally those who opposed his leadership. He's not been able to broaden his coalition. And I don't think Democrats need to worry about what Republicans do today unless they come over across the aisle and say, we need some support. They did it yesterday to adjourn. And if Kevin McCarthy is still lacking the 218 votes required, then I think it's time to move on and find a new leader.
And Tom, how about you? At what point do you think it's time for McCarthy to throw in the towel here?
You know, that's a decision for him to make, and I think he knows he still has a path, or he sees a path. So Donna brings up a really good point. So what are members thinking right now? What are in the minds of members? I think you have maybe three different groups of Republicans right now. Those who are going to fight for Kevin McCarthy and those that are going to fight against Kevin McCarthy. Those are going to be two very different groups. But then there's a larger group in the middle that's like, hey, can we just move on? Do you have the votes or don't you have the votes? And if not, can we vote for somebody else? I mean, that's some of the conversations going on right now, because there's just going to be a large group sort of in the middle that's just in limbo saying, hey, I'm ready to govern. I actually want to be sworn in. I worked really hard through my campaign, and I know y'all got your differences, and you don't like him and he doesn't like you, but I really want to govern right now. So can you show me a path forward, whether it's, you, Kevin McCarthy, or whether it's somebody you endorse, you support, actually you might nominate as well.
And there's Kevin McCarthy now on the House floor greeting some of his fellow Congress members. Jay, what's the mood there like today? And what are you watching for as these proceedings get underway?
Yeah, you know, Diane and Tom and Donna can kind of fact check me here on this live, but I'm looking at that chamber and I'm not seeing as many members as were there yesterday. The quorum looks to be in the 350 range. So that changes our calculus a little bit, it would seem to me. And I'm reacting to this live, so you got to give me a little bit of rope here. But that would change the calculus you would need to get an adjournment. It would even change potentially the calculus you would need to become speaker, if I'm right on how many are there in that chamber. But again, bear with me as we figure out how many lawmakers are actually there and what their majority would be and what the current quorum call is. We're still getting that information into us. But there is a question here about how many votes could block a speaker, or how many votes could block an adjournment. Forgive me. Also, we've still got members showing up and filing in as we speak. Some appear to be late. And so that might change the calculus, too, of the number of members that are there. So right now, not a lot of people are there, but if more come in and they're late, then we might be back to a threshold of 218 to do anything, which is either elect a speaker or adjourn the House or do whatever you need to do. Because right now, as you know, when we have no rules in the House, it's a majority vote to do anything. Elect a speaker, adjourn, etc.
And it looks like they may be getting started. Let's listen.
The gentleman is recognized.
Let's all take a second, take a look around. I know people are getting frustrated. Take a look at this chamber and realize how lucky we are to serve this country in Congress. How lucky we all are, Democrats and Republicans, to be citizens of the greatest country in the history of the world. He's definitely out of order, Madam Clerk. I say that because I know last night people were frustrated. They wanted to go to parties. They wanted to take pictures with their families. But honestly, we find ourselves here in this chamber for the second day, and we know we got work to do. But in some ways, there's no place I'd rather be. With the possible exception of Lambeau Field on Sunday, no place I'd rather be. But maybe with the excitement, some of you hadn't had an opportunity to check what's happening online. Let me fill you in, or what's happening on Twitter, what the press is writing about. In some ways, they're salivating. There's headlines about the chaos, this and that. Yesterday, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle were tweeting their bags of popcorn that they had out. They love it. The schadenfreude is palpable. But I think my friends on the Democratic side misunderstand what's happening here. Sure, it looks messy, but democracy is messy. Democracy is messy by design, by design. And that's a feature, not a bug of our system. We air it all out in the open for the American people to see. Because at the end of the day, the president's not in charge, the Supreme Court's not in charge, the Speaker of the House is not even in charge. The American people are in charge. And I'm proud to be part of a party that welcomes debate, that invites different views, that isn't afraid of that. Now, I listened to some of my colleagues yesterday. Mr. Roy from Texas, my good friend, he knows I respect his views. I have been his partner in anti-proxy voting crusades, pro-regular order crusades. I understand. I know that his intentions are pure. I know a lot of people are just frustrated with the way Congress works, but, and Chip, you know I believe that in my bones, nobody has done more to lay out a plan for how we restore the basic functioning of this institution than Kevin McCarthy. Nobody has done that. Now, you may not have gotten everything you wanted. There are things I want that I know it's just not possible to get done in this Congress. But Mr. McCarthy has gone above and beyond in terms of listening to people with concerns and laying out a plan for how we restore the basic functioning of the House of Representatives. Furthermore, I believe no one has done more to bring us into the majority than Kevin McCarthy. Listen, I wish we had a bigger majority, right? I wish we could do everything over the next 2 years, but the American people gave us an opportunity. They gave us, Republicans, an opportunity to inject some basic common sense into the federal government, to pull the emergency brake on a lot of the crazy we've seen in the last few years. They're asking us to do a job, and nobody has laid out a plan, a proactive policy agenda for the direction we want to take this country in more detail than Kevin McCarthy. You all had an opportunity to provide input into that plan. And the irony of this current moment and this debate we're having is that on the big stuff we all agree, right? We want to secure the border. We don't want the executive branch to do everything through a pen and a phone. We want to work with our Democratic colleagues when it comes to standing up to our enemies abroad, right? There are basic things we know we need to do. It is time to get to work. So, you might tweet out some more popcorn emojis, I get it. You might write your headlines, but what I see right now is energy. A tremendous amount of energy in this Republican caucus who want to do the work of the people. Mr. McCarthy is not asking you to endorse business as usual in the House. He's laid out a plan to renew the House of Representatives and once again make it an institution that we can credibly look ourselves in the mirror and say, we are working in the people's house. For that and many other reasons, I nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of this House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, make no mistake, there is no frustration on our side. We are focused on serving the American people. In order to do that, we have to unite behind a speaker, and Democrats are united behind a speaker who prioritizes putting better paying jobs in industries of the future. Growing up in a working class family, he knows that a good paying job and a good education are key to economic mobility. He knows that to tackle the affordability crisis in this country, we need to make sure that everybody gets paid enough to live and work in any zip code. And he knows that by creating these jobs, we can once again make it in America. Madam Clerk, as chair of the Democratic caucus, I am directed by that vote of the caucus to present for election to the 118th Congress the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, representative-elect for the state of New York for the office of Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
I seek to place a nomination for Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Yesterday, my first vote for Speaker of the House was for Byron Donalds. Today, I'm rising to nominate Byron Donalds for Speaker of the House of Representatives. Byron is a dear friend, a solid conservative, but most importantly, a family man who loves dearly his wife, Erica, his 3 children, has a proven track record as a businessman, public service in the Florida legislature, and now as a member of the United States Congress. Now, here we are, and for the first time in history, there have been 2 Black Americans placed into the nomination for Speaker of the House. However, Madam Speaker, order. Madam Clerk, order. We do not seek to judge people by the color of their skin, but rather the content of their character. Byron Donalds Byron Donalds is a good man raised by a single mom who moved past adversity, became a Christian man at the age of 21, and has devoted his life to advancing the cause for his family and for this country. And he has done it admirably. But there's an important reason for nominating Byron, and that is this country needs a change. This country needs leadership that does not reflect this city, this town that is badly broken. The House of Representatives is the people's house. It represents the entirety of our country, and we each represent some 750,000 people. And we come here, and here we sit in a room filled with those representatives. And my friend, Mr. Gallagher, and he is my friend, and I agree with him on many things. And I agree with almost everything that you were talking about. But we should be in here having this kind of a conversation with this many people in the room about Ukraine. And we should debate the merits, and we should debate the ups and downs of being involved. We should debate the $45 billion. We should debate whether it should be more or less. We should debate whether it should be paid for. We should debate what the result we should demand. The only way you're going to get that is if you change the rules and have the leadership to advance the rules to make sure that we can do that. Now, we've had a conversation for 2 months to try to advance the ball, and we have had success in doing that. But we're not there. We're not at the place where we need to be to guarantee that we're going to be able to stand up in the face of the swamp that continues to step over the American people on a daily basis and spend money we don't have, and to continue to leave our borders open, and to continue to fund bureaucrats that are stepping over the freedoms of the American people. Byron will stand up and do that. Byron has a track record of doing that. And importantly, when we're sitting here today and we continue this debate and we then have a vote, I just ask my friends on this side of the aisle, do you think that the American people support the status quo? Yes or no? Do you think that the American people want us to continue down the road of what we've been doing? Do they want us to continue to do the things since the leadership that's currently in place have been in place? Do you think they want us to continue down that path? And the argument that I would make is that they want a new face, new vision, new leadership, and I believe that face, vision, and new leadership is Byron Donalds, and I'm proud to put his name into nomination, and I yield back.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Ready? Yep. Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amodei. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Bedagan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Donalds.
Bonamici. Jeffries. Bast. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Donalds. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy. Bouchon. McCarthy. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana.
Carter of Louisiana, in the spirit of Elder Watson Diggs, cast his vote for Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez de Reamer. McCarthy. Shirfelis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Donalds.
And we're seeing the House currently voting on the next Speaker of the House, but it appears Kevin McCarthy has lost that vote. Again, we're seeing 7 other votes, meaning members who voted for someone other than Kevin McCarthy or Democrat Hakeem Jeffries. McCarthy can only afford to lose 4 Republican votes and still hold on to the speakership, the 218 votes he needed. So with 7 other votes, presumably coming from Republicans, it looks like Kevin McCarthy has lost. Again, this would be the 4th round of voting now where Republicans have failed to elect the next Speaker of the House, and they will have to continue voting until they go ahead and do that. The question now becomes, will it be Kevin McCarthy? Will they continue to support Kevin McCarthy, or will Kevin McCarthy throw in the towel and throw his support behind somebody else? Earlier, he had said that he was in this for the long haul. He's not going anywhere, and he does have many members who have said they will continue to vote over and over again for him until he becomes the next speaker. But of course, these things can all change. Let's listen in as that vote continues.
McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Donalds. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezel. McCarthy. Fallon. McCarthy. Feenstra.
Again, still hearing the House continue this vote for speakership, but it looks like they again have failed to elect a new House Speaker. Kevin McCarthy with 8 votes going to other. Byron Donald seeming the chief competitor in this round. Kevin McCarthy does not have the 218 votes he needs to secure that speakership. I want to bring in our congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott, for more on this. Rachel, where does this leave this now? This is now the 4th round of voting where the House has failed to elect a House Speaker.
Yeah, if this keeps going the way that it's headed right now, Kevin McCarthy will definitely not have enough votes to secure his position as the next Speaker of the House. And so this is the big question yet again. We would find ourselves in a very familiar scenario. Yesterday was a historic moment when you had, for the first time, a nominee lose on the first ballot in their quest for speakership. And so now, if you're Kevin McCarthy, you're going to come off of this floor and you're going to once again reevaluate your strategy and ask, what more can you do to convince this group of conservatives to get across the finish line? At this point, I don't know necessarily how this ends, Diane. You have this group of conservatives. They're very small, but it is enough to block his path to Speaker, and they're willing to drag this out for however long it takes. Meanwhile, here on Capitol Hill, the House is essentially at a standstill until all of this is over. I mean, we talk about the impact that this has on Americans. We have Democrats warning about the impact that this has when it comes to government here in Washington, D.C. Well, they can't move forward. They can't vote on any other bills or any legislation. They can't even swear in members of Congress until all of this wraps up, Diane.
So, Rachel, what is the strategy at this point? If after 4 rounds he doesn't have the votes, what more can McCarthy do?
And, you know, I asked Leader Kevin McCarthy this very question yesterday. I said, at this point, if you keep losing, if you keep failing, what is your strategy here? How do you possibly push forward? And he essentially said, right now I have the most votes among the Republican conference. And so he said, look around, there's no other alternative that's getting as many votes as I am. So he still sees himself as in the lead, trying to close that gap. I asked him if there's any scenario in which he would essentially just drop out of this race for Speaker. And he told me no. He said it's not going to happen. So unless he decides to back away from this race, what we will probably see here is that these votes will just keep on happening. If there's no consensus around McCarthy, the question is what other Republican can emerge to be a leading contender?
And Rachel, yesterday we saw Byron Donalds surprise people when he voted for Jim Jordan, previously having supported Kevin McCarthy. He had insinuated that he could switch his vote back to McCarthy, but today we saw Byron Donalds being nominated and securing a few votes, including his own.
I mean, how remarkable was this? I mean, this is someone that voted for McCarthy in the first 2 ballots. And then on the 3rd ballot, he flipped his vote. And he told me right after that, he said, look, it became clear that Kevin McCarthy didn't necessarily have a path to become the next Speaker, which is why he ended up opposing him on that 3rd ballot. He's also someone that ran against Elise Stefanik, the number 3 in Republican leadership. He lost that challenge. But then today you had this, what was a remarkable moment on the House floor where you had Congressman Chip Roy saying for the first time you have 2 black lawmakers nominated for Speaker. That got a standing ovation, Diane, even from Kevin McCarthy himself. I mean, you had Democrats and Republicans standing together and applauding that alone. Listen, it doesn't look like he's going to get enough votes to claim the Speaker's gavel, but this has just been a whiplash of a 48 hours, Diane.
I mean, Rachel, could he? Is there a possibility that this ends with Byron Douglas as the new Speaker of the House?
At this point, he has his work cut out for him, right? Because, look, McCarthy can only afford to lose 4 votes, so that he still has the majority of the Republican conference supporting him. Donalds would have to pull away all of that support. And you really have these 2 groups of Republicans that have sort of panned out here. You have the Never Kevins, these hardline conservatives who say they're never going to vote for Kevin McCarthy. They'll continue to vote for other Republicans like Donalds or Chip Roy or Jim Jordan. And then you have the other part of this conference, which is the only Kevins. And those are really moderate Republicans, those that are serving in leadership who say that they're only going to back Kevin McCarthy. So you have a stare-off between these two sides here, and one of them has to cave because the margins in the House are just simply too slim at this point. There is going to have to be some type of consensus within the Republican Party, but it's still unclear how exactly they get there.
Rachel, what happens to everyone in the middle, the Republicans who are saying, I just want to get on with business and I'll vote with whoever seems to have the best chance of winning?
I think we will actually see more Republicans start to say that the more that we see this drag on. Look, lawmakers come to Washington because they want to get things done. I mean, this is what they campaign on. They want to pass bills. Republicans have a long list of investigations that they want to start here on Capitol Hill. They've been waiting and waiting to clinch the majority. This was supposed to be a big victory for them. And all of that has now been overshadowed overshadowed by this battle for Speaker. Ironically, Kevin McCarthy told me yesterday that he doesn't see it as a battle. In fact, he doesn't see it that way at all. But there is no other way around it. I mean, look, there are no members of the House right now. They cannot conduct any business. No one has been sworn in. I mean, this is just remarkable what we are seeing play out here, and it's definitely historic. But I do think that you will see certainly more Democrats start to speak up in that way, but also some Republicans who are going to be growing very frustrated and very tired by this process. Multiple ballots heading to the floor over and over again for the same battle over Speaker, and they have to figure out a way to move forward.
All right, Rachel, and I want to bring in our former Republican Congressman Tom Graves, former DNC Chair Donna Brazile, both ABC News political contributors, for a little bit more on this. Tom, what's your reaction? The fourth vote now, and it looks like Kevin McCarthy is not going to do it. The Republicans have failed yet again to elect Speaker of the House.
Yeah, I mean, this is a clear stalemate. You know, going into this, I think we were talking earlier, there's two reasons why you would want to have a vote today, and that is you want to show that you have movement moving in your direction, or either you have all the votes to secure the speakership. So I think he's waiting to see how that plays out. But it's apparent that, you know, the anti-Kevin group or the opposition group, whatever you want to refer to them as, that, you know, they've come up with another person to nominate, which is really interesting. Why did they switch from Jim Jordan to Byron Donalds? And, you know, I guess from knowing how they may think, it's like, look, Jim Jordan's one of our great friends. We think he might actually be a consensus candidate in the days ahead. So we've demonstrated that. Now we're just going to have, you know, somebody such as Byron Donalds and demonstrate another option, another opportunity. But the only way out of this is, you know, I guess Rachel was talking earlier. I mean, at some point, Kevin McCarthy is going to have to make a decision. Can he move forward? Can he move these individual members toward him? And he's had 2.5 months to do that since the election. In fact, they challenged him in the leadership election in November, and it's carried forward. And it just seems like they're an impossible move at the moment.
Donna, what's your take on this? Is this a good thing for Democrats right now? A bad thing for Democrats right now? What do you think?
Well, honestly, I'm thinking about the country because, as you well know, Democrats in the minority in the House, and so clearly they're watching this. And when Mr. Roy presented Mr. Donalds, I shouted here in my room because I've never seen this happen before. And yes, it's a good thing. I remember when Bill Gray was elected, the whip in the House Democratic Caucus, and of course Jim Clyburn, who is still part of the leadership. But this was a historic moment to have two African Americans, two Black Americans presented on this so-called vote. And while Mr. Donald will clearly fall short of, and Mr. Jeffries, the real issue is Kevin McCarthy. Does he have a path to victory? Does he have a path to the speakership? He's known not only for the last 2 months, he's known for the last 2 years that this was going to be a tough election cycle for the Democrats. And yet the Republicans were able to capture the majority. He's had a long time to cut deals. He's had a significant period to get the concessions, to put together the package, the rules package, to get some of these rebellious Republicans on board, and yet he's having a hard time. So I think they should motion to adjourn again so that he can go back and empower more rebels, more members of the conservative caucus to go out there and twist some more arms. But it's clear that he still doesn't have the votes.
Now, Donna, we heard Congressman Mike Gallagher when he was formally nominating Kevin McCarthy. He said, you know, everyone's talking about how this is messy, but democracy is messy by design. And he said you might take out, you know, your popcorn emojis and write your headlines. But he says, what I see right now is energy. Is he right? Is everything fine?
Absolutely not. Look, these are the kind of sessions you hold at midnight with the pizza and hopefully some wine or something else that goes well with pizza, like beer. You don't do this in the open public unless there is disarray, unless there is a desire. I think there's a desire not to have Kevin McCarthy as speaker. Look, I know Kevin McCarthy. He's a great guy. He's a fun guy to have beer with. But maybe the Republicans are looking past Kevin McCarthy. They want someone else. I was struck yesterday by what Mr. Gates said in terms of, Kevin McCarthy and that he sold himself or he's the biggest alligator in the swamp. I'm from Louisiana, and I know a little bit about swamp politics. This is not swamp politics. This is a caucus that cannot come to a consensus around one individual, and that's Kevin McCarthy. Again, I want to go back to what I said earlier. Nancy Pelosi understood her caucus. She understood the generational fights. She saw the tension, and that's when she said, I am clear about when I step down. And once she laid the groundwork for that caucus to come together, you see the results today. It's a unified caucus. 212 individuals, 212 members will support Hakeem Jeffries. Now it's up to the Republicans with 222 members to decide what their future course is.
Tom, what's your response to that?
I mean, she makes some great points, but I will highlight, though, the Democrats haven't always been unified. Speaker Pelosi didn't always have unified support. John Lewis, a great friend of mine, the late John Lewis, oftentimes got many votes in the House chamber. So this is certainly an internal Republican battle going on right now for the future of the Republican conference, not the Republican Party, but the Republican conference in the House of Representatives. We've seen the Senate go through the same struggles here recently when there was a challenge to Mitch McConnell. And so I think this is just long lasting. We've seen this bubbling up over the last several years. And unfortunately, here we're seeing it manifest itself. But I will highlight what is maybe a positive note in all this. We are having the opportunity to see some impassioned, fiery speeches on the House floor with all members present. And that's something that really doesn't happen often. It's highlighting members and you're being introduced to people you didn't even know about, you've never seen before, and on both sides of the aisle. And that's something I hope we see more of in the days ahead once we get past the speaker vote, is good, respectful, heated, impassioned exchanges of ideas and debate on the House floor in the full audience of all members of the Congress.
And let's check in with our congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott, who's there on Capitol Hill. I'm sorry, we don't have Rachel right now. So, Don, I want to bring it back to you. As this all unfolds, what does this mean for the ability of both of these parties to work together? Because we have a Republican-controlled House, currently without a Speaker of the House, but we also have a Democratic-controlled Senate and a Democratic White House. Donna?
Congressman, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Look, the congressman is right. Congressman, I came to Capitol Hill almost 40 years ago as an intern working for the chair of the House Democratic Caucus. I mean, I enjoyed those debates. I enjoyed what we did during the committees. And I understand some of the frustration that I've heard, not just from Republicans, but some Democrats, that they want more time to deliberate, more time to be involved in the legislative process. I love the legislative process. But, at a certain point when you're electing a leader, this is part of the Constitution. Before any other business can get done, you have to elect a speaker. And here we are, day two, we're still trying to figure out if the Republican caucus can agree on a speaker. That is job number one. Beyond that, yes, we're going to have policy debates. We're going to go back and forth on the investigations. But will Democrats be able to continue their work, not just in trying to help the American people, keep this country stable, keep fighting the virus and much, much more? Yes. But right now, the number one job is to elect a Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. Second in line to the presidency, I must add. And the Republican caucus, for whatever reason, and I'm not a Republican and I'm only watching this, and by the way, I'm not eating popcorn or anything else. I just want to see them elect someone, and then the business of the House will be able to start.
Tom, can the party come together after this, or is this the way forward for at least this term?
Yeah, the party can come together. It's been through times like this in the past, after Speaker Boehner, after Speaker Ryan and such losing a majority. going through the Trump era, such like that, yeah, it certainly can come together. But it has to, if you look at the history of the number of speakers that have been elected, Republicans, lifespan of a speakership is not as long oftentimes as a Democrat speaker. We typically turn them out a little bit quicker. And it's just because of the spirited expectations of the party. And when you really think about expectations, that's the challenge. No matter who's elected here speaker, Kevin, the thing about Kevin McCarthy is he knows what it's going to take to govern. He's a realist. And so he doesn't set expectations too far out there. And that's why it's really difficult for him to give much more to those who are demanding more, because he just knows he can't govern that way. When a bill comes back from the Senate, it's probably not going to be something that the House Republican caucus will all vote for. It will be bipartisan coming out of the House. He knows those things, whether it's debt limit, funding bills, whatever it might be. And so I think he's trying to be a realist here and not oversell. And unfortunately, it's not meeting expectations.
All right, and let's go back to Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill. Jay, looking at this vote, it doesn't look at this point like McCarthy can do it. We're seeing the clerk gaveling now. Walk us through this process from here.
So obviously the vote is not official until it's tabulated at the end. And if you remember yesterday, think back to yesterday, you see the votes getting cast, and then you see this period at the end where all the lawmakers are milling around. That's when the clerk of the House is officially tabulating the vote. So when that is officially tabulated, that is when Kevin McCarthy, unless something changes, because we still have some ways to go, we're in the M's, I believe, unless something changes, that is when Kevin McCarthy would, in theory, lose this next vote. And that's because he's already lost 14 Republicans who have all voted for Byron Donalds, who is the other candidate in this. He was named by Chip Roy at the beginning of these proceedings, something that appeared to be a surprise to Byron Donalds even, in fact. Donalds voted for McCarthy on the first two ballots yesterday, voted for Jim Jordan on the third ballot yesterday, and then voted for himself today, but didn't applaud when Chip Roy nominated him. It appeared that this was something that was not coordinated. But overall, that is a means of saying McCarthy can only afford to lose 4 votes, and he's already had 14 by my count, 14 right now Republicans vote against him. So unless something were to change, unless there were to be votes flipped between now and the end of this vote, Kevin McCarthy is on track to lose. Here's the other thing in all of this. Go ahead, Diane.
No, go ahead, please finish.
The other thing in all of this is that Kevin McCarthy has yet to pick up a single vote. He has yet to flip anybody. So the same people that voted against Kevin McCarthy yesterday are voting against Kevin McCarthy today. We haven't seen anyone who voted for Kevin McCarthy yesterday flip to the never Kevin McCarthy side, but we're also not seeing anyone who voted against Kevin McCarthy flip back to Kevin McCarthy, a sign that these deliberations that went on overnight into this morning, this consternation and this discussion between McCarthy's allies and this never McCarthy group, as of this point, have not bared any fruit because nobody has changed their vote. And we've been at this for hours now, right? 5.5 hours yesterday. We're on the first ballot today. And if McCarthy doesn't win this ballot, if nobody gets a majority on this ballot, which is extremely likely to happen, we go on to a 5th ballot, Diane.
And to your point, McCarthy hasn't gained any new supporters, but he may have now lost Byron Donalds, who initially supported McCarthy, then threw his vote behind Jim Jordan, but said that he would support McCarthy again, potentially. And now we saw, as you said, kind of a surprise, Congressman Chip Roy pledging his support and nominating Byron Donald, and Byron Donald in that big moment at the House where people applauded, voting for himself. And for anyone just joining us, we're watching the House vote right now, the 4th vote now for Speaker of the House. And while that vote is still going on, it looks like once again the Republicans have failed to elect a House Speaker. Kevin McCarthy does not appear to have the votes to cross the finish line. And so we'll be monitoring this vote as it continues. And right now I want to hand it over to my ABC News Live co-anchor Kira Phillips in D.C. for more of that continuing coverage. Kira? Hi, Diane. Thank you so much. We do continue our coverage now as this deadlock just continues to drag on. And now President Biden is even calling it an embarrassment. We are now in round 4 of voting, and Kevin McCarthy is already on track to lose yet again. The House back in session after nearly 6 hours and 3 rounds of voting yesterday, and we still do not have a functioning Congress nor a Speaker of the House. Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy was blocked by members known as the Never Kevins, unable to secure the 218 votes that he needed to become the next Speaker of the House. So here we are again. Let's bring in our all-star political team, ABC News congressional correspondent Rachel Scott and Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill, ABC News senior White House correspondent Marielle Ellis Parks, and also ABC News political contributor and former DNC chair Donna Brazile, and ABC News political contributor and former Trump administration official Sarah Isker. Rachel, let's start with you. Here we are again. Bring us up to date about where things stand at this moment.
You know, leaving the Capitol yesterday, I had an opportunity to speak with Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, and he told me flat out that that was not the day that he wanted to have. And I could imagine that today may not be the day that he wanted to have as well, because look at these numbers. I mean, we are seeing the Democrat right now, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, actually get more votes yet again than the Republican leader that is nominated for Speaker. I mean, this has already made history, failing on the first ballot, but now we are moving into ballot number 4. And Kevin McCarthy still does not have the votes that he needs in order to become the next Speaker of the House. He has made major concessions here, including making it easier to remove him from the position of Speaker if he were to be elected. That's still not enough. He's actually allowed more time to read bills before they come to the floor. That's still not enough. They've talked about committee assignments, things that they want to prioritize, investigations. That is still not enough. So right now, it is unclear what the path forward is for Kevin McCarthy, but I can tell you he is as defiant as ever. I asked him, is there any scenario in which you would back out of this race? And he told me, no, it is not going to happen.
Wow, because that was the question we were asking yesterday, Rachel. You know, what does he cave? Does he give in? Is he forced to do something differently? But at this point, he's still telling you today he is not going anywhere.
He says he's not going anywhere. The way that he sees this, he says that he's almost there because he has the support of most of the Republican conference, but that's still not enough because this is a razor-thin majority. So, yes, if everyone's voting in present, he can only afford to lose 4 votes. You see the number on the screen there. It's 19 at this point. I mean, he just doesn't have it. He's made phone calls. Trump has backed him. I mean, none of this has mattered for this hard right-wing conservative group that are staunchly opposing him. And so I don't know how this is going to pan out, but one thing that I do know is that people here on both sides of the aisle are kind of growing frustrated that this process is continuing to drag out vote after vote because, as you said, the business of the House is on pause. We do not have a functioning Congress right now. Members have not even been sworn in. They cannot even take up legislation. Everything is on hold until this gets sorted out. And I can imagine that that frustration is going to continue to grow the more ballots that we see come to the floor, Kira.
Yeah, and frustrating for this White House and the Biden administration. That impacts its agenda, of course. And Rachel, I love how you've been chasing down Kevin McCarthy at every moment possible. Please continue to do so, because when you can get the information straight from the horse's mouth, we'll take it. And Jay, McCarthy has already moved into the House Speaker's office, as we've been talking about, in a sign of just how contentious all of this is, right? You had Republican Matt Gaetz questioning why he was even allowed to do that, even calling him a squatter. So things have been getting a little nasty here. Do you think the two sides are close to anything at this point?
Well, that is, yeah, the Matt Gaetz letter to the architect of the Capitol being one thing, but it does serve to the broader point, and it underscores what I've heard from lawmakers in that Never McCarthy group, the ones who've been ardently opposed to him since Election Day, some of them, which is that they don't feel at this juncture there is anything Kevin McCarthy can offer them to earn their vote, and they want him to step aside. Again, things could change. This is Congress. If we go ballot after ballot after ballot, there might be another eventuality duality here, but one of the things that I've heard from those close to these discussions between those Never Kevin group, between that Never Kevin group and representatives for Kevin McCarthy, is that they don't think that there's anything out there that they want from Kevin McCarthy anymore. He's made significant concessions. He's caved on large parts of a rule that would make it easier to remove him from the speaker's chair if he becomes the eventual Speaker of the House. So the question is, what does Kevin McCarthy have to deal with going forward? What deals are out there for him to strike? And only he can really answer that question. And we're seeing, at least as of the results of this fourth ballot, that all the time that Kevin McCarthy and his allies had overnight and into this morning to work on those 20 yesterday Never McCarthy votes, those 20 lawmakers who voted against Kevin McCarthy, all the time that lawmakers had to work on them, all the time that McCarthy's allies had to try to flip them, was unsuccessful, because we haven't seen anyone change their vote today from having voted against Kevin McCarthy yesterday to voting for Kevin McCarthy this afternoon. So clearly something in Kevin McCarthy's calculus has to change if he wants to win between this fourth ballot and this fifth ballot. The question is, will it? And Kira, before I even put a pin in that point, I just want to add one more thing as Elise Stefanik goes up here and we're in the S's in the vote. This is a long process. Again, almost 6 hours, as you said yesterday. You and I had been making a point yesterday about how long of a process this is. There was a newborn baby there on the House floor. I just want to tell you, as a personal favor to you, that baby is back today. So that baby is back on the House floor watching these proceedings again with his dad.
I love it. So you were able to get more intel, because you and I were talking. I mean, 6 hours was a really long time. We had a lot of serious discussions about what was happening on the floor, but we couldn't discount the fact that there were all these family members that were there for the big day, including these brand new babies. What type of intel did you get? Did sources tell you who this baby belonged to?
Well, he's been tweeting about his baby. Representative Jimmy Gomez of California is tweeting that it was him with his baby yesterday, and then there's a tweet, and I'm looking at it here on my phone, of him changing a diaper and saying we're back at it again. So that indicates that I think the baby is back out there on the floor. But I will work on that in addition to figuring out who the next Speaker of the House is going to be.
That is so fantastic. And if you can work an interview with Jimmy Gomez, possibly holding his newborn, that would just be the live shot of a lifetime as we make our way through the hours and hours of voting. Jay, you're amazing. All right, Sarah, back to serious business here. McCarthy has already made a lot of concessions, right? It really seems like this is more personal now than it is political. So what happens if more Republicans decide to move away from McCarthy?
I think what's most bewildering is, what was the strategy in adjourning last night? You know, McCarthy had originally said that he planned to sort of vote until everyone got exhausted. In part, that strategy made a lot of sense, because if Democrats were to leave the floor, it would lower the overall threshold. So if he, lost 34 Democrats, that could get him to the number he needed. But instead, they adjourned. So we assumed that he either had some deal he thought he could make, or he thought outside, influencers, Tucker Carlson maybe, could, convince these people to come on board. Or was he making a deal to step aside for Steve Scalise, for instance? But here we are today. Nothing seems to have changed. The votes all look the same on the fourth ballot. I don't see a path forward right now for Kevin McCarthy if he couldn't get it done from Election Day to yesterday, and then there was no change overnight.
So, Sarah, what do you say to those that are saying to McCarthy, look, can't you see this isn't going to go anywhere? They don't want you in this position. So something has to give.
Yeah, when I've talked to some of these Republican congressmen who are in that Never Kevin camp, it is about Kevin McCarthy. You'll notice this isn't about some principle or some specific policy that they want to pursue. They don't trust Kevin McCarthy. As one put it to me, how can you trust someone who wants the job this badly? His speech to the caucus before the votes were taken, where he said, I've earned this, I think really rankled some feathers, as well as y'all mentioned before, Kira, moving into the speaker's office before he had been elected speaker when he knew he didn't have the votes. It's those type of personality clashes that I think are making this a no-go for those 20 Republican congressmen.
So, Donna Brazile, Democrats seem to be the only people unified here. So what's the strategy? And could we maybe see some Democrats vote for McCarthy just to get on with this?
Absolutely not. There's no reason whatsoever for Democrats to cross over and support Kevin McCarthy without getting some concessions. Everyone else has gotten stuff from Kevin McCarthy. So why not, give the Democrats half the committee seats? So it's 50-50. Democrats can request possibly doing more with the January 6th report. But look, those questions are not being entertained. The issue today is Kevin McCarthy. He's unable to bring his caucus together. He's unable to get to the required number of votes, 218. As I mentioned earlier, this is something that is written in the Constitution. You have to elect a Speaker of the House. In all of the years I served as a congressional staff person, we knew that every 2 years following the elections, even those elections that Democrats lost, yes, I was there when the Republicans took control during the Clinton years, and I was there back in the 1980s when Democrats had unified government. You have to elect a speaker. Kevin McCarthy has wanted to be speaker for the longest time. He, I guess, and Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong, he went out there and campaigned for Republicans, raised millions of dollars for Republicans just for this moment. And right now he has fallen short.
So if indeed, Donna, he ends up speaker, how does he lead? How does he gain respect? How does this even work? There's so much division.
Well, there's going to be a lot more than division. There's going to be a lot of blood on the table. And I hate to use that metaphor, especially after I've been binge watching some of this creepy stuff. But look, the question is Kevin McCarthy convince those 20 members? Last week, Sarah and I, we thought it was 5. We thought it was 9. It is 20 members of his caucus that are voting for someone else. Can he convince those 20 members? Supposedly last night over pizza and God knows whatever else, I hope it was something delicious that they had with their pizza, he empowered 5 of the rebels to go out and get more supporters. He also had former President Trump weigh in the kind of way that you want somebody like Donald Trump to weigh in, which is to make phone calls. And yet that didn't move the needle. If Donald Trump, the former president of the United States, a diehard MAGA member, cannot move MAGA members and others to support Kevin McCarthy, who will?
But isn't that a part of the problem here, Donna, that McCarthy aligned himself so tightly with Trump, and here we are?
Well, I mean, look, we can sing a song that has been written before, but the melody won't change. I mean, I don't like to use that old metaphor, you lie in bed with dogs, whatever, because, my dog doesn't have fleas, but I don't know. I'm not the Republican in the family. I'm a Democrat. And for the first time in a long time, Democrats, and we still have some institutional and some intergenerational issues, but we're united. We're united behind policies. And we united back in November behind the leadership that you see today, represented by Hakeem Jeffries of Brooklyn. The Republicans are not united behind Kevin McCarthy. I think we need to say the quiet part out loud. The Republicans are not ready for prime time. Now, I have my own favorites within the Republican Party. If somebody comes to me and say, hey, who do you think would be a good consensus speaker that Democrats and Republicans can both rely on? I have several candidates, but I don't want to, throw the baby out because the bathwater is not even warm yet. And you just talked about babies. But it's clear to me that the Republicans are in a foul mood right now. Donald Trump was not able to bring Kevin over the water, over the bridge. And now Kevin is going to have to.
Donna, we'll be back. We're going to take it to David Muir now and our special coverage.
On Capitol Hill, the live pictures there on the screen. We will not be coming on the air for every one of these rounds of voting unless there is a speaker named or something extraordinary we're not expecting. But we do come on now because they have now finished their first round of voting today. And after multiple votes yesterday, again today, Republican Kevin McCarthy unable to secure the votes he needs. So just to set the stage here, the new Congress is there ready to be sworn in, but no speaker, no business moving forward. Republicans now in control of the House. Now day 2, and they are still unwilling to coalesce around a speaker here. Again, Kevin McCarthy, of course, wants this job, hasn't been able to secure the votes he needs. blocked by a mutiny of sorts led by hardline conservatives. Political fighting within his own party being waged in front of the American people yet again today, now in its second day. We haven't seen this, as we've been pointing out here, in 100 years in this country. Former President Trump, we should add, unable to sway the holdouts after today urging Republicans to, quote, vote for Kevin, close the deal. They have not. President Biden today weighing in on the chaos, saying it's, quote, not a good look for the country, adding, quote, I hope they get their act together. McCarthy arrived on Capitol Hill sounding optimistic this morning, insisting he's not backing down, saying, I think we will get to 218. He had hoped to adjourn before this first vote today to continue to campaign behind the scenes, but he would have needed a majority to adjourn and didn't have it. So let's get right to ABC's Rachel Scott, John Carl, both covering Congress back up on the Hill for us today. And Rachel, McCarthy wanted to adjourn this. It's believed that didn't happen. The fourth round of voting went forward. And again, he just simply didn't have the vote. So what now? And are we to believe now on day 2 of this that he's going to be able to get some of these holdouts to come his way?
Well, David, what we are witnessing right now is just simply extraordinary. And Republican leadership was in talks to try to adjourn the House as soon as they convened. But Kevin McCarthy didn't even have the votes to do that. You know, leaving the Capitol yesterday, I had an opportunity to speak with him, and he told me that was not the day that he wanted to have. And I can imagine he may be saying that once again today, because for the 4th time, he does not have the votes to become the next Speaker of the House, even after making some major concessions. The big question now is, where does this go from here? I asked him, is there any scenario in which you will back away from the Speaker's race? And he told me, no, it is not going to happen. But what is it going to take to get some of those conservative Republicans to cave?
And John Carl, former President Trump saying, vote Kevin, let's get this done. They didn't listen. So what does it say about all this and about former president's sway or lack thereof here today?
I mean, Donald Trump came out and gave a full-throated, hearty endorsement this morning of Kevin McCarthy, urging Republicans to unite behind him, vote for him. And what happened? It didn't sway a single vote. All 20 who voted against McCarthy yesterday in the 3rd ballot voted against him again today. And actually, David, McCarthy lost ground. He got 1 fewer votes because Victoria Sparks, a Republican from Indiana, voted present. That was somebody who had voted for him all 3 times yesterday, now voted present. Why did she vote present and not vote for Byron Donalds of Texas, who was put into nomination? Well, we don't know yet. We haven't had a chance to talk to her. She is a Ukrainian American, and Byron Donalds has been harshly critical of aid to Ukraine. That may have been a factor here. But what matters is McCarthy's vote total actually went down on the fourth ballot.
Last and quick question for both of you. Are the Republicans, given your sourcing up there on the Hill, aware of the obvious optics here on day 2? This is a big deal that Republicans would get back control of the House, and yet 2 days of chaos here, unable to select a speaker. And if Kevin McCarthy is able to pull this off in the end, what are they doing to this speaker and his power, essentially, to sort of coalesce this group of Republicans behind him moving forward? What does this portend for the next 2 years in the House?
I mean, make no mistake about it. This casts a major shadow over that win, the majority in the House. We do not have a functioning Congress at this point. No bills can be passed in the House. Members cannot even be sworn in until there is a speaker. And there is a question that if McCarthy is able to pull this off, what kind of speaker is he going to be? He certainly would enter in a weaker position than he would if he had gotten this on the first time around.
Look, Republicans won the majority, David, but they don't have Congress. There is no Congress right now. So I think they are aware of those optics, although those that are opposing McCarthy don't seem to care very much about that at all.
Again, bottom line here, as you both point out so well, Congress is at a standstill while Republicans on day 2 now are still unable to select their speaker. Rachel Scott, John Carl, we count on you, and we'll come right back to you this afternoon if there is an unexpected moment that comes our way, or if perhaps there is a speaker by the end of the afternoon. And of course, both of them and our entire team will be with me for World News Tonight later today. Our coverage will continue ABC News Live, abcnews.com, and I'll see you for World News Tonight. I'm David Muir in New York. Good day.
This has been a spin.
And we continue our coverage here. Thank you so much, David, as this deadlock just continues to drag on and on. President Biden even calling it an embarrassment for our country. Now, we are in round 4 of voting, and Kevin McCarthy already on track to lose yet again. The House is back in session after nearly 6 hours and 3 rounds of voting yesterday. We still don't have a functioning Congress nor a Speaker of the House. Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy was blocked by members known as the Never Kevins, unable to secure those 218 votes that he needed to become the next Speaker of the House. Let's bring in, let's discuss this more. Actually, we've wrapped up the 4th round of voting now, haven't we? Right, it just wrapped. Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure, because we're looking at pictures now, we can see Matt Gaetz. People are starting to huddle, clearly. Some discussions going on. Matt Gaetz, not surprising, and a heated discussion there on the floor with members. Would love to be able to hear that conversation going on. Jay O'Brien is on Capitol Hill. ABC News White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks also with us. ABC News political contributor and former DNC chair Donna Brazile, and ABC News political contributor and former Trump administration official Sarah Isker. Okay, guys, Jay, we now have a present vote. That seems to be the newest piece of information here. Representative Victoria Spartz, Republican of Indiana. She just changed the game a bit.
Yeah, and it underscores, frankly, Kira, how much drama of this is hidden in the details. A present vote would never get this kind of attention, but it's important for 2 reasons. So first things first, a present vote is just saying, I'm voting that I'm here, I'm physically here, I'm voting, but I'm not voting for anyone in particular. If you have enough present votes, it actually lowers the threshold that you need to become the next Speaker of the House. That doesn't happen in this case, but it's also extremely significant that Victoria Spartz casted that present vote because she previously had voted for Kevin McCarthy yesterday. So it's a sign that Kevin McCarthy is again slowly losing votes. Over the first 2 ballots yesterday, Kevin McCarthy didn't lose any votes, and then come that 3rd vote, he loses Byron Donalds, who votes for Jim Jordan. Today we begin this next round of voting. We're on the 4th ballot. Byron Donalds sticks with voting against McCarthy and votes for himself. He gets 20 votes overall, and the Victoria Spartz adds those who are voting against McCarthy, again, not voting for a particular candidate, but casting a vote against McCarthy. That's what present means in this case. If you're moving from Kevin McCarthy to present, it means you're voting against Kevin McCarthy. What her reasoning was for that or anything of that nature, we're still trying to work out. But it's a sign that Kevin McCarthy's efforts to whip votes up until this point, he had all night, as you can recall, to whip votes. He had this morning as well to try to get support from those lawmakers who did not want to vote for him yesterday. Those efforts appear to not have succeeded because he didn't pick up any votes in his direction, and he lost Victoria Spartz. So it gets harder and harder for Kevin McCarthy here.
Yeah, no doubt. And, you know, the question is he running out of options? Are there other options? What is he thinking? Is he going to stay in the fight here? If you ask our Rachel Scott and our John Carl, who have been following this since the very beginning. Rachel, you caught up with Kevin McCarthy earlier today, and he says he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, he says that he is going to battle this out. The way that he sees it, Kevin McCarthy thinks that he's actually close. And yeah, sure, he does have the most support in the Republican conference, but it's still not enough to get there, and it's not a good sign that he hasn't been able to peel away anyone who has opposed him. And so at this point, it's unclear really what the strategy is here going forward.
I mean, he's going in the wrong direction. He's lost, you know, he's gone down from 203 to 201 votes. It's not like a groundswell against him, but he needs it to go in the other direction. And I thought one of the fascinating things here is that you had an endorsement from Donald Trump this morning, very full-throated endorsement, encouraging all Republicans to vote for McCarthy, saying he'll be a good speaker, maybe even a great speaker, and not a single one of those 20 who voted against him in the 3rd ballot yesterday switched the vote, despite the fact this is really the Trumpiest wing of the party here in the House. Not a single one of them listened to Donald Trump on this. Certainly not a good sign for Donald Trump. I mean, well, it's not a good sign for Donald Trump, but it's also not a good sign for Kevin McCarthy, because what can he do? He's tried to give concession after concession to the Freedom Caucus. He's tried to threaten the Freedom Caucus, and he's tapped Donald Trump, and none of it has worked. In fact, it's very slowly moving in the other direction.
Well, John, you bring up a good point, though. A little slip of the tongue there, but this doesn't play well for Trump, right? I mean, if we just kind of take a break from what we're seeing happening here, the fact that he could not sway a single vote. If anything, you had Victoria Spartz voting present, right? McCarthy actually went backwards since Trump gave his big endorsement, which clearly didn't go anywhere. Is this sort of a sign of what's to come as we look forward to 2024? Is this telling us more, not just about the Speaker and the House and Congress, but also the future of Donald Trump?
Look, if Donald Trump can't sway the ultra MAGA wing of the Republican Party in the House, who does he have power over? I think it's a real wake-up call for Donald Trump and really a moment to question whether he has any influence at all in the Republican Party. He's the only declared presidential candidate. Polls would suggest that Republican voters still think highly of him, but my God, he couldn't sway a single of the most pro-Trump Republicans in the House, not a single one of them.
All right, Rachel, John, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be talking throughout the day here as we cover this ongoing vote after vote after vote. Not sure when it's going to end, how long we're going to go. Live pictures now of Kevin McCarthy. It seems like he got a pretty good night's sleep. He's charming. Fellow members there on the floor there as we look at these live pictures. Political Director Rick Klein, it was a late day and an early morning for you as well. What are your thoughts right now as we wrap up now 4 rounds of voting? And Kevin McCarthy not moving the needle at all, if anything, going a bit backwards.
Yeah, going from 203 to 202 late yesterday, 201. The idea of taking this break was that somehow the pressure would be brought to bear on those 20 holdout Republicans. They would feel the pressure of conservative media. They'd feel the pressure of constituents. They'd feel the pressure of needing to get something done. None of that happened, and in fact, their ranks potentially grow by 1. Victoria Spartz, quite a bit different than the other holdouts, not an ultra-MAGA conservative by any stretch, much more of a moderate, as John pointed out, been a staunch advocate for continued support for Ukraine and funding for Ukraine, which might explain why it was a present vote and not a Byron Donalds vote. But the important thing, to my mind, that was demonstrated here, beyond McCarthy losing a vote, is that those 20 votes stuck together. And in fact, all 20 of them shifted their allegiance from Jim Jordan to Byron Donalds without really much reason or explanation on the front end. Byron Donalds does not have a national profile like Jim Jordan. They were able to demonstrate that those 20 votes can move in a block. I would posit that they could nominate Mickey Mouse right now and get 20 votes, and I don't say that with any particular Disney loyalties in mind. I think that those 20 demonstrating that they are a group is extremely powerful, and that to me is the biggest development of the day so far. None of them are peeling away. All of them are moving their allegiance together, and that is what has to spell some tough writing on the wall for Kevin McCarthy, because if you couldn't convince them through that 24 hours of lingering in the wind, if you couldn't convince them by the very passionate arguments that McCarthy and his allies, including Jim Jordan yesterday, made on the House floor, what is left to bring them over? You'll have increasing numbers of people say it's impossible, because now McCarthy is literally moving in the wrong direction.
Is Mickey Mouse nonpartisan?
I think enough. We'll see.
Okay, let's stay with this, Rick. Mary Alice, an interesting split screen that we have been watching when you've got the chaos on the Hill while President Biden was holding this bipartisan event with one of his top rivals. I don't know if we have that shot or not, Republican Senator Mitch McConnell. It sends quite a message. I don't know if we're able to bring up the split screen of the two. There we go. So we have Biden with McConnell, and then we look at what's happening on the floor. What kind of message does that send? The president is talking about what we're seeing here live on the floor with McCarthy, a total embarrassment. And then at the same time, you see him with Mitch McConnell, seeming that they're talking, getting along, appearing together. Who has the stronger, who sends the stronger message here?
It is a remarkable split screen, Kira, and everyone is talking about it in Washington today, because you're right. It's not just that Biden happens to be in Kentucky. He is at this event with Republican leader Mitch McConnell, the two of them praising each other for their ability to work together to get that big infrastructure bill over the finish line. Both leaders up there talking today about what it meant to them to be able to work together, to cross party lines, to get something done. I mean, really powerful quotes, actually, from Mitch McConnell, where he talked about about how, he always believes that regardless of how different people might be, the differences between the two parties, that he thinks it's important that they work on what they can agree on. So basically, they're trying to send this message of let's get on with governing. We know this is going to be a tricky time in Washington with a divided government, but let's see what else we might be able to get done. And then here you have this chaos on the House, like we've been talking about all day, where really it seems like House Republicans can't figure out how to even start governing, let alone show interest in governing, show interest in getting things done, working with Democrats, working with this White House, getting anything done down the road. Under this question about where this ends, I do just keep wondering, is there some kind of behind-the-scenes whipping going on for anyone else? I mean, at some point, are there Republican leaders that are starting to ask around about how many votes Steve Scalise could get on a single ballot? How many votes could Elise Stefanik, number 2 and 3 in the Republican leadership, how many votes could they get on a single ballot? At some point, you would believe, if it continues to go like this, that someone in Republican leadership might be beginning to have the tough conversations with McCarthy about how this just does not look good for Republicans, and at what point does he need to step aside and let someone else, try to win this?
So, Donna Brazile, same question to you. Biden holding this bipartisan event amid all this chaos happening on the floor there at Capitol Hill. What do you make of that?
Well, first of all, the bipartisan infrastructure bill is such a great piece of legislation. I'm glad that he's there to demonstrate once again to the American people that divided government is not dysfunctional government. And the American people, I think, should have confidence that despite all of what's happening today on Capitol Hill, government can work. Government can function well. And yes, there's a lot of work to do in paving the road toward more bipartisan goals and achievements in the 108th Congress. I've been thinking during the break of how did Kevin get to Mr. McCarthy, I should say. I know him as Kevin, but Mr. McCarthy, how does Leader McCarthy get to 218 when there's so much chaos in his caucus? And I was watching Matt Gaetz talk to a handful of lawmakers. He's still talking, including Jim Jordan. I think they're going to have to adjourn and go back to the drawing table and see if they can come up with more compromises. Look, the Democrats are not going to like the compromises. It's going to be more, burdensome, conspiracy-laden theory suggestions. But the bottom line is, can he get to 218 without giving up the House? And the fact is, he may not be able to get to 2018. And if that's the case, I think it's time to ponder who might step in and fill those shoes.
All right, let me just throw something out here. I'm going to ask you, Donna, this question, and then Sarah, I'm going to ask you. So we're seeing Kevin McCarthy not back down, saying that he's not going to step aside. He's going to stay in this until the very end. Okay, I'm having flashbacks here of a Donald Trump saying he's not leaving the White House. This election is incorrect. I want a do-over. I'm seeing sort of the same images of what we watched after the presidential election. If indeed he refuses to leave, he's already moving in to the office, then what happens next? I mean, Matt Gaetz is calling him a squatter, but in all seriousness, could we see him actually moving in, saying he's not going anywhere, and then what? I mean, do the Capitol Police have to come in and remove him?
Well, as you all know, the clerk of the House, working with the parliamentarian right now, is conducting the vote. This is an Article 1 issue. The House shall elect a speaker. And if Kevin McCarthy is incapable or unable to get to 2018, it is important that Steve Scalise and Elise Stefanik and other members of the House Republican caucus regroup and begin to tell Kevin the votes are not there. It's a tough conversation, but somebody has to be the grown-up in this caucus and go ahead and tell the truth. The Republicans are not capable of meeting the moment.
Okay, so Sarah, your thoughts. Could we see this coming down to the caucus, sitting Kevin McCarthy down and saying, here's the deal. It's not going anywhere. We've got to be the adult in the room here. We can't be doing this for days and days and days.
Look, he has a couple options right now. One, he pledged earlier on that he would not work with Democrats in order to secure the speakership. At this point, if Kevin McCarthy wants to be Speaker of the House, he is going to need help from Democrats. Now, he doesn't need them to vote for him. What he needs are 20 Democrats, potentially more now, to vote present or leave and simply not vote at all. What he would need to offer them in order to get that, as Donna threw out some suggestions about sharing committee chairmanships, I mean, the problem for Kevin McCarthy is it may get him the speakership, but it will have been a betrayal of sort of the Republican majority if he has to trade away power to Democrats to do it. The other option is Kevin McCarthy is not Speaker of the House, because there's no reason to think that these 20 never Kevin votes would not vote, for instance, for Steve Scalise, his number 2. So the question for Kevin McCarthy right now is, do you want to be Speaker badly enough to give some power to the Democrats in the House, or would you rather have a Republican majority united behind a Speaker that's Republican, but it's not you?
So could we see a situation here where Kevin McCarthy just, now that Spartz, right, has come forward voting present, is it possible now that we've had the first sort of backwards move, could it keep going in reverse now, Sarah?
I mean, that's the problem for McCarthy. As John Carl said, these numbers have all been moving the wrong direction. Interestingly, Victoria Spartz is a congresswoman from Indiana. They have an open Senate seat in 2024. There have been rumors that she's very interested in running for that Senate seat. I bring that up because if this is seen now as a politically advantageous thing to vote against Kevin McCarthy is in big trouble. But more than even losing votes, this doesn't move forward unless he can gain votes. And that's where I think Kevin McCarthy has the biggest problem. You don't want to do this forever. You can do it for a few more days. Democrats have told their caucus that they may be here through the weekend. Fair enough. But if you're not moving votes, if you're sort of bleeding out 1 or 2 votes each round, even though Kevin McCarthy is way in the lead at this point, it won't matter if he's not willing to make a deal with Democrats to, again, vote present, lower that overall threshold, or step aside and let his number 2, Steve Scalise, take the vote for himself.
Don, let me take that to you. How likely could we see we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Steve Scalise, next in line, move in here?
Well, as you know, I'm a proud graduate of Louisiana State University, and Steve Scalise is a proud graduate of Louisiana State University. I shouldn't have to say any more. And I was just +1 at the 2021 inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Shouldn't have to say any more. Steve Scalise is an honorable, good man. He's a conservative. We have plenty of disagreements outside of course, we love LSU and the Saints, but he is capable of leading his caucus. The question is, are the Republicans willing to, embrace number 2, or will they look at Elise Stefanik, or will they look at Patrick Henry? There are many other people who I think are capable of maybe consolidating more support, but the bottom line is Democrats are not going to step across that aisle. The Republicans are going to have to fend for themselves and figure this out again. They're not prepared for the moment. They've had years to prepare for this moment. They've had months and weeks in the last few days, and yet Mr. McCarthy was incapable of bringing those rebels over the transom. So I think this is up to the Republicans, and if he goes another round and loses more votes, you know what? This is, as Joe Biden, the president, said this morning, this is a big embarrassment.
So then, Sarah, let me ask you, how much does this weaken the caucus going into 2024?
This is not good news for the Republican caucus. Look, here's the positive for them. Joe Biden is in the White House. Democrats still control the Senate. It's not like there was some big conservative agenda that was actually going to get into law just because they control the House of Representatives. That being said, Republicans saw taking the House as an important part of their message in 2024 to voters. They were going to investigate the Biden White House and the Biden Department of Justice. They were going to force Joe Biden to veto, well, now they don't have the Senate, so it won't even get there. But they wanted to pass bills as sort of these messaging, big picture political statements. They're not getting to do any of that. And after, years, as Donna mentioned, of sort of the headline Democrats in disarray as Nancy Pelosi was trying to hold together her caucus, Nancy Pelosi now looks as a great speaker with this as the comparison. It's their first step off the mark, and this is what the American people are saying. So does it matter, big picture a year from now, will we look back and say, oh, this was the end? No, but it's not a good sign for whoever is going to be speaker that they can hold this Republican caucus together and actually move forward anywhere over the next 2 years.
There's the gavel, so this might be a breakdown of the final count. Let's listen in.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 20. With one member-elect recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the whole number of votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Now, why would I, as a conservative, as an Army Ranger, business guy, the first guy that the House Freedom Caucus backed in a congressional race, why would I nominate Kevin McCarthy to become the next Speaker of the House? Why would Jim Jordan? Why would other conservatives like Thomas Massey, Jim Banks, Kevin Hern, and others support Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House? You know, something in our nature as humans causes us to dehumanize others when we engage in conflict. Dehumanizing others makes it easier to ascribe bad motives and to engage in the fight. But it also makes it harder to understand one another. As actions push further disagreement, arguments tend to escalate rather than resolve. We're on the precipice of such a destructive argument today. I plead with all of my Republican colleagues, let cooler, more rational heads prevail. Let us unite as Republicans to elect the next Speaker of the House. Unlike Democrats, nearly every Republican at least campaigns on some form of smaller, more accountable government. Once we get here, the bipartisan consensus keeps growing a bigger, less accountable government. The American people know that the status quo is broken, that we've become less free, less safe, and more burdened by debt. The American people are sick and tired of it, and they keep sending us reinforcements that today help make up our small majority. But a majority is only a majority if we actually work together. Now, lots of people back home don't trust anyone in this town. Perhaps we would be wise to listen to them and some wisdom from Ronald Reagan. Trust, but verify. Trust is a fragile condition and easily broken. As I've listened to my friends, 20 of whom have opposed Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House, and others. The root issue is this: they do not trust Kevin McCarthy. What can heal that divide? Right now, there are a lot of colleagues that don't trust 20 or more of my fellow Republicans. Right now, though we remain divided, an actual majority of the House Freedom Caucus members do support Kevin McCarthy. This summer, a unified House Freedom Caucus started the negotiations with a proposal for new rules, a different way to govern that empowers committees and regular members. We proposed that a set of tools could be structured to make trust more verifiable and allow recourse if that trust is ever broken. Following the election, Kevin McCarthy engaged in that negotiation. He led the conference to adopt substantive reforms that will make our majority more effective. Let me list some of them. Andrew Clyde's proposal to restore public access to the Capitol. Lauren Boebert's proposal to reduce the linkage between the NRCC and the steering committee process. Gary Palmer's proposal to cap spending on suspension bills. Ralph Norman's proposal to limit leadership reports and make conference more about engaging all members. Chip Roy's proposal to provide a 5-day notice for suspension votes. Dan Bishop's proposal in privileged resolutions. Scott Perry's proposal for additional conference meetings ahead of key votes. Bob Good's proposal on standalone appropriations bills. Andy Biggs' proposal limiting suspension waivers from committees. Chip Roy's proposal to make co-sponsored amendments in order. Affirm 72-hour publication of bills before calling for a recorded vote. An end to proxy voting. An end to remote participation in committee work by members of Congress. The Holman Rule. An end to the Gephardt Rule. Cut go instead of pay go. An end to unblocked suspension votes. A major reform worked out with Morgan Griffin, what we hope to call the Griffin Rule, on single subject bills subject to germaneness points of order and amendment. Diverse viewpoints on every committee. Lastly, a church-style commission was added to the Judiciary Committee focused on the abuses our own big government has unjustly collaborated with big business and big tech to silence, persecute, or even prosecute our fellow citizens. As Thomas Massey pointed out, Elon Musk bought a crime scene. Now that we know and the public knows, the question is, what in the hell are we going to do about it? Well, this select committee answers that question with oversight and leadership by our most effective member, my friend and colleague, the future chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Congressman Jim Jordan. We, as Republicans, are a big and diverse conference. The real question goes back to strategy. Can we accept incremental progress? Can we work for a victory, one first down at a time? Or can we only accept the high-risk trick plays? Can we set about the hard work of winning debates with our colleagues, as we have done through this process? Can we take a win every now and then and give hope to the forgotten men and women of America who no longer believe this place, this people's house, cares about them? Or having achieved nearly every concession that we've asked for, including a motion to vacate the chair with one privilege resolution, does it really boil down to this, that 20 or more of my colleagues will never trust Kevin McCarthy as Speaker? I feel at this time we risk a worse outcome if we cannot unite behind the man that has helped us achieve these substantive reforms. Reforms that offer all of us, this whole body, hope for change in this broken status quo. Reforms that our voters have demanded, reforms that we've worked hard together to achieve, and finally, reforms that we risk forfeiting if we do not work together as Republicans to elect the next Speaker of the House. Now's the time for deeds, not words, and I nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House. I humbly ask for your support.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, the lead vote getter in the last 4 tallies, Democrats are united behind a speaker who will work to codify the right to seek an abortion into law. Like all of us, Hakeem has spoken about consistently the disastrous Dobbs decision. He has spoken time and time again that it is well past time to codify Roe v. Wade into law, and he knows that young women should not grow up in a world with fewer rights than their parents and grandparents. He will ensure that reproductive freedom is enshrined into law. So that's why, Madam Clerk, as chair of the Democratic caucus, I am directed by the caucus to present for election Hakeem Jeffries, representative-elect from New York, as our next speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
I rise to nominate Congressman Byron Donalds.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today to nominate Byron Donalds, my friend, an amazing man of Florida, an amazing leader, someone who almost even took leadership here in our Republican Party and came very close in doing so, and it was a very brave run that he took. He's a man who understands what tough times look like and has come out of those tough times even stronger, more liberated, and as a leader. Now, we just heard from my respected colleague from Ohio, and he stated some amazing rules that we have been able to get an agreement on, I think. We were threatened pretty heavily in conference, saying if we don't do as we ought, then some of those rules may just go away. But even naming the germaneness rule, which is really fantastic, after Morgan Griffith, well, that was our idea too. My question is, why didn't the supposed leader of the Republican Party present these rules? Why were we fought so hard on these rules? The barrier that still stands in the way of these rules is the structure that prevents us from rolling over. And as my friend from Chip Roy stated, we need the tools and the leadership to do our job correctly. And I believe that Byron Donalds is the man to lead us to that path of getting America on track and uniting the Republican Party. My colleagues and I have worked tirelessly for months to build consensus, to negotiate in good faith, to help unify our party on border security, energy security, debt reduction, term limits, earmarks, among other many common sense policies. But too often our efforts have fallen on deaf ears. Our border is wide open. Inflation is out of control. The Senate just passed $1.7 trillion without our input. So let me be clear. Our job is not to coronate the biggest fundraiser or rubber stamp the status quo or keep on going along to get along. It's to use our votes to elect a speaker who will enable us to get our country back on track. Getting the job done is what we were elected to do. And that starts with having a leader who supports Republican principles, builds consensus, and has a proven track record of success. Byron Donalds is that leader. Republicans, including many moderates, have been impressed by Byron Donalds. They're impressed by his ability to work together. They respect his leadership. We see him as someone who can communicate what we are all wanting to do in this House to Americans, and he represents so much more than just his district in Florida. Many millions of Americans all over this nation praise the work and the leadership of Byron Donalds. So let's work together. Let's stop with the campaign smears and tactics to get people to turn against us, even having my favorite president call us and tell us we need to knock this off. I think it actually needs to be reversed. The president needs to tell Kevin McCarthy that, sir, you do not have the votes and it's time to withdraw. And with that, I yield. Thank you. I yield.
Yield back.
Yes, ma'am.
The reading clerk will again call the roll.
So, fifth time's the charm? Kevin McCarthy hopes so. After becoming the first person to lose an election for Speaker in about 100 years, he's now lost 3 more times, and the numbers are just getting worse. 20 Republicans voting for Congressman Byron Donalds now from Florida. You just heard the nomination, and 1 person actually voting present. ABC's Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill. ABC News political director Rick Klein also with us. ABC News political contributor and former DNC chair Donna Brazile, and ABC News political contributor and former Trump administration official Sarah Isgur. All right, it seems like it would be appropriate to start talking about Donalds. What do you think, Jay?
My gosh, there is so much to unpack here, Kira. So first and foremost, the strategy we have seen from those lawmakers who are opposing Kevin McCarthy has been to coalesce around a single challenge candidate every single ballot. On the first ballot, there was a smattering of different votes. Some people voted for Andy Biggs. 1 person voted for Byron Donalds. Some people voted for Jim Jordan. I'm thinking all the way back to yesterday, by the way. It feels like years ago, but it was just yesterday. Then on the second ballot, everybody coalesces around Jim Jordan as the protest candidate to McCarthy. On the third ballot, everyone's still coalescing around Jim Jordan. Now today, as a new day dawns on that 4th ballot, we see Byron Donalds emerge as that protest candidate to Kevin McCarthy. He gets 20 votes in the 4th ballot, which just ended. We're now starting the 5th ballot. And when you saw Donalds nominated by Lauren Boebert there, who just recently has become an outspoken anti-McCarthy vote. She wasn't always in the camp of the Never McCarthys. She's just joined them as of recently. But she looks at Kevin McCarthy and has that key moment there where she says, sir, you do not have the votes, and she encourages him to withdraw. That sums up the sentiment we're hearing from the group of that opposition to Kevin McCarthy. We heard it from Bob Good, who spoke with my colleague Will Staken just off the House floor not long ago, and Staken asked him, what can Kevin McCarthy do to try to become Speaker, to earn your vote? And Good, in response to all of that, says, and here's the direct quote, he can withdraw. He's encouraging Kevin McCarthy to withdraw. Bob Good's advice to Kevin McCarthy is the same as Lauren Boebert's, which is there is nothing you can do to earn the votes of those currently opposing you if you're Kevin McCarthy. It jives with what I've been hearing from sources as late as last night, or as recently as last night, rather, who have said to me they don't see any concession that Kevin McCarthy can make to swap the votes of those 5 key Never McCarthy Republicans whose numbers have only grown. If you think back right after the election, those 5 lawmakers come out and say, we don't want Kevin McCarthy to be the Speaker. That's a fatal number for him in his bid for Speaker because he can only afford to lose 4, and that extra 1 puts him in peril to become the Speaker. They've grown their numbers since, right? They've picked up 15. There's now 20 people voting against Kevin McCarthy. But even if he gets all of those 15 votes back, if those 5 who do not want to support Kevin McCarthy stay together, that is still a situation that if he wants to get to 218 is nearly impossible unless he were to pick up Democratic votes or there were to be some kind of a deal that's brokered, which we've heard from Democratic leadership, they say is extremely unlikely. The other thing we saw just recently was in the period between the votes, when the clerk is counting the votes and about to announce the official tally, which we just saw her do, that's the period in which you see lawmakers whip votes and try to pick up votes for Kevin McCarthy or the Never McCarthy group try to stay together. We saw Kevin McCarthy there. He was sitting on the House floor. He was speaking with Patrick McHenry, who's a very close advisor of hers. They were so deep in conversation, Kira, that when Kevin McCarthy's vote total got announced and he got applause, he had to be shaken out of that conversation from McHenry, and he was surprised and began to applaud for himself. So they were so locked in conversation. It shows you how intense the situation is here on the House floor for Kevin McCarthy. One more point. We also saw on that floor a group of the Never McCarthy Republicans, Matt Gaetz being the most vocal of them, also meeting, appearing to be locked in a heated discussion there. They have indicated they are not going to change their minds. They are not going to flip to Kevin McCarthy. And we'll see if the proof is in the pudding on this fifth ballot, which is beginning now.
Boy, the mood sure has changed since yesterday, right? Today's actually the first day where we're hearing members stand up and use the word withdraw, the W word.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, when you're a new member of Congress, your first day in Congress is ceremonial. You vote for the speaker. The speaker candidate is largely predetermined. It's somewhat of a pro forma vote, although there is opposition. Nancy Pelosi faced opposition, for instance, although it wasn't significant opposition to derail her in the way that it's derailing Kevin McCarthy at the moment. But then you get sworn in if you're a new member of Congress. You move into your office. You hire your staff. You figure out your committee assignments eventually in days following your first day. What we saw yesterday instead was these lawmakers who had brought their families to the floor, who were ready to celebrate, some of them their first day ever in Congress, some of them their first day back in Congress, having already been in the last Congress. They were locked in this tense, near 6-hour vote to determine who the next Speaker of the House was going to be. And today we're seeing the exact same thing play out. A first ballot with no clear result. Now we're on to a fifth ballot, and unless something were to give, it doesn't appear that Kevin McCarthy has swayed the lawmakers he needs to sway back onto his side. One more point of order that I think is important to point out here, which is if you're just kind of checking all of this out, if you're just tuning in, when you saw the fourth ballot, the key for Kevin McCarthy is he's got to turn no votes, and you don't vote no, you vote for someone, but just in terms of understanding it, let's call them no votes. You've got to turn no votes into yes votes. You got to turn people who want to vote against you into people that want to vote for you. And on the last ballot, we saw someone leave voting for McCarthy to voting present, which is a way of saying I'm not picking anyone, I'm just voting that I'm here. But it deprives Kevin McCarthy of a vote nonetheless. He's not picking up any additional votes, Kira. He's losing votes.
So you talk about sway. Sarah Isker, let me ask you this. If Trump can't sway Republicans to support McCarthy, could Trump sway McCarthy to withdraw?
Interesting question. I mean, fascinating, the bad night that Donald Trump had. You know, there was rumors that Kevin McCarthy was pressuring Trump to put out a statement that he maybe didn't want to do it. There was a delay. And then finally, late last night, we did get a statement from Trump, unequivocal, really putting pressure on those 20 members to switch their votes to McCarthy. And not a single one moved. That might be the first real piece of evidence we have post-2022 election of the power that Donald Trump has within the Republican Party right now. Can he get McCarthy to withdraw? Hard to say, but I bet that if Donald Trump withdrew his support from McCarthy, you would see more than 20 people voting against him.
Interesting. What do you think of that, Donna?
Put this so I don't lose it.
There's some bad blood going on right now. And I think it goes back to the 2022 primary season when Kevin McCarthy and some of the other establishment Republicans, maybe others, got involved in the primary. And when you see members, dig in and not move, there's some bad blood. And so I think Mr. McCarthy will once again lose this round. Mr. Donald, who changed his vote from being pro-McCarthy to Jim Jordan and now for himself. Clearly, he also sees that there is no path forward for Kevin McCarthy. They can delay it as long as possible, but right now, I think they're at a stalemate. Mr. McCarthy will not have the votes to win this round, and therefore, maybe they should get something more appetizing than pizza. and go ahead and do a recess. And really, you know, in Louisiana, we'll give you a buffet, we liquor you up, then we take you to a party, and then we twist your arm. I think Kevin is going to have to serve something more appetizing. And coming from California, he should be able to come up with something better than pizza to give these members to see if he can break that stalemate.
Oh, Donna, I do miss our days in New Orleans together, and I miss that Creole food, let me tell you. Maybe when this is all over, we'll have a separate celebration, a nonpartisan, and bring everybody into the bunch for some good fish fry. Chief Washington correspondent John Karl now joining us once again from the Hill. So, John, let me ask you this. So you have interviewed Kevin McCarthy numerous times, you know him. You have interviewed Trump numerous times, you know him. When we see that the Trump factor is not a factor, clearly, because he couldn't convince any Republicans to change their minds about Kevin McCarthy, do you think if Trump said to Kevin McCarthy, okay, withdraw, enough is enough, could that happen? Would Kevin McCarthy, if he's going to listen to anybody, would he listen to Trump?
It's such a great question, Kira, and what an irony here. If Donald Trump has absolutely no pull among those in the Republican conference in the House who are the most enthusiastically and fervently pro-Trump, if he can't swing a single one of their votes, but he's able to convince Kevin McCarthy to drop out, that would really be saying something. I don't think that McCarthy, though, at the end of the day, is going to listen to Donald Trump any more than those Trumpiest of Trumpiest Republicans in the House have listened to him. I think this is McCarthy's decision. This is something that McCarthy has fervently wanted for so long. It was 8 years ago when he was just on the cusp of becoming the Speaker of the House, and that he was forced to give way and had to, hand the baton to Paul Ryan, who at that point certainly was not seeking the job. McCarthy has thought over in his mind so many times what happened 8 years ago. And as this day has approached, he has been determined to see that it won't happen again. McCarthy may ultimately be forced to withdraw. It's hard to see with the current set of facts how he gets the votes he needs to become Speaker. But I don't see that decision happening soon. And I don't see that decision happening because he gets a call from Donald Trump.
It looks like it appears McCarthy is going to lose the fifth vote again. So here we go. My guess is we're going to enter a whole nother round of voting. John Karl, while we have you, let me ask you, Byron Donalds, what do we know about him? Is he a viable alternative here? Is this realistic?
I think that Byron Donald is a placeholder here. I think, you remember Byron Donald got his first vote, single vote, in the first ballot from Chip Roy. Chip Roy now putting his name out there, and now followed in yet another ballot by Boebert. I think that this is a placeholder. I think ultimately, if there is to be somebody else to emerge, it's not going to be one of those on the far right of the conference. It's going to have to be a compromise candidate. It's probably going to be somebody else in leadership. I mean, it may be somebody like Steve Scalise. It could be somebody like Patrick McHenry. It's going to be somebody who is close to Kevin McCarthy, I believe, not somebody who is one of the early votes against him. I think that, McCarthy may not get this prize that he has fought so hard to get, but he will have, if he does, and this is an if he does pull out, if he does drop out, he will have, I believe, tremendous influence over who ultimately will become Speaker of the House. And I don't think it's going to be anybody who has opposed him so far.
So John McCarthy has had 7 years since losing to Paul Ryan, right? So wasn't he prepared for this? What has he been doing within the last 7 years? What went so wrong for him?
I mean, he was, and and he didn't. It's not that he lost to Paul Ryan. It's that the same folks, the same set of people. Some of the names are different. Some of the names are the same. Jim Jordan was very much part of the cabal of the Freedom Caucus wing of the party that made it clear that they would not support Kevin McCarthy when he came up for Speaker, 7-8 years ago. And he saw the numbers, he saw the math, and he went to Paul Ryan and he said, Paul, will you do it? We need somebody that can unite the conference. I think that since that time, he has worked very hard. First, he worked very hard to get the Republicans back in a majority. You need to have a majority again to have a chance of becoming Speaker. And I think that he has said, and I know I've had conversations with him about it myself over the last couple of years.
Thank you, I appreciate it. At this point, do you believe it's time for Kevin McCarthy to step aside?
I don't think we're there at this point. I think there's a lot of members in the chamber who want to have
Byron Donalds talking to our Rachel Scott.
How we can bring this all, to a close and elect a speaker. But I'm not going to speak for Kevin in that. That's something that he and his team got to figure out.
Can you say specifically what would cause the people who are voting against him now to vote for him? Is there anything he could do at this point, specifically a list of things?
Well, I definitely know that one of that list is the single-member motion to vacate. And I know for a lot of people back home, they're like, what is this thing that they keep talking about? But this was a mainstay rule in our chamber that empowered all the members of Congress, regardless of party. And Nancy Pelosi's the one that stripped it. And so we think it is important for our institution to function correctly on behalf of the American people that get put back in place. And so I think that's one. And then, there's other stuff that we can figure out around the table, which we'll probably do later today.
Congressman, are you actually running for Speaker, or is this more about just continuing the conversation and finding a place where Kevin McCarthy can be the next week?
Well, they nominated me, didn't they? I'm just playing. Look, I think right now it's something where I told my colleagues, I didn't come to D.C. being interested in becoming Speaker of the House. But I also understand that, part of my responsibility is to make sure that our conference gets to a point where we are doing the things in an effective and constructive way, that we campaign on back home. And so I'm going to help do that any way I can.
Congressman, Nancy Pelosi called this a very sad time for the country. How would you describe this moment right now?
Oh, gosh, Nancy's full of drama. I think that's totally wrong. I've been saying to a lot of people, the time of just leadership by acclamation, those days are over. And I think that's a good thing for the republic. Our voters, whenever we've campaigned as somebody who was an activist back home, our voters are tired of the same old thing where it's like, oh, well, how'd that person get into leadership? And that's not an anti-Kevin statement. That's an indictment of Washington. So the fact that the former speaker is now saying that, oh, this is too much drama and it's a sad day for America, not true at all. This is actually an invigorating day for America, because what it demonstrates is that you do have people up here on Capitol Hill who, one, can get together and have tough conversations and negotiate things out, two, can do things for the betterment of their constituents back home.
Should McCarthy drop out?
There's just too many of y'all right now.
Should McCarthy drop out?
That's a question for Kevin. I'm not going to answer that question.
There's no members of Congress right now sworn in, or no members of the House, rather, sworn in.
Right.
So, if there was a national security crisis or something, this is sort of uncharted waters here for the country. Are you have any concerns about just the fact that the House is not functioning as it should, doesn't have any members sworn in?
Well, hold on. We all know that if a national security crisis arises, the President of the United States is right down the street, and I would anticipate the President would act to secure the homeland and take care of the American people. When it comes to leveraging money to be spent in response, that's something that the members would have to put into their calculus as well. But that doesn't mean that we should speed up our business here for some hyperbole that may exist at some point. The president has dollars that have been appropriated, and he has some constitutional authorities to protect the homeland and do what needs to be done.
But at this point, there is no functioning Congress. So how long can this possibly drag on for? What is the path forward?
I actually don't think it's going to drag on much longer. I think this is something that's going to be resolved. But again, listen, the wind is blowing, y'all. People are still driving in their cars. People went to work this morning. They dropped their kids off. My kids went to school this morning. The American people are living their lives like they've always done. But what we're doing in the building behind me is we're going to make sure that this place operates as efficiently as possible and as optimally as possible to address the needs and concerns of the American people. And, once we get this organized and figured out, we'll get back to business as usual.
Do you want to be Speaker? Do you actually want to be? Is this a protest vote?
No, not really. Never came here to try to be Speaker of the House.
What is the outreach?
Well, they nominated me. Of course I voted for myself. That's pretty cool.
Who do you view as an acceptable alternative?
Hold on, say you back it up there. Sorry.
What do you think of Donald Trump's endorsing Kevin McCarthy in the speaker's race?
Well, that's been consistent. I think, President Trump has been in that position for several months. Knowing President Trump, he done changed his mind. And so, I think that's all well and good. But the members are going to decide this process. And that's in no disrespect at all to President Trump. That's just the reality of the House of Representatives.
Has Trump reached out to you?
No, I'm not talking to him yet.
Who do you view as an acceptable
about your vote?
We actually talked earlier today, and I anticipate we're going to talk again later today. Again, guys, look, I'm a business guy, so having negotiations is par for the course. And I think too often in D.C. everything's filled with drama and feelings, and we got to get out of that posture and just get back to a posture of just having real conversations and getting jobs done.
Though, Congressman, the perception from our side, we're not on the inside of these negotiations,
sure,
is that there isn't progress being made.
Yeah, you guys are at 20.
What kind of progress is there being made? Because it's like Groundhog Day, same vote over and over. So what progress is being made?
Well, I mean, time out, man. Even Groundhog Day in the movie, that lasted about, 9-10 days? This is only day 2, man. Y'all settle down. We're going to be all right. Look, there's going to be progress made. There's already been some discussions. I was having conversations on the floor right now with key members, and I think we're going to continue that the rest of today and see where we land.
What is your ask for McCarthy? What are you negotiating to?
Well, like I said earlier, the motion to vacate at 1 is one of the key ones. I think that just has to happen. And again, my viewpoint is that if Nancy Pelosi stripped the rule, that's actually a bad thing for America. So putting it back should be no big deal.
Is that enough to get the yes?
Are you a yes if he does that?
So hold on.
Sorry, if not you, who do you want as speaker at this point?
Well, what I want as a Speaker of the House is going to actually be able to use every tool in this building to accomplish the will of the American people and have trust and definite belief that we're going to get that work done. Because, look, I leave my kids for too many days. I leave my wife for too many days to come up here and just walk back and forth from the Longworth building. Not interested in that anymore, so we're going to get active.
Are you worried that this feeds into the Democratic narrative that Republicans are unserious about governing?
Nah. Democrat narratives? Come on. How many of those have we seen in the last couple of years, and they never seem to pan out? I think that, look, they're going to try to do their job to message, but the truth is, this is day 2. Not day 100, not day 200. Everybody's going to be just fine. That's all politics. But if you've actually followed Democrat narratives, they always seem to be wrong.
But how does motion to vacate and some of these changes help government function? Because it seems like in the past that hasn't really helped Congress pass bills it needs to and given the majority power.
Well, I think that's the first part of it. It's about empowering members to do the job that they were elected to do, not continuing to put more power into the hands of the speakership. And I think that our conference, working together, all Republicans have gotten to a place where we've begun to open that up and get it to where it's much more member-driven and member-friendly. I think what we're probably about to do in the next couple of hours is finish that work and elect a speaker and move on.
Just a clarification on the motion to vacate.
When they elected Republican
Hold on, the lady behind you. I've answered 2 of your questions. Give me a minute.
I just wanted a clarification. In the rules package, it sets the number at 5 members.
Yeah.
You want it reduced to 1?
Yeah.
And is that enough?
To the original rules?
Yes. Is that enough?
I think that'll work for some members, but again, you got to go in and negotiate that. So I don't want to negotiate between you guys.
Are there any
guys.
other rule changes
Before they nominated you today?
Say again?
Did McCarthy's critics ask you before you were nominated today? Did Chip Roy speak to you or give you a heads up?
Yeah, the members who were voting no, they did approach me. It's something I had to, really think through and process. Did that, talked with my wife and, agreed to it, and here we are.
Are you worried about retribution after the fact? There was threats that folks that weren't going to vote for McCarthy would be kicked off committees. Now you've put yourself in a pretty public position opposing the person that could be the speaker. Are you worried about retribution?
Man, I'm 6'2", 275. I'm not worried about that. Seriously. Guys, look, I am not a political guy per se, even though, I'm a politician now. The way I view these things is that we'll work through it and figure it out, but the real pressure, the real, danger, that's not happening in here. I mean, retribution, come on, man. I'm a city kid from New York. This is nothing.
Was there any proactive outreach from McCarthy and his allies before you changed your vote, before you became the pick this morning?
Nah, not really.
Do you think there should have been?
That's not a question for me. That's a question for them.
McCarthy has already made some pretty significant concessions. So what needs to change about his approach? I mean, what does it say that he keeps failing over and over again? What needs to change?
Well, look, I think this is something we're going to try to hammer out in a room today. And, my hope is that, the leadership that so many of our members believe in is going to come through today. And if that's what happens, then we're going to go ahead and elect a speaker and we'll move on.
Are you meeting with McCarthy today? What do you mean?
Yeah, I anticipate we're going to meet later today.
I have a geeky question. You said motion to vacate. Is there any other rules that you consider, a rule change they consider that?
No, I told you guys I'm not going to negotiate through the press. Come on now.
Thank you, Congressman. Thank you.
Jeffries. Maliotakis.
Scott, up on a IFB, communicate with her so we can talk about that interview she just got with Byron Donalds, a Republican from Florida, whose name has been thrown into the ring. He was in support of McCarthy, then he flipped his vote, and now he's even voted for himself as possibly an alternative here for Speaker. So he came out, talked to the cameras. He seems to be making the rounds. He hit some other networks. Now he was talking to everybody out there outside the Hill. He clearly left the floor to do that interview. But he seems pretty positive that they're going to work things out, that they're actually going to meet with McCarthy later today, at some point, as McCarthy appears to now be losing the 5th speaker vote. But Donald's there saying, we're going to hammer it out in the room today. We're going to meet later today with McCarthy. I'm not worried about it. We're going to just, we need to stay out of this drama and just do politics the way they need to be done. He says, I'm a businessman, so I know all about negotiations, and we're going to negotiate this, and we're going to get it done. And he throws in, it's only day 2, y'all, as he says. Good sense of humor, but being pretty direct that he's confident that we could have a decision possibly worked out sooner than later. Chief Washington correspondent John Carl there on the Hill. You heard all that, John. Do you believe it?
Yeah, well, he said is he afraid? Is he worried? He said, I'm 6'2", 200 and, what did he say, 235 pounds? It seemed to have not a care in the world. A very interesting conversation. Obviously, this is something Byron Donalds did not seek. He didn't come here to be Speaker, not when he got elected to Congress the first time 2 years ago, not when they started voting yesterday. I think he is heavily optimistic there, Kira, about this being resolved today. That is not the sense that I am getting walking around the hallways here talking to Republican members. It seems to me you have two sides that are very dug in. You have a test of wills. There's no indication that the opposition to McCarthy is going to dissipate anytime soon, and there's absolutely no indication that McCarthy is considering standing down. And barring one of those two events, this goes on, and I think it's going to go on for some time.
Okay, yeah, we've got Rachel Scott on the phone now, who just got that interview with Byron Donalds just outside on the hills of the Capitol there. So, Rachel, tons of great questions, really great reaction from Donalds. It's the first time we had a chance to hear from him. First of all, what do you make of the interview?
Oh, well, listen, I think he is optimistic here that a deal is going to somehow be sorted out, that this is going to pan out. And interesting for him to fire back at House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who had some pretty strong words about the chaos that we're seeing unfold here on Capitol Hill. There is no way around it. I mean, you said it, Kira, at the top of the show. There is no functioning government in Congress at this point. It is fascinating to hear that he was somewhat surprised that he was nominated to be Speaker. That's not something that he expected going into today. But McCarthy has also made it clear he doesn't care how many names they have to go down in the conference. He believes that by the end of this, he will be able to be the next Speaker of the House. Donald's here, though, still is optimistic, and he says that he would like to see some changes when it comes to the House rule changes, when it comes to what it's going to take to remove a possible Speaker of the House. He believes that they'll all get together, but I also found it interesting that he also said that McCarthy didn't really necessarily reach out to him today to try to persuade him, and that's also something that I heard from Congresswoman Lauren Boebert earlier today. I saw her at the start of the House convening, and she told me that she hasn't heard from Kevin McCarthy at all, which is why that she is still a no. So I think at this point, everyone's just sort of scratching their heads. He said the wind is blowing, people are driving, Americans are still out and about, but still, the people of America do not have a functioning government at this point, and members are still waiting to be sworn in, Kira.
Yeah, that caught my attention too, Rachel. He's saying that, everything's going along business as usual. But look, you and I both know without a functioning Congress, without a speaker, then Biden's agenda comes to a standstill and things don't get passed and we don't have movement. These members of Congress that we have voted in to represent our constituency can't do anything. And you know what? I think that Donald would change his tune when he starts having constituents saying, hey, we need to get things done. We have we're suffering in this economy. We're paying a lot for gas. I think that whole tune will change quite quickly if this keeps going on and on and on. Question, you mentioned Boebert, that you caught up with her actually saying that McCarthy should just withdraw. But you also asked Donalds what he thinks, and he didn't answer that question.
Yeah, at this point, he still believes that something could come together. And that's what I also think makes him so fascinating at this point, because he is someone who voted for McCarthy twice, and then he came back on that third ballot and he flipped. Now, I caught up with him moments after he decided to flip his vote and oppose Kevin McCarthy. And he told me at that point it was just clear that Kevin McCarthy didn't have the votes. And he kind of said, at this point, you make these concessions. You've been working for months at this. There's a question about if he needs to change his approach going forward. But he wouldn't go so far as to say that it's time for McCarthy to back out. So it seems like there's still some wiggle room there. I asked him yesterday as well whether or not he could see himself coming back around to Kevin McCarthy, and he said, well, maybe. He said, we're not there yet, but at the moment, he's obviously opposing. He's in that group that is against him at this time. This is just a bitter standoff, and it's turned quite personal. I mean, you heard Lauren Boebert on the floor. We've been hearing some of these conservatives, Matt Gaetz calling Kevin McCarthy essentially a squatter in the Speaker's office. I mean, so many of these conservatives just do not trust Kevin McCarthy flat out. And so even if he does prevail, Kira, I think there is a serious question about his leadership and whether or not he's going to be weakened as a speaker because of this staunch opposition that he's going to have in his party with a very razor-thin majority in the House.
Oh, yeah, total damage control. One more question. I know you're on the phone. You just got this interview with Byron Donalds. I know you've got to get back to the Hill. But if you don't mind, one more question regarding Byron Donalds. In his run for Congress in 2020, he aligned himself very closely with the former president, Donald Trump, casting himself to voters as, quote, a strong Trump-supporting, gun-owning, liberty-loving, pro-life, politically incorrect black man. Woo! So this guy, is someone that is not only voting for himself, but others have said, okay, this could be speaker. Is that going to fly when you see that basically the Trump endorsement did not do so well for Kevin McCarthy, really went nowhere, caused things to go backwards, and now you have someone who's standing up saying he could be an alternative. But boy, did he align himself closely with Trump.
And all of these members, the 20 Republicans that are against McCarthy at this point, most of them are extremely closely aligned to the former president. They back him. They back his policies. They are staunch supporters of Trump. And so to see that hasn't made any difference at all when it comes to Trump coming out and backing McCarthy, months ago. And then McCarthy even told me last night that he spoke to former President Donald Trump just yesterday and that he reiterated his support. I mean, that has not caused anybody to change their minds whatsoever here. Donald told us, look, he doesn't want to be Speaker of the House at this point. He did run for conference chair. He challenged Elise Stefanik earlier last year, and that's something that he lost. But to your point, in terms of how he sort of identifies himself, I mean, what a moment that was to also see in the House chamber. We talk about these rare moments of unity that we have, and in all of this chaos and all of this uncertainty, you had the chamber rise to their feet. You had a standing ovation, and you had Chip Roy recognize that for the first time in American history, you had two black lawmakers be nominated for Speaker of the House. Both are very unlikely to succeed, obviously, a Democrat and then Donald's on the other hand, who would need to drum up massive support in order to clench the Speaker's gavel. But that did get a standing ovation, including Kevin McCarthy, who obviously he's challenging, and he was on his feet as well, Kira.
I'll tell you what, you mentioned all the chaos and the characters. I already see the next Hulu series being produced right now before us, Rachel, for sure. It's plenty to keep us going, isn't it? Our Rachel Scott there. Thank you so much, Rachel. And now to our White House correspondent, Mary Alice Parks, Mary Alice, the President of the United States, looking at all of this and saying one word: embarrassment.
Yeah, he said that the whole world is actually looking at this, that they're judging the fact that America can't figure out how to have a functioning government right now. The Republicans can't figure out how to take their win and do something with it and get out of the starting gate. You know, there's been a lot of question over the last day and few hours about at what point Democrats would come around. Would they start to help? Would there be an overture to Democrats to help move this along? You know, mostly we've been talking about how united Democrats have been. And I have to tell you, today the text I've been getting from Democratic sources is that they are even more united, even more dug in. Yesterday, they had their families in town. They had parties planned. If there was a moment where maybe one or two of them voting present could have wrapped the whole thing up, yesterday was the day to take advantage of that. Today, they have nothing to do but sit there and watch Republicans struggle with this, and with every passing vote that fails, Democrats' hand gets stronger. You know, they're very aware that if in the end Republicans need their help, they can ask for more and more concessions. You were talking about that earlier with Donna Brazile. At this point, with every passing vote, Democrats feel like they have more leverage if Republicans reach a point where they have to look across the aisle. But of course, that group of never Kevin, sort of the mutinous group here among Republicans, they feel like with every passing vote, their hand is getting stronger as well. I think that's part of what was so interesting about Rachel's discussion there with Congressman Donalds, is that he might think there's still a deal to be brokered, but do 19, 20 of them still think there's a deal to be brokered? I mean, we've heard from so many of them that have said they are not caving, that they are dug in, and with each one of these failed votes, they're feeling even more emboldened.
All right, Mary Alice, thank you so much. And let's bring in another one of our contributors into the mix here, and former Senator for North Dakota, Heidi Heitkamp. So we haven't talked since yesterday, Heidi, 6.5 hours. I think we talked yesterday. Here we go again. Now it appears McCarthy is going to lose the 5th speaker vote. Your impressions, let's just start there so far today, since this is the first time we've connected since yesterday.
Well, you can tell the frustration is growing, but one thing that I think is underreported is the anger of the 203 who feel like they're being held hostage by the 10% of their caucus that refuses to budge. And so I think there's tempers on both sides. I think the question is who's going to overplay their hand. The next speaker will have to be someone Kevin McCarthy agrees will be the next speaker. And so I think Kevin McCarthy, if he's not going to be the speaker, will pick the next speaker, because those 203 votes or 202 votes that he has will follow his lead on this. But I think there's a lot of them who are encouraging him to stay in the fight. You know, what I think also hasn't been talked enough about is the 20 folks who are opposing this, congressional people-elect who are opposing Kevin McCarthy, have yet to come up with a candidate that can get more than 20 votes. You know, the president famously said, "Don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative." Well, who is their alternative who could actually carry this speakership to a positive and 218 vote majority? They don't have anyone. And so I think the question becomes, and Kevin McCarthy knows that. So he's going to sit there and he's going to take these votes and look worse and worse as time goes on. And it's going to take people, a substantial portion of the people who are supporting him to come to him and say, it's time to realize it's not going to happen for you. Who do you want to be Speaker? And I think the odds-on favorite at that point would be Scalise. And so it's just a matter of how bad the Republican majority in the House wants to look before they resolve this. And I think if this goes on in perpetuity not in perpetuity, but for the next 5 days, that will only get worse for the image of the Republican leadership. So I expect that it's going to get resolved sometime today or tomorrow. But patience will wear thin on both sides.
Okay, so you do think this is going to wrap up possibly today, tomorrow. I'm also hearing from you, you don't think Byron Donalds is a player at all, that if there were to be, if it were not Kevin McCarthy, then it will be Steve Scalise. Okay.
I would say this, honestly, that anyone who's been nominated by the 20 is not going to be the next Speaker of the House.
Okay. You heard it first right here. Heidi's calling it. We're going to hold you to it. We're also going to bring in ABC News contributor and former Republican representative for Virginia, Barbara Comstock, back into the conversation here. So Byron Donalds, well, he has been nominated twice today. Let's get your opinion here. Does he stand a chance? And I don't know if you were able, Barbara, if you were fired up to see the whole interview there that our Rachel Scott got with. You did? Okay, fantastic. So what did you make of what he had to say? Is he a viable alternative here? Your thoughts?
No, he's not a viable nor a serious candidate for Speaker at all. This is somebody who is still a first-term congressman because he hasn't been sworn into his second term, has never passed any legislation. I don't believe, and he's already looking to run for higher office. I understand, in Florida, as well as he tried to run for a leadership role that has failed. So this is someone who's come in, hasn't passed anything yet, and is already looking for his next gig. So it seemed like from the interview, he certainly liked the attention, but this isn't a serious threat. And Heidi's exactly right. None of the people that have been nominated so far would be a serious threat. So and you are hearing, and I am hearing both from some members, and also I think that you've heard some, on other shows and networks, maybe talking to some of our correspondents, members saying, hey, if there's not any movement, Kevin's going to need to say, sort of anoint what is the plan B? That's how I've had it presented to me. What's going to be the plan B here? And Steve Scalise is obviously the most ideal plan B, I think, for everybody. These 20 just want Kevin McCarthy's scalp. They want to win. They want his scalp. But I think what Kevin McCarthy has to do for the institution, if he does stand aside, is, he can use his people to then, pick somebody, have it be somebody who's more of an institutionalist. And I think you've also seen Patrick McHenry be part of these discussions. I think he would then be an ideal person to be a majority leader because he has been in those leadership roles. He's very much in line to be prepared for that kind of thing of any of the members that you'd look at, much more so than somebody like an Elise Stefanik, who really was just used by members to replace another woman, Liz Cheney. So I really don't think she's seen seriously by members as moving up, because you really need somebody who has the skill set that a Patrick McHenry does, who's already been in a leadership-wide role like that.
Let's get our ABC News political director, Rick Klein, to weigh in on this as well. This isn't a fair fight, is it, Rick? I mean, the Never Kevin group doesn't need to actually find an alternative, just make sure it isn't McCarthy winning the most votes.
Yeah, and that's what's remarkable about this, is that as long as they put at least 5 in that other category on our screen, they're winning. It doesn't mean there's a House Speaker, but the stated goal of this group isn't necessarily to actually elect a Speaker that they've coalesced behind. We just heard that remarkable exchange that Rachel had with Byron Donalds. He says he doesn't even want to be Speaker, and he voted for himself because he thought it was pretty cool that his name was put into nomination. That is not a serious bid for the speakership. Jim Jordan was a previous candidate they were coalescing behind. Jordan supports McCarthy. They have not put forward a viable candidate that the whole conference can get behind, and they know it, and they don't really care about it. And so far in this giant game of chicken, the McCarthy forces have used hope as a strategy, and that rarely works out well. They've hoped that they could isolate this group of anti-McCarthy forces. They've hoped that they could tire out the Democrats and maybe some of the Republicans and have them start to vote president. They've hoped that they could arm twist and cajole on the floor. None of it has worked. McCarthy has gone nowhere.
By the way, Rick, I was hoping that we'd get the moment. Well, the moment just happened. George Santos was in the room. There's been a lot of play about how he's sort of realized that he needs to kind of play this disappearing act because of all the investigations swirling around him right now. But he did just make an appearance. He did a quick vote. He disappeared again. What's your take on the George Santos factor here? It's kind of another side story, side angle to all this drama going down.
The biggest thing George Santos has going for him right now is that he's supporting Kevin McCarthy for Speaker, because it has paralyzed the Republican leadership. It has stopped them from saying anything because they literally need every single one of those votes. As we see the vote total identical to the last one, that includes Santos voting for McCarthy, as he said right on as the allegations first surfaced against him. The last thing he tweeted before the New York Times published the big story exposing his lies was that he supported Kevin McCarthy. That's a preservation strategy right there, because Kevin McCarthy has not been able to say anything or do anything about the Santos situation so long as you need a speakership. He is not sworn in as a member of Congress, of course, yet either, but he will be when there is a House Speaker, and then he is going to have a whole lot of unpacking and explaining to do to his colleagues. He has been a lonely man on the House floor as the cameras have been capturing. The picture yesterday of him yawning by himself was pretty emblematic for everyone. We're all George Santos in that moment, but he's going to have to come back from all of that after the fact. Right now, what he's doing is valuable to Kevin McCarthy and Kevin McCarthy alone.
So it looks like they might have just finished up the fifth speaker vote, Rick. It looks like they're finished. They're going to tally it up. It appears that McCarthy has lost yet again. So now, we heard from Byron Donalds. He thinks this could be wrapped up today, tomorrow. Our Heidi Heitkamp thinks possibly in a day or two. What do you think?
Right now, it's on Kevin McCarthy to cut a deal. He has done the same thing over and over again now, and you know the old definition of insanity surrounding that. Putting forward now the exact same two candidates and these exact same roll call votes has wasted the entirety of this afternoon. After yesterday's machinations, nothing at all has changed. It is now on Kevin McCarthy to cut some kind of a deal. Is that deal that puts someone else's name first? That's very much a possibility. We heard Congressman Ken Buck, a veteran congressman from Colorado, raising that with the reporters off the floor. He again voted for McCarthy, but he has raised the possibility of McCarthy turning to someone else. The point that Senator Heitkamp made earlier about McCarthy controlling a huge block of votes remains true. He has been able to stop. The one good thing you can say, he's been able to stop an absolute bleeding away of his supports. There has not been a free fall in that number. He's only lost 2 and counting from his column since the first voting yesterday. That won't last forever. He may be at his strongest moment now. It's unfathomable to me that he would try another vote without trying to do something else this afternoon, but I've been surprised already in these gatherings. I never thought we'd be on to day 2, and I certainly think we'd be on to vote number 6.
Yeah, but 100 years ago, it took, what, 2.5 months? Why are you surprised, Rick?
Because, we weren't, ABC News Live wasn't broadcasting at the time. It was kind of a different era and a different communications era, and the functions of the House were quite a bit different in that era 150 years ago. Look, party discipline matters, and that's the reason that for the last century you've never had a second ballot, is that as much as the internal dimensions and dynamics are that you want your guy to win, you recognize if he or she doesn't, you have to get behind your party, because the alternative is the other party getting the speakership. I mean, one way to look at this also, that present vote right now, because that was a McCarthy vote, that only helps the Democrats and the anti-McCarthy forces, because that lowers the magic number in a way that doesn't help Kevin McCarthy. Instead of 218, the number is actually 217. Hakeem Jeffries actually is one closer to becoming the speaker, although he's not going to get it, that he was before. So this is this right now is a zero-sum and a zero-win game for Kevin McCarthy, which again gets back to, I think, the imperative of him to come back to the floor with a plan, because hope is not that.
As we look at live pictures of Nancy Pelosi there, clearly engaged in conversation. Boy, I wonder what's going through her mind right now. Can you help us out with the bubble above her head? She's probably thinking, maybe I should have stayed in the game a little longer.
Oh, I can tell you what Nancy Pelosi's thinking, which is she's got very little respect for Kevin McCarthy, quite frankly, or for most of the Republican leadership. And she is viewing this with some degree of glee. Some reporters asked her earlier, is there any situation where the Democrats could help elect a speaker? And she said, no, this is their problem. They've got the majority. They have to govern. And she is warned about this kind of situation. I mean, not the specific situation, but the vacuum as she saw it in serious Republican leadership and governance. We've said it before, Kira, but they are the dog that caught the car. A lot of these folks that are elected to Congress never imagined a moment where they would be in a position of having to govern. And in some of the divisions in this party that have played out through the Trump era and even before that with the Tea Party's rise and the last time there was a major vacancy for Speaker with a Republican majority, all of it has come down to this moment where they literally can't even do the easy stuff. They can't even elect their own leader without this wrenching display of party dysfunction and disunity.
Rick, do you see Kevin McCarthy withdrawing?
I think the way that he would withdraw is by throwing his support to someone else. And that's the graceful way out. It is almost exactly the model of what happened when Speaker Boehner stepped down some 6-7 years ago, before the Trump era and everything else that's prevailed in politics since then. He recognized that he was not going to get the votes, and he then decided to get involved in a draft movement behind Paul Ryan and told Paul Ryan that he was dropping out and endorsing him before he actually did that, before Paul Ryan expressed any interest in the job. That, to me, is the easiest way out of this for Kevin McCarthy. Frankly, that's easier at this stage than even further rules concessions. As we also heard from Congressman Donalds a few moments ago, even to lower that threshold, to allow any one member to call for your ouster at any moment during the Congress, even that may not be enough. And getting that number of 20 down to 4 seems, to my mind, impossible, not improbable, impossible at this stage, because that group has shown that they are together and they will vote for whomever that they want. And as you mentioned, Kira, it is not a fair fight. They just need 4. They just need 5 when McCarthy needs 218. Look at the math. That's stark. It's real, and it has been on display. And McCarthy made decisions to go to the floor yesterday and continue to go to the floor without knowing that you had the votes. That is something that Nancy Pelosi would never, ever have done. She always knew the outcome before she went there, and she wouldn't have, I think, allowed it to occur like this. There were times where her leadership was in question. She always had it settled before the leadership for Speaker. She was able to maneuver around that. In this case, Kevin McCarthy thought by sheer force of will and personality and the relationships that he had that he'd be able to get this done, because the alternative would have been worse. But the problem is he's not negotiating with people that are thinking about this the same way. And their goal is not their own Speaker, as we've said. It is just to deny him the speakership. And they can do that basically forever.
Oh, boy. All right. And so we continue. Let's take it to Jay O'Brien. Apparently, he's got some new reporting for us there on the Hill. Jay?
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what's going on the House floor right now. So this is that period, as you know, Kira, and forgive me for keeping to look down, but I'm keeping an eye on the floor. This is where my screen is. But this is that period where they tabulate the votes and lawmakers get to whip votes in one direction or the other. And one of the things we just spotted on this camera here, and I'm hoping that there's a shot of it somewhere, is Steve Scalise talking with Matt Gaetz and a group of other lawmakers as well. And that's notable for a few reasons. Firstly, Steve Scalise is still squarely in Kevin McCarthy's camp. Matt Gaetz is the most vocal leader of the Never McCarthy group. He's been opposed to Kevin McCarthy being the speaker since after the election. And I can tell you, my phone is blowing up with people texting me that picture, some of whom are very close to these discussions, saying, look at Scalise talking to Gaetz. They're taking a lot just upon those two meeting right now in this moment, because, as Rick was alluding to, if you're Kevin McCarthy or if you're a supporter of Kevin McCarthy, there's got to be some kind of a deal to salvage a Kevin McCarthy speakership. You've got to pick up the votes in some way or another. And one of the things we heard from lawmakers going into this fifth vote, rather, is that they didn't feel that there was anything Kevin McCarthy could do at this point to earn their vote. I can also tell you, it appears, the sense that I'm getting is that Byron Donalds is emerging as some kind of a central figure in all of this, in terms of, and you heard him allude to it even when he was just talking to Rachel, being very much at the table of these negotiations on motion to vacate the chair, which is a mechanism that would make it easier to remove the Speaker of the House, whether that's Kevin McCarthy or someone else, and on a few other topics. So what we're seeing now play out is the possibility of further concessions from Kevin McCarthy. Kevin McCarthy made some concessions early on that motion to vacate the chair, the rule that would make it easier to toss him out of the Speaker's chair, even if he got it. He lowered the threshold that would need to trigger that motion to vacate the chair to 5 members. You need 5 members to agree on it, and then they would get rid of the Speaker of the House. It looks like, and Byron Donalds just talked about this, there might be a move to lower that threshold to 1. Meaning you'd only need 1 member to say, let's trigger this motion to vacate the chair and vote on ousting the Speaker of the House. So that is really the only concession right now that I can tell you that Kevin McCarthy has left to play with, including committee assignments for Freedom Caucus members and things of that nature. But that's the biggest thing in this. And so we're seeing on the floor right now these negotiations play out. But the question that hangs over all of this, again, Kira, is it successful? Kevin McCarthy has not picked up a single vote as this process has begun. He's only lost votes from yesterday into today, almost 6 hours yesterday. It's noon now, so almost 3 hours, or started at noon, so it's almost 3 hours today. He has yet to pick up a single Republican vote. He's only lost votes. So as Rachel Scott said to Byron Donalds, he's got to change, McCarthy does, his calculus in some way or another to pick up votes. And we're seeing potentially the beginnings of that now. But how much does he change? We'll find out if we go to this 6th ballot, which appears likely.
Boy, so many things to talk about when we discuss how this could all play out. Rick Klein, I want to bring you back into this, and also Heidi and Barbara, get you to weigh in as well. But Rick, could we actually see a change here and a switch to a plurality vote?
Look, the House gets to make its own rules. It would take, my understanding, it would take a majority of the House to agree to change those rules. So it would take some of those never McCarthy Republicans deciding that they were okay with changing the rules that would then give the speakership essentially to Kevin McCarthy. That might be the break glass scenario to solve this, but I can't imagine that group is very eager to do that. The other one that Kevin McCarthy raised late last night coming into the day is that he started talking about his support, not about 218, but about 213. And as our number on the screen shows, 213 happens to be the number that's one more than the Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, has gotten. Now, 213 doesn't get you anywhere unless there's either that agreement about a plurality or you've got your own members voting present in sufficient numbers. That one present vote that's on the screen, that belongs to someone that was previously with Kevin McCarthy. That's Congresswoman Victoria Spartz. She is not helping that McCarthy strategy, but that is a possibility, is that someone does become Speaker with something less than a full majority of the full 434-member House.
Okay, Heidi and Barbara, I'd love for you to weigh in on a plurality vote, and if we could see a change here. Heidi, you want to start?
Well, I mean, I think it's kind of the nuclear option, right? So if he says, let's do it, I think it's likely the Democrats would support a motion to go to a plurality, with the idea that if the Republican hardliners say, as Matt Glantz has said, I'd rather see Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker than Kevin McCarthy, it really is a put up or shut up vote. And I think that it's a power move. The question is, would he make that power move? Seems to me like if you really want to be Speaker, that is the only path forward, which is to change the rules of engagement.
What do you think, Barbara? Could we push the red button here?
Yeah, well, I am hearing that somehow Kevin McCarthy are floating that idea, and it is dangerous but it's designed to scare those Republicans back into line, because if you don't, it would allow a plurality, and so you only need the 213 votes. So presumably that, Democrats would allow for the plurality, but then they would hold their 212 votes. And if Republicans didn't go to 213, it would hand the speakership to Hakeem Jeffries. So presumably that would get enough Republicans in line to get to 213, because they wouldn't want to hand it over to Democrats. So while dangerous, I think it would be likely to get you to 213, but that's a tough game to play. And it may be a hard sell for Republicans to vote for that motion.
Well, you bring up the point, Barbara, could you scare Republicans back in line? Do you really think you could scare these Republicans back in line?
Yeah, well, some of them who might want to, being in the majority it's a big difference, being in the majority in terms of what you are able to do on your committees. Certainly all these people who want to do investigations, if they're not in the majority, they will not be investigating a single thing that they want to investigate. So they will go back to just, going on Fox or Newsmax. And so, maybe that's all they care about. But I think, again, then he could still lose, more of those types, but he'd only need to get to 213. So, maybe you get back a Byron Donalds, you get back some of these people who realize if you hand it over to Hakeem Jeffries, that's a tough thing to go back, and you would probably get primaried for doing that. If you handed over the speakership to Hakeem Jeffries, you'd have a pretty good chance of getting primaried, and that would be a pretty good issue that any Republican could primary you on and kick you out of your seat.
So Heidi Gates, who we're looking at now, has been having a pretty heavy conversation with Steve Scalise. What do you think could be happening there?
Well, I think Scalise is trying to convince him to break the logjam, that this isn't good. And, I think that he's saying, look, Kevin worked for this. We're going to support him. You've got to figure out how you can save face in all of this and kind of move it forward. And he may, in fact, be talking about the potential of a rules change that will really put the 20 no votes in a tough position. You think, why wouldn't you do that? You wouldn't do it because you wouldn't want those people ultimately to be enemies or not to be people who you could work with in the future. Well, I think it's pretty clear after 5+ votes that these are not people who like Kevin McCarthy or who are interested in working with him. And so, he's got to form a Congress somehow. And the question is, if he is unwilling at this point to concede that it won't be him, the only path forward is to change the rules of engagement. And Scalise may, in fact, be having that conversation with them right now. If I were Scalise and if I were supporting Kevin McCarthy, I would be talking about this openly on the floor as a potential, because it is going to be where the rubber meets the road. Put up or shut up. We're going to make these votes, and your vote for somebody else other than Kevin McCarthy, if it hands the speakership to Hakeem Jeffries, then, as Barbara said, you are persona non grata in your district.
So you talk about the plurality vote being the nuclear option. And what we're watching now, some say we've already reached a historical disaster. Others say we're on the edge of a historical disaster. What do you think, Heidi? How does this all play out historically? And where do you think Kevin went wrong? What went so wrong with Kevin McCarthy that we just got to this position?
Well, I think he overestimated himself. And Donna said earlier on the programming that there was a lot of dissatisfaction with the role that Kevin played during primaries. And so that is coming home to roost. And you also hear the complaint that he's more interested in the lobbyists and the special interests that fund his ability to be the deal maker than he is the concerns of the membership. And so, this idea that he's extraordinarily popular, I think he's an affable guy. As I said yesterday, I don't think he's highly regarded or respected. And so he went into this thinking that that the optics would look bad for them. When they said, why would you take this vote? He had no other option. You had to take the vote when you took it. You couldn't schedule a vote the way Nancy Pelosi scheduled votes. So he got trapped. But, the bottom line for Kevin is, this is his last chance to be Speaker of the House of Representatives. So does he hold firm and try and change the rules, or does he now look at an option to get someone that he can work with, that he agrees would be a great speaker, someone like Scalise? Why does he give them the advance? And if Scalise's name is advanced, does Scalise get to 218 right away? And I think the answer probably is yes, because the optics of voting against Scalise for these 20 members would be, I think, horrific within the Republican Party.
So, Barbara, from what you know about Kevin McCarthy, does he cut a deal and withdraw and pass the torch over to Steve Scalise and sort of bow out with some dignity? Or does he just stick this out and wait to see which way this goes?
Well, it may take another day, because one thing he did do today is he canceled the morning meeting so that the members weren't together and weren't talking about this. So what I've heard from a member was, we need to get together. The members need to be in the room and have a discussion and be. Now, I do think, if members are getting frustrated, like I guess Ken Buck did speak about that already publicly, I think there's already discussion privately about we need to have a plan B. If those members start getting behind a plan B, I do think the plan B is most likely to be Steve Scalise. And so when does that happen and who breaks that? But I think if that does break, you want to have it break altogether, so that you move and you make that pretty effectively, happen. But I think, where did this go wrong? This went wrong thinking that Donald Trump was going to deliver on anything. Look, I think it's, all these people who are afraid of Donald Trump and have been catering to Donald Trump, these 19 have all just, given the finger to Donald Trump. Yeah, you're calling, you heard what Lauren Boebert say, hey, you're calling me, but yeah, I'm not going to do what you said, Donald Trump. Here's what you should be doing, Donald Trump. But I would point out, I do think, these guys, whatever they're doing to Kevin McCarthy, and they may do him in, I do think for a number of them, it's going to be a murder-suicide pact. I don't think you're going to see Lauren Boebert coming back, because she only won by 500 votes. She's already made a lot of enemies. She's going to be primaried, and I think probably primaried pretty effectively and have nowhere to go. And, plenty of Democrats against her, but Republicans will be happy to line up against her. I think a number of these others have also made themselves, part of the ineffective caucus. You can already write the ads, here we won a majority, then these buffoons went out and, tried to squander it. So I think, whatever they do to Kevin McCarthy, they're going to see it come back at them in 2 years.
So, Rick Klein, you're thinking possibly tomorrow that a deal could be cut, that McCarthy could withdraw, and Steve Scalise could be the next speaker?
Well, first things first, Kira, my understanding is that the discussions right now include how many more votes they'd have to go through tonight before they could vote to adjourn. One of the problems they had with beginning the session is that once you start it, you can't stop it unless a majority of Congress agrees to end the day. So even if Kevin McCarthy were to decide right now, okay, let's wrap it for the day, I don't know that he has the votes to do that. And I don't know the Democrats are ready to help him out. So some of the discussion right now is, do you go forward with another vote immediately? And there's some indication that they will try at least once more today as part of a negotiation to come back and do this tomorrow and maybe start convening behind closed doors to engage in the conversations that would get them to something closer. Because obviously today is spinning wheels. This is getting Kevin McCarthy and the House of Representatives of the United States absolutely nowhere and nowhere fast. And I think the members recognize that. So my expectation is that if they do another vote, it'll be packaged with some kind of a gentleman's agreement that it would be the last one of the day and they come back tomorrow. Now, the delay of almost 24 hours from yesterday to today got them nowhere. So they clearly did have to show something more productive than that. But just judging from the attempts at reading lips on the House floor, it does appear that the pace of negotiations between the different sides has picked up, whether that's around substance or around the process of how many more votes you'd have to go through before they could agree to adjourn for the day, I think remains up in the air.
Okay. Let's bring in presidential historian Mark Updegrove in on this conversation as well as we continue to follow these live pictures here where it appears Kevin McCarthy is going to lose his fifth speaker vote. We are 2 days in. When you look at what we are moving towards here, likely a sixth ballot, are we talking about possible historical disaster here, Mark, as many have been saying. I mean, they were saying it yesterday, they're saying it today, but I don't know if this is a disaster yet. I don't know. You're the presidential historian. You're the one that writes about politics and history. I mean, what do you think? Looking back at the last time that this happened, it was 100 years ago. We never thought that we would be in this position, and here we are.
Well, certainly it looks disastrous to this point, Kira. This has not been a positive reflection on the Republicans and the Republican Party in consolidating power after the midterms, after regaining the House after the midterms. Normally, parties organize, and they have a pretty coherent plan going forward, and clearly the Republicans did not. This reflects that very much so. Now, and whether the next speaker is McCarthy or Scalise or whoever it is, this disaster can be mitigated if they go forward with their party in alignment and they can get things done in the House. So while it looks disastrous to this point, whether it will continue to be a disaster depends on who is ultimately named the Speaker of the House of Representatives and how that person leads going forward, whether that person can bring the Republican Party together. Because not only is that important now, but it is also important for voters to see that there is some coherence in the Republican Party, that there is some alliance. So that remains to be seen, Kira, and this could continue to be a disaster if that doesn't happen in time.
All right. Well, you can see negotiations happening there on the floor. Matt Gaetz has been moving from member to member, having these intense discussions. One of the more vocal members, of course, as we've been watching things play out here on the floor. Kevin McCarthy appearing to lose his 5th speaker vote, which means more than likely we'll be going into a 6th vote. It'll be interesting to see if and when, if McCarthy does decide to cut a deal, possibly withdraw, make way for Steve Scalise, who's next in line. Who knows? Anything could happen at this point, but we are following it all for you every moment live as we follow these pictures here on the floor. Discussions continuing as we try to see what's next. Live pictures there of Hakeem Jeffries. We're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. We're not going far. Hopefully you won't either. We'll be right back.
So much at stake in our world right now. We wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings. From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now. We're honored ABC's 2020 winner of 3 Emmy Awards for Excellence. Thank you for making 2020 Friday night's most watched and most honored news magazine.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Next week, say good morning to...
Hi guys, Jamie Oliver here. Tune in for 3 days cooking with me. The quickest, easiest, most delicious recipes for the new year.
Next week, the most delicious mornings are on...
Good Morning America. It's gonna be the best thing ever.
This is ABC News Live Prime.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Live reporting, breaking news, exclusives, award-winning, powerful, eye-opening. ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis. Streaming weeknights.
Welcome back to ABC News Live coverage of the battle for the Speaker of the House. I'm Kira Phillips. So glad you're staying with us as we cover this breaking news story throughout the day. We are on to yet another round, round 6, and still no closer to a resolution. 20 Republicans again voting for Congressman Byron Donalds from Florida, and one voting present in this latest round, leaving Kevin McCarthy well short of where he needs to be. You'll hear more from Byron Donalds momentarily, where our Rachel Scott actually caught up with him just outside of the floor there on Capitol Hill, and was able to talk to him about not only his nomination, but nominating himself and seeing him as a possible alternative, someone who's never even passed a piece of legislation, not even been sworn in as a new member of Congress. So an interesting dynamic that's playing into all this as we look at live pictures there of Matt Gaetz, who's been quite a player throughout this whole conundrum. Correspondent Rachel Scott, also our Jay O'Brien, both on Capitol Hill, and also political director Rick Klein is with us. In addition, ABC News political contributor and former Democratic Senator from North Dakota, Heidi Heitkamp, and ABC News political contributor and former Republican Congresswoman from Virginia, Barbara Comstock. I appreciate all of you helping me guide us through the day here with this ongoing vote, and yet another vote, and yet another vote, and probably yet another vote is what it looks like. So, Rachel Scott, bring us up to date on where we stand at this point, and what are you hearing from your sources, and how long do you think this can go?
Well, look, for the people that are watching this all unfold right now and who are wondering why do they just keep moving to one vote after another, that is because electing a Speaker of the House is the first order of business in a new Congress. They cannot move forward with any legislation. They can't move forward with swearing in members until they have a Speaker. And so right now there is a decision that has to be made of whether or not they're going to move on to the 6th ballot, the 6th Speaker vote, or whether or not the House is going to adjourn for the day and then come back tomorrow at noon and do this all over again and repeat this cycle. And maybe by that time, either Kevin McCarthy or another Republican has made enough progress to actually clench the Speaker's gavel. So that is what is being discussed at this time. It's unclear what the path forward is. I mean, we look back in history, the late 1850s, we saw it took 2 months, 133 ballots for there to be a Speaker of the House. I mean, I can tell you members here are certainly hoping that it does not go that far. At this point, they're optimistic that they can hopefully get there. But right now, no one has a clear idea of where this is headed and how McCarthy is able to get the votes that he needs, especially after making so many concessions. At this point, those 20 Republicans standing strong, and he's losing support vote by vote, Kira.
Well, Rick, a lot has changed, as you've pointed out, since 100 years ago. Maybe not the hubris, maybe not the stubbornness, but you did point out that things are different now, and hopefully this will not go on for 2.5 months.
Clearly, I think that's unlikely. I don't think the records that have been set in the past of 100+ ballots are really going to be in danger of falling in this. I think I'm reminded of something that John Boehner used to say about his position as House Speaker, that you could tell members something sometimes, but sometimes you had to show them, and sometimes you had to bring things to a head. And maybe that today was that needed to play out this way, just for both sides to demonstrate the strength that they have, or in some cases don't have, and to go through the motions advances the conversations. I think the interesting stuff from here has to happen, unfortunately for us, off the view of the C-SPAN camera that's taking in these terrific images that we've been digesting. It's going to have to mean some kind of a negotiation around rules. It could have to mean a negotiation around a different person at the top, maybe a different person as part of the leadership team. I'm convinced that this is not going to happen because Kevin McCarthy or Steve Scalise or anyone else has enough tough conversations with enough people in the room. Because as we've also pointed out, Kira, all you need are 5 in that column that are not Kevin McCarthy for there not to be a Speaker of the House. So until you see that number change, or you see a defection from McCarthy that really forces the issue and a collapse in his support, you're going to be stuck. And that's what all of today has been. As Rachel pointed out, the only question I think remaining today is, do they go through the motions of one more vote, before seeking to adjourn. I can't imagine that we're talking about multiple more votes today. But as I've also pointed out, I've been wrong a lot about this, because to me, it was unfathomable that McCarthy didn't have a plan about what would happen after he didn't get what he wanted on the first ballot. He assumed, he hoped, he thought he could cajole, he thought first force of personality and the public pressure and maybe even conservative media would help him out, Donald Trump would help him out. None of it has mattered. You are seeing right now the manifestation of that, a party that has no leader and that doesn't really take direction from anyone.
Well, Jay O'Brien, with no speaker, the House majority could change the rules. So what are you hearing right now? Anything new at play?
Well, you could change the rules to do a bunch of different things, Kira. You could change the rules, or you could create a rule that lets you have a motion to adjourn. There are no rules, right, on the House floor, so you have to have a majority vote to do anything. So the majority could vote to adjourn and pick this all up again tomorrow, as we saw happening, what happened yesterday. You could also vote to change the threshold that McCarthy needs to become the Speaker of the House, or anyone needs to become the Speaker of the House, and you could vote to do a plurality rather than a majority of votes being cast. That is considered the nuclear option, because Hakeem Jeffries has been outpacing Kevin McCarthy in votes on every single ballot. So it would force the hand of those anti-McCarthy votes to decide, do they want to vote for Kevin McCarthy, or do they want to let Hakeem Jeffries potentially become the Speaker of the House? That's an option they have. But right now, the option that confronts them is this long slog of negotiating between McCarthy's allies and the 20 Republican lawmakers who are not backing Kevin McCarthy as of right now. In the middle of those 20 Republican lawmakers are 5 so-called never McCarthy lawmakers who have pledged from months ago that they will not support Kevin McCarthy unless they get major concessions from him. And even them, they say, their support still it may not move towards Kevin McCarthy's column. The question now becomes, does Kevin McCarthy have enough to negotiate with? We saw he had hours overnight into this morning. This vote started at noon to try to sway some of those lawmakers who are not in his camp to support him, and he hasn't picked up any votes. We just finished the 5th vote, and Kevin McCarthy hasn't pushed any lawmakers who were against him to his side. So what option does he what options does he have now is unclear. We've seen Kevin McCarthy allies working the vote, but nothing so far.
Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 20. With 1 recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I rise today to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the People's House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
My colleagues, well, it's Groundhog Day. Again, and if it's all right with you, I would like to... Thank you, Madam Clerk. If it's all right with you all, I would like to address not you, but the American people. Because, quite frankly, they are... Well, we don't have a speaker yet. So, the American people, well, they are our boss, and we work for them. Yesterday, as we were here on the House floor, our constituents from all around the country made their voices heard. Today, the calls, the text messages, emails, they all continue. People are letting their voice be heard, and that is a very, very good thing. Because that is what we are, after all, a constitutional republic that serves all Americans, not just a select few. To all Americans watching right now, I want to tell you that we hear you. We hear you, and we will get this right. No matter how messy this process is, we will emerge better for having been through this, because nothing great ever comes easy. For the last several months, negotiations have gone back and forth over a rules package to make this chamber, your chamber, a better place to deliver better results for you, the American people. And I want to remind everyone watching, listening here in this chamber, that this chamber and this body, our country, we are bigger than a single person or a single moment in time. We are a nation collectively of great people, great patriots, and great moments of courage. The rules package that has been highlighted by so many of my colleagues dictates how this chamber functions, how bills come to the floor, how much time we get to read these bills, whether or not we will get single-issue bills, and whether or not we can vote proxy. And as you have witnessed from events yesterday, so many people have said, what are the next steps? What will we accomplish if we continue down this current path? Will we wake up tomorrow and be in this exact same place? The people calling my office said over and over and over again, it is time to get to work. Anything less is unacceptable. And you know, as we stood on this House floor yesterday, and again today, over 200 people were poisoned from fentanyl. Fentanyl that came from an open border because of the Biden open border policy. Over 5,000 people were encountered at the border because of Biden's open border policies. These are the issues that people care about. They don't sit around their kitchen tables at night saying, I wonder who's gonna be speaker. No, they elect people to come here to do the things that matter, the issues that impact them every single day. And in an era of uncertainty, the last thing they need is uncertainty within this chamber. We were elected to be the voice of our constituents. We are their voice in this chamber. And they didn't send us to be perpetual critics. They sent us to get things done. And as we all know, because after all, we are in politics, the line of critics is always long. But the list of those that are actually rolling up their sleeves and doing the difficult job of leading, of uniting, of delivering results, especially in a chamber like this, well, that list is very short. Kevin McCarthy has proved that he can get things done. He has proven that he is willing to stand up in the face of critics and not only prove them wrong, but work with them. The only thing sovereign in this republic are its people, and they have deemed it right to place a check on the Biden administration and put our party, the Republican Party, in control of this chamber. Now is the time that we take control. I understand a lack of trust among some of our colleagues. I do.
Will the House be in order?
I understand a lack of trust among some of our colleagues. But what I am asking is that we all trust the American people who sent our colleagues here. This House is the only part of the federal government that stands for election every 2 years. Therefore, this chamber is an instrument of the people's will. And the people have overwhelmingly voted for Kevin McCarthy. If we continue down this road, if we continue with the actions of yesterday and today, we stifle the will of the American people. The changes to the rules of this place and how it functions have been overwhelmingly positive in the last few weeks. Legislation stands ready. It is time to unite, roll up our sleeves, and get to work doing the people's business. The gentleman, my friend, Kevin McCarthy from California, has done more than anyone in this chamber to secure a Republican majority. Many of the people who are members here today are, quite frankly, here because of his leadership, because they have trusted him, and he has gone out of his way to make sure that every single one of us has had a voice at the table. Furthermore, every single returning Republican in this chamber who cast a vote 2 years ago in the last Congress voted for Kevin McCarthy as our leader. We were united then, and we must unify now. That's the only way to start the people's business, the very reason that we're all here. It's to unify and get to work. Because we must commit to unity instead of division, because we owe it to the American people who sent us here. We must choose to lead in the face of a liberal Senate and Obama's JV team in the White House. We owe it to the American people. The American people sent a conservative majority to govern this body, but we cannot even begin to govern because, heck, we can't even swear in as members of Congress. I've traveled the country for the last 2 years as the youngest Republican woman in the 117th Congress, helping to secure a majority of members who are on both sides of today's Republican vote. Diversity of thought is a good thing. It's one of the things that sets us apart from our friends on the other side of the aisle. Yes, diversity of thought is a good thing. But they want us divided. They want us to fight each other. That much has been made clear by the popcorn and blankets and alcohol that is coming over there. The House is not in order. The House is not in order.
Get some order.
The clerk would ask all members-elect to abide by the established decorum of the House while making nominations. Gentlewoman is recognized.
As evidenced by my colleagues' actions, so today I am asking my friends and colleagues, are we the party of Reagan Republicans? Reagan, who said, someone who is with me 80% of the time is a loyal and good friend, not a 20% traitor. Are we the party of Reagan? That is the question that I ask you to answer as we embark on this next ballot. It's upon us to remain a nation of equal opportunity, not equal outcome. That is what is on the line here today, and that is why I am nominating Kevin McCarthy, and I humbly ask for your support. Madam Clerk, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House, the lead vote getter in the last 5 rounds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, Democrats are united behind a speaker who will build safer communities. He's a leader in gun violence prevention. He has worked to make our criminal justice system more fair, more equitable, and more effective, and he's done it working with both sides of the aisle. A leader who has a track record in actually getting things done. And he understands that public safety, public health, and economic opportunity must go hand in hand. That's why, at the direction of the Democratic caucus, I advance the name of Hakeem Jeffries from Brooklyn, New York, as our next Speaker for the 118th Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, to nominate the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, no matter what your political persuasion, one thing is universally recognized across this country. Washington is broken. Washington is completely broken. Whether it's a wide open border, millions of people streaming across, terrorists, criminals, fentanyl coming right to your community, not at the border, but into your community. Overdoses happening in your towns, funerals happening in your town because the border's open, because this place is broken. 12 days ago, in the middle of the night, 4,000 pages showed up over here. 1.7 trillion in spending, 7,200 earmarks, 24 hours time to read it, like a Christmas tree right before Christmas, that nobody outside of this town wanted. If you've been here for 1 year, you voted on that once. If you've been here for 3 years, you voted on the same thing 3 times. If you've been here for 10 years, you voted on it 10 times. Washington is broken. We got crime running across the streets, no matter what community you're in, because now this town has decided that somehow the criminals aren't understood, and we've abandoned the victims. This is what people in our country are dealing with. We are funding wars in other countries while we're destroying our own military because this town is broken. We have an administration that has contempt for the American people and is using these big corporations to spy on Americans and using the instruments of federal power to persecute and prosecute them because this town is broken. And this place is literally broken. There hasn't been an amendment on the floor for 6 years in this town. So if you're not on the committee of jurisdiction, but it affects your citizens, well, too bad for you. You just vote yes or you just vote no. That's not how this place was designed to be. We vote on bills that have all kinds of things that have nothing to do with the bill itself. Everybody came here because they said to their constituents, this town is broken, and I want to fix it. Well, how are you going to fix it if you come to this town and just step right in line and keep doing the same things that everybody has done before you? It's not going to fix it, and the American people know it. And I would say this. I think the person that has done the most to make this fabulous, this wonderful Republican majority is Speaker Pelosi and her policies. That's what has achieved this majority over here because the American people are sick and tired of it, and they've had enough of it. Now, this is not about personalities. It's not about personalities. It's about the policies that come out of here. This is not about personalities on this side of the aisle or that side of the aisle. We believe, and we want to believe, and we want to believe that every person that comes here, left, right, center, has the best intentions for our country. The best intentions for our country. And it's not about the personalities in this contest. It is not personal for us. But because we all acknowledge and we all know that Washington is broken, we must take a new path. There must be a new vision so that Congress works for the American people. Because the American people are watching what's happening here, and they've watched what's happened here, and they're sure in their hearts, and they can prove it, that this town works for this town. That's who this town is working for. Ladies and gentlemen, we are making history today. We are making history in this process. And we are showing the American people that this process works. Yeah, it's been about 100 years. It's been about 100 years since this has happened before. But we have said we're not going to take any more of Washington being broken. We're going to do something for the American people, and we're going to fix it. And is it going to be painful? And is it going to be difficult? Yeah, it probably is. That's why it took 100 years. It probably is. But we're going to do it. And we can also make history today by making the first...
Will the House be in order?
By electing the first black Republican Speaker of the House. Yes, thank you. Now, as my colleagues probably know, the first black members of Congress to serve in this body were Republicans. As a matter of fact, you probably also know that Frederick Douglass, who went and worked with Abraham Lincoln to emancipate the people of color in this country, said he would never be anything but a Republican, I am here to nominate Byron Donalds because he has accomplished many things. He is a man of faith. He is a family man. He is a businessman, and he is a man of community service. He's come from the school of hard knocks, because not all outcomes in life are equal, but America is the place where we can each do great things regardless of our humble beginnings, each one of us. Now, Byron is a product of single family where it's not easy, but he has succeeded in America, and that's a testament to what we have created here and what we're trying to save. He's got a record of accomplishing things. He has a record of being on the right side. He is respected, he is trusted, he is capable, and he achieves results. Now, Byron has a big mind, and he's big in stature as well. He's very nice, but I will tell you this, in a negotiation with Chuck Schumer, I sure will want to be on the other side of Byron Donalds. He knows who he is, he knows what his foundation is, and he knows that Washington is broken, and what Chuck Schumer sends over here isn't going to work out for the American people. Ladies and gentlemen, Washington is broken. Byron Donalds will inspire us and restore our citizens' faith that this institution actually works for them. And it is my highest honor to nominate the gentleman from Florida, Byron Donalds, to be the next Speaker of the House, and I yield.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries.
All right, we have now moved into the sixth vote for House Speaker. How long will this go? Still nobody knows. Jay O'Brien on the Hill for us. We are now moving into the sixth round. So let's talk about what we know, just the latest at this hour. We have been told possibly this could be the last vote of the day if it turns out to be the same as the 5 votes prior, and there may be more deal making through the night, and we'll be back at this tomorrow. What are you hearing?
Here we go again, Kira. Yes, this is vote number 6. Kevin McCarthy has not come close to the threshold he needs on any of these ballots to refresh all of those at home who are playing the home game. You need 218 votes to become the Speaker of the House. Kevin McCarthy has lost 20 Republican votes he can only afford, given the slim majority that Republicans have in this 118th Congress. He can only afford to lose 4 votes, and he's lost 20. He's got to do some work if he wants to be the Speaker of the House to get some of those 20, a great deal of those 20, to vote for him, to come back and vote for him if he wants to become the Speaker of the House. There's a lot to unpack here, but I just want to start with this notion of how long this process has been. So it began at noon yesterday. We had just about 6 hours of voting, a little bit under 6 hours of voting yesterday before there was a majority vote to adjourn. adjourn and come back again today. We begin again today at noon, and it's 3:30 now. So just about 9 hours, a little over 9 hours by my count, of voting for a Speaker of the House. It feels long, it feels drawn out. The last time the country did this was 100 years ago in 1923. So while it feels long and drawn out, in 1923 it actually took 3 days. The longest was 2 months. In the 1850s, 133 ballots, 2 months of voting for a Speaker of the House. So look, this has happened before. It's been drawn out before, but it hasn't looked like this on the House floor at the beginning of a new Congress in 100 years. So this Congress is very much in uncharted territory, but also at the same time, they're experienced in this because they've now done this 6 times. What you're watching play out is that the clerk calls the last name of the member to vote, and then that member says the last name of who they want to be Speaker of the House. And over the last few ballots, we've seen that anti-McCarthy group, that group opposing Kevin McCarthy, coalesce around Byron Donalds. That's their candidate. It's their protest candidate because Donalds has shown no interest in being Speaker of the House. He's shown no interest in wanting this job, despite the fact that he voted for himself on the previous ballot. He voted for himself by saying he felt that it was cool that he was nominated. He wanted to cast a vote for himself for Speaker of the House. But Byron Donalds shows no interest in being the Speaker. I can tell you in my conversations with sources close to these conversations, they don't view Byron Donalds as a potential Speaker of the House. Instead, he is a vehicle, it appears right now, for those who are opposing Kevin McCarthy and have said that they do not want to vote for Kevin McCarthy. They don't feel that Kevin McCarthy has A, done enough to earn their vote, or B, they say there's nothing Kevin McCarthy could do to earn their vote. I take you back what feels like ages ago with a conversation between Bob Good, who's been staunchly opposed to Kevin McCarthy, and my colleague Will Staken, who was standing outside the House floor. And Staken asked, is there anything Kevin McCarthy can do right now? And the question was essentially, is there anything he can do to become Speaker? And Bob Good's response was he can withdraw. So that was his advice to Kevin McCarthy. Lauren Boebert, at the beginning of the last ballot, at the beginning of the 5th ballot, looked over to Kevin McCarthy when she nominated Byron Donalds and said that he didn't have the votes and that he should withdraw. So what the Never McCarthy group is telegraphing to Kevin McCarthy is that he should bow out and that he doesn't have the votes. But the sense we're getting from the McCarthy allies is that he shows no signs of backing down. Kevin McCarthy spoke with our colleague Rachel Scott earlier this morning. At the beginning of all of this, he said he was not going to back down. It was full steam ahead for him and his team. But we'll see if anything changes on that front, Kira.
And as you mentioned, Rachel Scott, not only has she been able to chase down Kevin McCarthy and also that interview with Byron Donalds within the last hour as he finally talked to reporters about being nominated, even voting for himself. She has been chasing other members of Congress to get more insight on possibly how long this can go and how this could end up. Rachel, what do you have?
Yeah, so we've been trying to get a sense from Republicans in that chamber about what is the clear pathway forward. So I just talked to Congressman Ken Buck of Colorado about what he believes should happen next. And I want you to take a listen to this because he's essentially saying that time is running out for Kevin McCarthy to make a deal. How long do you think this can drag out?
Well, it can drag out for a long time. And you know, when you only have a 5-vote majority, 4-vote majority, what you end up doing is every day is a challenge to a speaker. And so you really have to stay united. Once we choose a speaker, we've got to make sure that we stay behind that speaker.
So Buck has supported Kevin McCarthy on multiple ballots here, but he's made it clear that if McCarthy does not have enough Republican support, then obviously it would be time to step aside and for Republicans to rally behind another candidate. I asked him, if not Kevin, then who? Well, he said McCarthy's number 2, and that would be Steve Scalise, Kira.
Wow. Okay, so he came forward and did confirm that. So Byron Donalds told you when you caught up with him, Rachel, that they were more than likely going to convene after this vote, possibly behind closed doors with Kevin McCarthy. Does Ken Buck is he sort of leaning the same way that they could have this conversation tonight and maybe we have some answers by tomorrow?
He, in fact, is hoping that if there's going to be a deal between McCarthy and some of these Republicans who are opposing him, that it is, in fact, going to happen tonight. So this way the House can move on with their business. They can come in tomorrow if need be, and they could vote for the Speaker of the House. And then he says if at that point there is still not a deal on the table, then that's when more Republicans need to start looking at other candidates, because the question becomes who can get the support. And I think that is still a big question mark. I think it's significant that names are actually being floated out loud at this point. They've been kind of whispering in the hallway about it, who exactly maybe could step in place of Kevin McCarthy. But now members are actually trying to float these names out loud to members of the press, including myself, as reporters are just sort of wondering how McCarthy gets there. But right now the ball is in McCarthy's court, and every single time that I have caught up with him, he has remained as defiant as ever. I mean, I just asked him repeatedly last night. Reporters were asking, is there a scenario in which you would back away? Is there a scenario which you would drop out of this speaker's race? And he says, no, it's not going to happen. He still looks at these numbers and he says, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. But it's still not enough to break through the logjam. So again tonight, what we will see is immense pressure on these 20 Republicans who have opposed him to try to get them closer to him. Of course, he wants to start trying to peel away some of that support. But again, I talked to Congresswoman Lauren Boebert earlier, and one thing that was so striking to me is that she said Kevin McCarthy didn't even reach out to her. So maybe he sees some of them as a lost cause, but he can't completely dismiss that entire group there, because again, he could only afford to lose 4 members, Kira.
So all of those on the ground opposing him right now, Rachel, they seem to appear to just all have different thoughts and feelings, and no one's really on the same page, clearly adding to the complexity of all this.
I think that is so notable, exactly what you're saying, because that makes the challenge for Kevin McCarthy even greater, right? If these Republicans who are opposing him are not even on the same page about what they want, how can he deliver on a deal that coalesces this entire group to somehow rally behind him and support him? On one end, this has turned personal. You have people like Congressman Matt Gaetz, who's saying that he's squatting in the Speaker's office after moving his stuff in without actually winning enough votes to become the next Speaker of the House. You have some of these Republicans saying that McCarthy is not trustworthy, that he's not conservative enough. They're calling for new leadership. That is personal. There's no deal that can be offered there that's going to change those really personal feelings of trust. And then on the other hand, you have some Republicans that are maybe lobbying for a better seat on a committee, right? They want a bill to come to the floor on the border. Those are actually things of substance, right? But you have this very, very stark divide here between some Republicans who have made it clear it's just not going to be McCarthy. Nothing that he presents is going to get them there. And others who want to see some concessions made here, but maybe what they want isn't what the next Republican over next to them wants. And so that's going to just be an immense challenge for McCarthy. It is just getting completely messy here, Kira, and this is part of the reason why there's no clear path forward, and we're just rolling with it as the Republicans are in this chamber.
Messy. That big hot mess would be more appropriate, I think, as we've been going into our second day here. Rachel, thank you so much. Barbara Karmsock, as we enter into what appears to be the loss of a 6th speaker vote here for Kevin McCarthy. I mean, does he have any more cards to play? I mean, how long can this really go? It seems like there's a little light at the end of the tunnel. Sounds like possibly McCarthy's going to come together tonight to try and work out a deal, and we may be finishing these up tonight, tomorrow. But really, how long can it go?
Well, I think while Kevin has indicated he might, he's prepared to go for as long as it takes. Are his members. I think you're starting to see a little break on that, or a little bit publicly, but more privately. And I think because they didn't have the meeting this morning, once they get back together, I think you're going to hear more of that, probably more of that will leak out. And then you're going to see the name, the logical name is Steve Scalise. And so I think you'll see more of that. I don't think you're going to see a lot of concessions, because while Byron Donalds was talking about, we just should have one person for, giving up the chair, the American people did not vote about that. They don't care. They care about gas prices and the economy and all the things that Republicans said they were running on. So this idea that you're going to continue to hold up forming Congress over relinquishing the chair by one vote is nonsense. So I think they will lose their steam, if Kevin does step aside. So if that's the case, that's where this is going to go. So I don't think whoever, Kevin might throw his support behind needs to be talking about a lot of concessions, because really these people, all they want is a scalp, and they want, they want to be noticed. What they love is the press attention over the past few days. So they would love for this to go on and on. But I don't think the rank and file members want to see this go on and on. It's a disaster for Republicans. And as the speaker who just did the final vote, Congresswoman from Florida, Congresswoman Kamak, said, this is just helping Democrats. And so it's not helping Republicans. So they do need to make a turn here.
Make a turn. We can only hope. Right now, we just keep going forward, and forward. Bringing into the fold now, former Democratic representative for New York, Kathleen Rice. Welcome aboard to our panel. Kathleen, it's great to see you joining us today. So your overall impressions from yesterday into today, since this is the first time we're talking together here on ABC News Live, what's going through your mind? What are you thinking second day in and McCarthy appearing to lose his sixth speaker vote?
McCarthy. Well, my first thought, first of all, thank you for having me. My first thought was, wow, I'm really happy that I'm not there. I loved serving in the House. I served with my good friend Barbara Comstock, but I'm glad I'm not there today to witness this. And I would say that I agreed with a lot of what Barbara said. And, at some point, this is going to come to an end. They're going to have to coalesce around someone. And I agree with Barbara that, whomever they choose is not going to be in the position that Kevin McCarthy is in, where he's having to give away the store. Because they can say, look, you've got no other choice. What I'm more concerned about, and what I think the American people are going to be more concerned about, is what happens after there finally is a speaker? Because there will be. What happens when you have to address the issue of the debt ceiling, the creditworthiness of the country? What's going to happen then? These 20 people are going to be in a very different position than they are right now. I think they're quickly gaining a very negative place in the American psyche right now. But when it comes to passing bills and, keeping the creditworthiness of our country afloat, when they play these shenanigans, then I think they're going to be faced with a very different reaction.
So how do we compare, Kathleen, what's going on with McCarthy to last Speaker Nancy Pelosi? You helped lead the charge against Pelosi's 2018 run, and she was able to win and also keep her caucus together through many difficult years.
Of Louisiana. Well, I think it's important to note that my objection was never an ideological one. I wanted to see the torch passed to a new generation. And that was the basis of my objection to keeping the same leadership team in place. But keep in mind also that Speaker Pelosi at that time had not a much bigger margin, but more than 4 seats. So she had a little more room to play with, and she's a masterful deal maker. Kevin McCarthy, a friend of mine, who I think deserves to be Speaker. I don't know at this point why he would be, but he deserves it. He put the Republicans back in the majority, but he's going to have a much smaller majority, as we are witnessing yesterday and today, to actually be able to get things done. And so I think it's it's important to note that Democrats wanted there was a group of us who wanted to pass the torch to a new generation of leadership. It was not an ideological issue. It wasn't a personal issue. This seems to be much more personal to Kevin McCarthy. I don't understand the basis for that, because he's definitely more conservative than Hakeem Jeffries would be, Speaker Jeffries would be. But they're also like, what is it that they're trying to, what ideological difference do they have with Kevin McCarthy? He gave them everything they wanted, and that still wasn't enough. So they really are becoming the never enough caucus of the overall Republican caucus.
All right, Jay O'Brien, you actually have some new reporting now on McCarthy's strategy at this point. Do tell.
Yeah, this comes to us from our colleagues Will Staken and Catherine Folders, who are standing just there off the House floor. And Will Staken reports that Kevin McCarthy walked off the floor and said to him, and let me just read it to you verbatim, "We're going to take a break in a little, then go meet." He didn't elaborate as to where they're going to meet or what's next. He didn't give any other specifics, but it appears that the House might be headed towards adjourning again. Obviously, adjourning has to be done by a majority vote, as we saw yesterday. So if there's any opposition to adjourning, that could derail this. But in theory, it appears Kevin McCarthy is confident that he has the votes to take this break, to adjourn these proceedings today, and either kick the can into tomorrow, as we saw what happened yesterday, or kick the can later into the evening. They can adjourn to any designated date and time, but they have to pick a designated date and time under this situation in the House where there are no rules. Also, there's some other reporting that comes from both Will and Catherine Folders, our colleagues here, again, standing right there off the House floor. In McCarthy, it appears, according to Will and Catherine's reporting, is in talks with his allies to hold conversations tonight that will work to try to get some kind of a deal that can earn him more support from those 20 anti-McCarthy votes that we've seen emerge over the course of the day. It's the same 20 who voted against McCarthy yesterday. Now there's one additional lawmaker who's voting present. Now there's some kind of a deal, it appears, or some kind of conversation to have McCarthy meet with lawmakers behind the scenes and his allies meet with lawmakers behind the scenes and work out a deal, particularly on what's called the motion to vacate the chair. That is a provision that would allow the removal of the Speaker of the House. It would allow the removal of Kevin McCarthy from his job if he becomes the Speaker of the House. And there's a debate as to what the threshold should be to trigger that vote to remove the Speaker. McCarthy caved and made it 5 lawmakers, so 5 lawmakers would have to get together and trigger that vote to remove the Speaker. Now there's conversations, and it appears McCarthy has agreed, according to this reporting, to lower that threshold from 5 to 1. That would be a huge concession from him, and it's the concession that Byron Donalds was talking about to Rachel Scott earlier on the steps of the House, or of the steps of the Capitol, saying we think there's going to be some motion on a movement on motion to vacate the chair, lowering that threshold to 5 to 1. According to Will and Catherine's excellent reporting, it appears that that has happened now, and that he's agreeing to lower that threshold again from 5 to 1. Is that enough to move the needle? Is that enough to convince some of those 20 anti-McCarthy votes to come back to vote for Kevin McCarthy? That remains to be seen. I can tell you there are at least 5 hardcore Never McCarthy members of Congress who have been Never McCarthy votes from the beginning, who have been Never McCarthy votes from just around right after the election. I spoke with a source close to them last night. In this source's opinion, there was nothing that could move the needle of those 5 lawmakers and get them to back Kevin McCarthy. But a lot's happened since last night, and any concession Kevin McCarthy makes could potentially convince lawmakers to switch to his side. We will see in those deliberations tonight exactly what he lays out, exactly what is agreed to, and if it is enough to get people to swap to Kevin McCarthy. And maybe later tonight or tomorrow, there is potentially some kind of a resolution to all of this, because we are going on 9 hours of voting for a Speaker of the House, Kira.
So, Kathleen, taking into account the new reporting that Jay just gave us, what are your thoughts? What are you thinking? And what could this, possible deal be if indeed we go with what Kevin McCarthy said just off the House floor there, that we're going to break in a little and then go meet?
Well, it makes sense that they're going to meet because they're clearly not getting the job done by hanging around the floor and trying to twist arms on the floor. So I think meeting is probably a good idea. The fact that it sounds like Kevin McCarthy is willing to reduce the number of people who can bring a motion to vacate the chair from 5 to 1 is incredibly disturbing, because really what that means is it would only take, if he becomes Speaker, if he agrees to this and they agree to vote for him, at any point once he becomes Speaker, it will only take one member of the caucus to bring a motion to vacate the chair. That would create basically a potential recall. So I understand why he's making these negotiations. I'm a little surprised that he gave that up. It's, we put the rule in when we took over. that it should be a majority of the caucus that has to make a motion to vacate the chair. It should not just be one individual member who can do that. But I understand deal making and negotiating, and maybe we will see the 20 or so, the 20 people willing to change their vote if they come to this agreement to lower the level that it takes to as a motion to vacate the chair. But I just think that that is going to create a potential nightmare for Kevin after he's sworn in, if he's sworn in as Speaker.
So, are Democrats still united here, Kathleen? And at what point does their stamina run out?
I don't, you're never going to see that. Democrats are more united now than they have ever been. We did a lot better in the midterms than we thought we were going to do, and that's because we ran really good candidates and we delivered for the American people. I personally am so proud that my fellow New Yorker, Hakeem Jeffries, is going to be the minority leader. I wish he would be Speaker. But there is no question that Democrats are fully united behind that leadership team of Hakeem Jeffries, Catherine Clark, Pete Aguilar. We might have our differences ideologically, but we always come together to act for the American people. So I don't see there being any relenting, any weakening on the Democratic side. I think that every time we go through these votes, they get more emboldened to not be the ones to throw the Republicans a lifeline. They have to figure this out themselves. They wanted the majority. Now they're going to have to rule in it.
So, Barbara Comstock, if McCarthy was to win over at least one unexpected player, like Chip Roy, for instance, could he win this uphill battle?
Well, yeah, I'm certainly sorry to hear him, give if he is thinking of giving away that motion to vacate and go down to one, because I do think that would make his life miserable and it'd be bad for the institution. But I do think that, there have been people who've indicated that would get their vote. I still think he has the problem of these hard 5 no's that may not come back no matter what. People like Bob Good, people like Matt Gaetz. And there is some reporting now that I've seen, I think from Politico, that's just gone up that Ken Buck has told Kevin McCarthy that he needs to, kind of have some kind of deal to get these remaining votes, or he needs to step aside, or he might lose Ken Buck's vote or others that might go with it. So I think that time is coming where he has to cut some deal that's going to produce enough votes to, there has to be movement shown here soon, or he's going to, lose some of his, the 201, 202 that he has had to date.
Kathleen, if you were on the floor today, and you already made it clear you're really glad you are not on the floor today, but if you were, what would you be doing right now? What would be the conversations you'd be having? What would you be attempting to do?
Well, I would, my one regret of not being on the floor is not being able to cast a vote for Hakeem Jeffries. But I spent my 8 years in Congress trying to reach across the aisle. I have relationships with a lot of Republicans. I would, be imploring them to try to, do the right thing here and get behind someone who, look, you can't beat someone with no one. But now we know, because we went through that as Democrats, you can't beat someone with no one. But we have gone through 3 or 4 separate, this is the 5th or 6th vote now, with 3 separate other people, and they didn't even come close to reaching Kevin McCarthy. I think he has earned the right to be elected Speaker. The chaos, obviously, Democrats feel like it's good for them because the Republicans, they got the majority, albeit by a small number of seats. But now what they're showing the American people is they can't even agree on the most basic vote they have to take, which is who is going to lead the House. And this is something that I know that, the leadership team has been working on for a long time. So, I mean, I don't know if I would end up, I don't know. I don't have a big enough ego to think that I would be able to, nor would it be my job to persuade any of the never Kevins, because people in their own party can't do that. But I do hope that, we get past this quickly because we have to get to the work of the American people. Right now, there is no functioning House of Representatives. I stopped being, my final day as a member was yesterday, but my successor has yet to be sworn in. So the people in my district and in districts all across the country are not being represented yet. Committees are not being set up. And we've got to get a move on this and set the rules and get to work as a body.
And Kathleen, just, in layman's terms, tell those that are listening and paying attention and wondering, okay, what does this mean for me on a daily basis every day? Because that was one thing that stood out when our Rachel Scott was able to grab Byron Donalds, the Republican there that's been nominated for Speaker, brand new, hasn't even been sworn in yet, hasn't even passed any legislation. He said, look, we're only in day 2. Everybody just needs to relax. We're going to come to a deal. People are still driving their car, going to work. I took my kids to school today. And I kind of sat back and thought, wow, not every constituent right now is going to feel that way when legislation, if we don't have a Congress, we don't have a speaker, if legislation just comes to a standstill and nothing gets passed and Congress can't do anything for those who elected them. That's going to become pretty darn frustrating.
So, the longer this goes, it's going to get very, very, it's basically the equivalent, almost the equivalent of a government shutdown from a legislative perspective, but even more specifically to our constituents. There are no phones on in offices yet. I mean, no one has been sworn in. As I said, the person who succeeded me has not become an actual sitting member of Congress yet. I mean, there are people in districts who are still dealing with COVID issues, who are dealing with educational issues, passport issues. I mean, that is when, people are really going to start to feel the pinch here. So we've got to get this, we've got to get, the Republicans have got to pick someone. They've got to settle on someone so we can get this legislative body back to work, set the rules for next Congress, get the committees set up, get people's members' offices in not only in D.C. but in their home districts set up so that they can address the needs of their constituents. I mean, this is going to become a problem the longer this goes on. And I hope that will bring some level of sanity and reasonableness to a group of people who have shown quite an immunity to those characteristics.
Keyword sanity to all the chaos that we are witnessing right now as we are entering in our second day. And it appears Kevin McCarthy is going to lose his 6th speaker vote. As we are, Jay O'Brien, where are we right now, letter-wise?
Yeah, we're a keeper of the alphabet as always for you, Kira. We are in the ends of the votes here on the floor. We've seen a block of 20 Never McCarthy or anti-McCarthy votes over the course of this entire proceeding. So we're expecting to see 20 by the end of this voting for someone else, some other Republican other than Kevin McCarthy. On this ballot and on every ballot today, those who are protesting a McCarthy speakership are voting for Byron Donalds. Yesterday, their protest candidate was Jim Jordan. Both Jordan and Byron Donalds have said they have no interest in becoming Speaker of the House. But nonetheless, once Kevin McCarthy passes 5 Republicans voting for somebody else, he becomes on track to lose that ballot. So he's absolutely on track to lose that ballot because you see on your screen that column of 17 other now. Those are Republicans who are voting for someone else, and each ballot has been, or each vote for someone else has been for Byron Donalds. So Kevin McCarthy, again, on track to lose this vote. We've seen him and his team working the vote on the House floor, attempting to find some kind of a deal that can get the required votes that he needs. He needs 218. We've heard from our reporting from Will Staken, our colleague who's standing right there outside the House floor, that McCarthy has said that they're going to take a break now. They're going to, in theory, adjourn if they have the votes to adjourn and come back in a little bit, whether that's tomorrow or later tonight, with some kind of a plan. So what we're seeing going forward now is a move to adjourn, in theory, and also a push from McCarthy and his allies to try to strike some kind of a deal with those who are opposing Kevin McCarthy. But the question, as you and I have been discussing, that hangs over this entire process is what deal is out there that could convince some of those 20 anti-McCarthy votes to flip As we've been saying over the course of the afternoon, there has not been a single vote that's flipped from a no back to Kevin McCarthy over this entire process. So to get any lawmakers that have gone from anti-McCarthy to pro-McCarthy would be a huge accomplishment for the McCarthy team.
Well, if the vote to adjourn goes like it did yesterday, as you may remember, Jay, before they could even say, what's the answer, you heard the entire floor, everybody on the floor say yes. And it was quick and finished, and they decided when to come back. So at any moment, I guess we could find out as soon as we know the outcome of this vote. Probably will know not long after that if we adjourn or not. Yes, and it could happen quickly as it did yesterday.
Exactly. It can take some time because, as you've seen in this process, what has to happen now is we've got to finish going through the alphabet with each member saying the last name of the person they want to be Speaker of the House. Then the clerk of the House has got to officially tabulate the votes, and only then can a member make a motion to adjourn these proceedings if, in fact, there is a member who's going to make a motion to adjourn these proceedings. So it's going to take some time even for them to take a break, and in every one of those minutes, you can imagine the McCarthy allies are working on the anti-McCarthy votes to try to figure out if there's some kind of a deal to be had here. I can tell you from my conversations with those who under no circumstances want Kevin McCarthy to be the Speaker, that core group of so-called never McCarthy votes, they believe that their task is to hold out and resist any pressure, and they feel that the pressure is going to keep building and building and building with every ballot that Kevin McCarthy loses until some other kind of candidate that's more of a consensus candidate emerges. Kira.
Meanwhile, I'd be remiss if I don't mention, Jay, we're seeing a shot. Oh, there we go. George Santos. Now watch. He's going to vote, and he's going to quickly disappear. The one member of Congress right now under investigation for, well, a number of things, including making up his background, coming in to vote because he says clearly he's going to vote for McCarthy. And he learned quickly that the cameras will follow him. So he has made very covert appearances to vote and then disappear once again. Anyway, thanks to our entire all-star players here on our political team. We are going to continue as we cover this battle for Speaker of the House on Capitol Hill after Republican Kevin McCarthy appears to come up short once again during the 6th round now of voting. We do have continuing coverage in just a moment, so keep it here. More news on the other side.
So much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the Right Now. Been a nationwide teacher shortage.
The Right Now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms. From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now. We're honored ABC's 2020 winner of 3 Emmy Awards for Excellence. Thank you for making 2020 Friday night's most watched and most honored news magazine.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Yes, Whoopi!
Is this mic on? Can you hear me out there?
Behind the scenes is always a better show.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's what people don't see during the commercial break.
Right, they don't.
What happened?
I had no idea really what I was getting myself into.
That day that we walked out, I treasure that day. I couldn't sit there.
You're doing good, Joy. You're doing good.
Oh, yeah, baby.
It was crazy.
Behind the Table. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the Right Now. Been a nationwide teacher shortage.
The Right Now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
And welcome back to ABC News Live and our continuing coverage of the battle for the Speaker of the House. I'm Kira Phillips, and we are on to yet another round, round 6, and still no closer to a resolution. However, we've been waiting for this interview since yesterday. ABC's Jay O'Brien up on Capitol Hill with probably the most famous future member of Congress. That would be Hodge Gomez. Yes, the brand new son of Representative Jimmy Gomez. And Jay, I do believe we made Hodge pretty famous yesterday. This is his first network interview.
Yeah. Well, let's set the stage. And Congressman Gomez, I don't know if you know this as well. So Kira and I had been talking about your son Hodge here while he was sitting on the floor with you, and we were saying members brought their kids, and some of the kids had left because this has been such a long process. They've been voting for Speaker for 9+ hours, right? And we gave props to you and to your adorable son here. And so today, Kira said, could you go get Congressman Gomez, Democrat of California, for you at home to come talk to us and to bring Hodge along, and that's why we have you here today.
Happy to be here.
How has it been for let's just start away from the politics of it all for a moment. How has it been for you and Hodge here on the floor? How's he been doing, holding out through all? I know he hasn't been to every single vote. He was at all the votes yesterday, and then a bunch of them today. How has it been?
You know, it's been great because one of the things my wife and I, Mary, wanted to do is make sure that he was, personable. He got along with people, and that he loved people. So we started making sure that he was used to it, and then he loved it. He loved being on the floor. Everybody was smiling at him, playing with him.
Oh my gosh!
AOC picked him up. The speaker was like, he's the best looking baby I've ever seen. So he loved it. He has a good personality, and I think he's gotten more votes for speaker than I have, or maybe even Kevin McCarthy. So I think he's in a good place, but he's having a good time.
So what has that been like for you? He's witnessing history.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't had a situation like this on the floor. 1923, 100 years.
Yeah.
Was that something that was important for you as a congressman, but also as a dad?
Yeah, for me, it was always about, I'll be honest, I was one of those folks that never believed people when they said, oh, a child changes your life. And it certainly does. It changes your perspective. And I always thought my legacy was going to be, maybe getting elected to Congress, negotiating a trade deal or pass paid family leave. But he's my legacy in the end. And I think all kids are our legacy. So I realized I wanted to bring him to the floor to have him witness history, but also to recognize that he is what we're fighting for. He is our democracy. He represents millions of kids that don't have the privilege of being on the floor. So it meant a lot, and I was always planning on bringing him once he was born, and he's done a great job. He doesn't cry that much, except when he's getting close to feeding time. Then he starts letting you know, okay, I'm ready. So,
Hodge, you spent more time on the floor than anybody. He's so good. He hasn't said anything. This is amazing. He's just hanging out. This is amazing. Congressman, I have to ask you while you're here, just one politics question. Permit me one, Hodge, if you don't mind. Do you see any of your Democratic colleagues partnering with Republicans and voting for Kevin McCarthy?
I don't see that. One of the things, selecting a speaker is about values and what you want to see in a leader and what you want to see in legislation. And right now, the Republicans have the majority. They have the majority of number of members to run the House. We had the same number, and we had a historic legislative session passing the Inflation Reduction Act, infrastructure, as well as the American Rescue Plan. Now it's up to them. But you know what? A lot of our members put aside their own self-interest, either getting reelected or even personal values or beliefs on policy in order to get things done for the greater good. Republicans need to get to that point. Those 20 or whoever is holding out, they need to get to a point where it's not about their own self-interest, it's about the interests of the American people and making sure that government functions. But unfortunately, I think some of them don't care about that.
Kira, do you have anything for the congressman and for the most adorable baby you've ever seen in your life, or at least you've seen on the floor of the House of Representatives before we go?
Yes, may I babysit?
She's asking if she can babysit. I know you can't hear her.
So, of course, but I think she's in line with Speaker Pelosi, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and some of my good friends. But no,
But I'm from
Hodge
California.
has been great to have him on the floor. People have loved it, and honestly, I think he's gonna make one heck of a politician one day, or whatever he wants to do in the future.
Yeah, a TV star too. Oh my God, you're doing so
yeah,
good.
My wife said he might be a telenovela with these blue eyes and black hair.
I don't doubt it at all. I don't doubt it for a minute. Kira, thank you so much. Thank you for letting me surprise you with this, and thank you to the congressman.
Oh my gosh.
Of course, thank you, thank you.
Absolutely makes my day, and thanks so much to the congressman, and he's from my home state, so anytime he needs me to look after Hodge, I'm happy to do it. I'll take him to all the sites, including Disneyland. Thank you, Jay. Thanks, guys. All right, let's take it to our Rick Klein now, our political director here at ABC. Rick, we've been talking for so many hours, I don't really think I need to introduce you anymore. I think the world knows who you are and what we've been talking about since yesterday. First of all, how amazing is baby Hodge there, the star of this process, no doubt. Gives us a little levity and a little light as we still try to see what is happening in the fate of Congress and a speaker.
Yeah, I got to say, I got a bone to pick with Jay O'Brien. That's not playing fair, bringing a baby on for your hit when we're all trying to be engaging and interesting and insightful. That is not in the typical rule book. I'm stuck here in the D.C. Bureau. We got no babies around, barely have any snacks to go on for this endless thing. But no, listen, it's a reminder that being elected a member of Congress is a huge deal for a family. And I always love opening day, first day of school, and that feeling around Capitol Hill with all the excitement with the family members and all the selfies and all the pageantry and the receptions and everything. The second day is a little different. And that's, I think, part of the mood that is pervading Washington right now is that, wow, what did we actually accomplish today? And we are now wrapping up a third straight vote today that is identical, or essentially identical, and is going to leave us without a Speaker of the House at the end of another full day of business. So full props to the family members, including the babies, who were able to sit through it all.
I'm just really impressed that Representative Jimmy Gomez is the one with the baby, like, folded in the swaddle there, handling business and also being the dad. I mean, I just salute him. So tell us where we are right now, Rick, in the process as we're nearing. Do we know what letter, where we are in the letters, and how much time we may have here, possibly wrapping up, maybe in the hour?
If I'm not mistaken, we're through the alphabet, so they go back now to the members who didn't vote when their name was called, either because they were, with the baby or cuddling a baby off the floor, or they were,
I was distracted.
Or they fell asleep, or what? There's, other things can happen. As I've seen lots of things on Twitter about members of Congress that appear not to hear their own name because they're deep in thought on their phones or in conversations. At this point, it's become so rote. There's even been some examples of members voting for the wrong guy and changing their vote right away because of the monotony of this whole exercise. So we're nearing the end. Then the question becomes the negotiations that happen on the floor before the final vote is read, because that's what opens the floor up to other motions. Our expectation at this hour is that this is the final vote of the afternoon, but that is not set in stone, because even that motion to adjourn is something that's subject to a roll call vote. Yesterday we saw it done with speed, with alacrity, with excitement, but it might be that people have other priorities for a vote like that this afternoon.
Point well made. And thank you for bringing me up to date. I was very distracted by the adorable Hodge Gomez, by the way. Thank you, Rick. Heidi, Kathleen, let's bring you in. Oh, we got Barbara and Kathleen. I apologize. I'm still distracted, clearly, by the precious baby. You know, I guess, Kathleen, it really does show, I guess, put into perspective when you do see a congressman like Jimmy Gomez and bringing his baby, just kind of the expectation that these families had that yesterday was going to be the first day of Congress and people were going to be sworn in for the first time. It was a celebratory moment and spouses and parents and grandparents and babies were all there to be a part of the moment. Well, they got more than just a moment. They were able to partake in a pretty, well, on the borderline, hopefully it won't be a disastrous moment in history, but pretty chaotic, messy, as our Rachel Scott put it, time. So they got a show yesterday, and they're continuing to get one today. Your thoughts on where this goes into the night, and are you feeling pretty good that this could wrap up possibly in the evening into tomorrow, Kathleen?
Well, first, let me say that Hodge is a very difficult act to follow. I'm so happy for Jimmy and his wife. You know, I'm reminded of something that Speaker Pelosi always used to say, that we work for the children and we legislate thinking about the children and what is best for them. And I remember when January of 2015, when my entire family, I'm one of 10 kids, my nieces and nephews, my brothers and sisters were there on that day. And we had a big gathering in the office, and it was such a celebratory, happy time. You know, I was so proud to be able to serve in that way. And so I feel for the family members, because they got stuck on the floor a lot longer than they thought they were going to have to. And a lot of them were kids. Thank goodness we both have cloakrooms that is loaded with candy and soda and water and stuff like that. But it looks like today is gonna end the same way that yesterday did. My hope, though, is that Republicans are beginning to see, especially the 20 who are being obstructionists at this point, that they are beginning to see that this is a really bad look, not first and foremost for the Republican caucus, who grasped leadership in this midterm election, but for the country as a whole. I mean, it's just embarrassing for these kids to have to be explained, why can't I see my mommy or my daddy get sworn in yet? And the kids are too young to understand the hyper-political atmosphere that we work in Washington. So my hope is that the Republican caucus is going to be able to go back and figure out, I mean, look, Kevin sounds like he is digging in, and rightfully so. No one has got, other than Hakeem, has gotten more votes than he has, but certainly no one in his caucus. But, you know, this is when the real deals are going to have to be made, and people are going to have to make real promises. You know, Speaker Pelosi was always very specific about never bringing a vote to the floor, whether it was a leadership vote or a vote to pass a bill, unless she knew it could pass. Not just because it would be a bad look for her as the speaker, but because it doesn't show us as a legislative body doing our job when it's all over C-SPAN and then it's all over the newspapers. So I hope that they're able to come to some kind of a conclusion. I don't think that they should rely on Democrats to bail them out. Because certainly if the shoe were on the other foot, that would never happen. I think it behooves the Republicans to come together and to maybe put a little of their, you know, ideological intransigence aside and recognize that they work for the people. They don't work for themselves. And for some stupid rule change that, you know, they're looking for. So that's my hope, that they, if they do the motion to adjourn, that they need all the Republicans on, at least most of them on board to get that done. And then hopefully maybe there'll be a vote later on tonight. Probably not. I would think it's probably tomorrow. But we'll see. Hopefully they'll be able to make some ground. But today doesn't make one hopeful that that's going to happen.
Well, we are kind of holding on to hope. I mean, if anything, Kathleen, it's been very contentious since yesterday. And we have learned a number of things, a lot about the process, a lot about unprecedented moments, even learning a lot about history 100 years ago when this happened. This was the last time that this happened. But we also, Kathleen, learned that Trump's endorsement really no longer matters. I mean, we saw the red wave that wasn't during the midterms, and now we learned that Trump was making phone calls on Kevin McCarthy's behalf last night, and clearly no one listened.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised about that. I saw, you know, in my own home state of New York, you know, people had rejected Trump 2 years ago, and the kind of partisan vitriol that he perpetuated throughout Washington, throughout the Capitol, and throughout the country. So I don't know why anyone would think that he would be able to come in the 11th hour and be able to save Kevin McCarthy. I mean, there are some people who said, you know, maybe Kevin would have been in a better position if he had followed Mitch McConnell's lead after January 6th, where Mitch McConnell basically said, I'm done. The president, you know, instigated this mob, and I'm going to stay a member of the Republican Party that I have known and supported for Mitch McConnell's whole life. Maybe Kevin would be in a different position right now. I just don't know. But it does seem that this last election was, if not specifically, it certainly had the impact of lessening the influence of Donald Trump. If you look at most of the Trump-backed candidates lost, and it was not even close. So I think that that's, you know, one takeaway that we take from this election. And the other takeaway is that elections have consequences. And if you're not ready to lead, that's a problem. And we knew that when it was going to be this close, they were going to have problems. But unfortunately, unlike Democrats, they have not been able to coalesce around a leader so that they can get to work for the American people.
So a number of lessons learned clearly. And Barbara, I'd love to get you to weigh in as well. Not only is this a window into our lack, I guess I was to say our Congress, but lack thereof right now, no speaker, no functioning Congress. But is this also a window into what 2024 may hold for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, you know, really what this is this the logical progression of the Trumpification of the party. You know, while Kevin did get Jim Jordan on his side, who had been the nemesis of Kevin McCarthy back in 2015, you just had somebody else come up and replace Jim Jordan as the problem troublemaker, Matt Gaetz and some of these others. So they'll, you know, if you're going to appease these type of members and placate them, and, you know, really, you know, what John Boehner called them is, you know, legislative terrorists. If you're going to appease them, you're going to get more of them, and you're going to be rewarding them. I think now is the time to stop rewarding them. So whether it's Kevin who's the speaker and puts a stop to this, or somebody else, these people have to stop being rewarded because they are causing the party to lose. As Kathleen adequately pointed out, you know, Trump has continued to make the party lose. You know, in the off years, Republicans are supposed to gain an average of 20-something seats. We only gained 9. That's why Kevin's in this position, is because Trump endorsed candidates like the guy out in Washington State who primaried Jamie Herrera Butler, won the primary, lost the general. Jamie Herrera Butler could have been there voting for Kevin McCarthy, but she's not. Peter Meyer, who was also primaried, a Republican in Michigan, he could have been there voting for Kevin McCarthy, but Donald Trump primaried him because he voted for impeachment. He's not there. You know, now that's another vote that Kevin McCarthy doesn't have, and so on and so on. There's, you know, more and more of these horrible candidates endorsed who are now there causing problems for Kevin McCarthy. So the sooner we get rid of those types, the better. And I hope whatever happens, whoever ends up being speaker, somebody like Matt Gaetz should be isolated. I think he certainly should be taken off of the Judiciary Committee, you know, put him on whatever worthless committee or no committee for that matter, and make sure he doesn't have a platform anymore. And for all the, you know, people like Sean Hannity who enabled the Matt Gaetz and others, who were yelling at him, last night. Stop putting him on air, too.
Of which the Honorable Hakeem
All right, here we go. Let's
Jeffries
listen
of
to the
state
clerk
of
where
New
we get a
York
final
has
tally of the
received
6th vote.
212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 20. With one member as present. No member-elect having received the majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
I move that we adjourn until 8 o'clock this evening.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Motion's adopted.
The motion is adopted.
Is a member demanding the A's and A's?
Is a member demanding the A's and A's?
Okay, motion is adopted.
The motion is adopted.
House stands adjourned until 8 p.m. tonight.
The House stands adjourned until 8 p.m. tonight.
There we go. All right, Kevin McCarthy losing sixth round there of voting for Speaker. You heard the clerk calling out the final numbers, and then, of course, the representative standing up to make the vote to adjourn, giving 8 p.m. tonight, the next time that they will all meet. Now, Jay O'Brien, I don't know about you, but it sounded like the yays and the nays were of equal sound, and she got a little bit of heat for that. But it looks like, look, we're not on the floor, we're not in the room. Clearly, she heard a louder yay versus nay, and so 8 o'clock tonight, this resumes again.
Yeah, so just to walk you through the procedure that you just saw there, you saw that member make a motion to adjourn. There has to be a vote on any motion to adjourn. So then they have this vote, and a large number of Republicans, it sounded like, voted to adjourn. And then you heard potentially some opposition, it seemed, from Democrats who didn't want to adjourn. So then the clerk goes, well, is there anyone demanding a roll call vote, which means they had to go through member by member by member, or at least all the members had to vote and put their name to the vote as whether they wanted to take that break and adjourn or not. And it didn't seem like anybody called for a roll call vote, so now we're going into that break just based upon that voice vote of people calling out yay and nay. So now they come back at 8 o'clock. That gives Kevin McCarthy 3.5 hours and his allies to meet with that group of anti-McCarthy votes, those 20 votes that went against Kevin McCarthy on every successive ballot today, including that one present vote that we saw, and have conversations with those members about a potential deal that could finally get Kevin McCarthy over that 218 vote threshold that he needs to become Speaker of the House. He has not had any votes turn his way, and in fact, he's lost votes over every successive ballot, both yesterday and today. So he's got about 3.5 hours to come to some kind of a deal, to huddle with lawmakers, or they have to go back to the floor and either vote again on another ballot or vote to adjourn until later in the evening or tomorrow, Kira. So Kevin McCarthy and his allies on the clock right now to see if they can strike some kind of a deal before 8 o'clock that would put him in a position to become the next Speaker of the House, or at least show forward momentum, a deal that would pick up some votes but not necessarily get him all the way, and stop the momentum that anti-McCarthy faction has been picking up gradually, right? They've been picking up a vote here and a vote there. There was even one vote for present, as we said. That is Kevin McCarthy's task over these next few hours, Kira.
All right, Rick Klein, what do you think is going to happen between now and 8 p.m.? I know we're reading the tea leaves here, but your thoughts?
I think the Democrats are going to go out to a nice dinner and maybe have some of those drinks that Congresswoman Kat Kamek said they were having earlier. I'm not going to make any predictions around that. Maybe caffeine, though, might be more in order. And it is going to be an intense session over in the erstwhile Speaker's office. Kevin McCarthy is going to have to engage in the conversations that have been happening out on the House floor in a pretty extraordinary fashion over the last couple of days. I think we're nearing a position where McCarthy is going to have to show progress because you can't have this to show for the whole day. 3 successive votes, identical roll calls, no movement, nothing, nada. That is not what Kevin McCarthy was hoping for. It's not what his allies would hope for. And if they've got any rabbits in the hat, they're going to have to pull them now. And it's going to have to be about more than process at this point, in my view, and talking to some people that have been involved and around this. It's not clear that even making the concessions that McCarthy allies have dangled here, up to and including that ability for any one member to call for the Speaker to be replaced, would get the job done. And in some sense, I think there's a concern in McCarthy land that they're negotiating with themselves if they start giving on things like this. And they have to be able to show some progress and have to show that the votes can move here. Otherwise, what he has to show for the day is, again, moving in the wrong direction, very slowly moving in the wrong direction, but moving in the wrong direction nonetheless. That's when the conversations have to turn to the reality check. And who's going to have that conversation with Kevin McCarthy to say, listen, Dud, you're not going to get it. It's going to have to be someone else, and you're better off choosing that someone else than letting that other band of people choose that other person.
All right, Kathleen, your thoughts?
I think that's a pretty good assessment. At some point, someone's going to have to blink. I know, Kevin has wanted this for a very long time, so I would be surprised if he were to give in this quickly, even though it's been a painful 2 days for him. My concern is that the 20 holdouts, the obstructionists, this is their whole MO. And I think it was pretty clear that it was believed that there was an agreement, or Kevin probably would not have brought the vote to the floor. And then they went, the 20 or so went back on that. And so I think it's going to be interesting to see what they're able to accomplish in these 3.5 hours. And whether that will translate the amount of time it takes to get from the Speaker's office to the floor for a vote. I think it is, more, first of all, it's the personal animosity that a lot of these members have, the Never Kevins. And then it's just really, I think a level of distrust that he is actually going to abide by whatever agreement they agree to. But, look, everyone wants, even when, Democrats, there are a number of Democrats who would like to see some rule changes that actually give power back to the individual members and have it be diffused down from leadership so that we can represent our constituents to the best of our ability. So I understand the desire to want some rule changes, but you can't keep moving the goalpost. At some point, you have to be willing to make a deal. You can't let this go on forever. I just don't know how, they seem to have very thick skulls, these 20 people who have, been obstructing McCarthy from becoming Speaker. So we'll see if they're able to penetrate that cement.
All right, so Kathleen Rice saying a lot of thick skulls. Don't know what that could mean. Now Rick Klein saying the Democrats are going to go out for a nice dinner and probably a few more drinks than expected. Barbara Comstock, what do you think happens now, this moment until 8 p.m.? I don't know. You look at your crystal ball.
Well, it's for at least a few of them, and hopefully it's not 5, but it may be 5. They're not just thick skulls; they're numbskulls. Led by Matt Gaetz. So the problem is he's made clear nothing is going to change his mind. So how does Kevin change enough of them so he has less than 5 who are going to defect, or will the others count present, or will he use that? Try and get that plurality vote that we had talked about earlier, which would allow him to only have to have 213 votes. That would be, as we called it, more of a nuclear option, but at least it would also settle things. But I think now that they're having a meeting, you're going to see, will the other Republicans feel comfortable enough to go with that kind of nuclear option of plurality instead, if they cannot convince, enough members to get to that threshold. Otherwise, then I think you will need to, as Ken Buck has now said, and some others privately, need to move to a second, to a plan B, as members have been saying. What is the plan B? So I think now that you're meeting, this is the time, this is why Kevin didn't want to have a meeting this morning, because when they all get together, this is when things start to disintegrate a bit. Maybe they come together, kind of get a plan, but they can also go south on you pretty quickly when you have these meetings, and you can count on someone like Matt Gaetz or the other knuckleheads to be leaking it out. So press who are there will be happy to know they'll be texting it out live as things happen. But, the problem is these guys don't care about the institution. They don't care about service to their constituents. Kathleen pointed out, it's not just, that you're not getting bills passed. It's, hey, if you don't have your Social Security check and you're calling that office with a new member, you're not reaching anybody. You're not getting anyone to help you. And, I was surprised to hear Byron, Donald so careless about that. Oh, it's just a few days. It's a few. Well, if that's your mother's or grandmother's Social Security check, those days mean a lot. And if you're serious about constituent service, that should mean something to you too. And I always found very frustrating to care about government shutdowns. And you're seeing that with many of these, recalcitrant, this 20 that don't care about the functioning of government. Well, I'd like to see them, hopefully, they haven't been sworn in yet. I hope they're at least going to be docked their pay for yesterday and today if they don't get things done, because until they're sworn in, I don't think they should be getting paid. Certainly hope they aren't.
I'm feeling many of the constituents probably feel the same way. Barbara, Kathleen, Rick, thank you so much. And now we want to take you back to a key moment during all of this drama today that happened on Capitol Hill, and that was Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds. He was nominated for Speaker, receiving 20 votes in this latest 6th round, and he even voted for himself. And earlier this afternoon, he actually spoke to our congressional correspondent Rachel Scott and a number of other reporters just off the floor there outside of the Capitol about just what was unfolding on during this battle for speakership today. Take a listen.
At this point, do you believe it's time for Kevin McCarthy to step aside?
I don't think we're there at this point. I think there's a lot of members in the chamber who want to have serious conversations. How we can bring this all, to a close and elect a speaker. But I'm not going to speak for Kevin in that. That's something that he and his team got to figure out.
Can you say specifically what would cause the people who are voting against him now to vote for him? Is there anything he could do at this point, specifically a list of things?
Well, I definitely know that one of that list is the single-member motion to vacate. And I know for a lot of people back home, they're like, what is this thing that they keep talking about? But this was a mainstay rule in our chamber that empowered all the members of Congress, regardless of party. And Nancy Pelosi's the one that stripped it. And so we think it is important for our institution to function correctly on behalf of the American people that get put back in place. And so I think that's one. And then, there's other stuff that we can figure out around the table, which we'll probably do later today.
Congressman, are you actually running for Speaker, or is this more about just continuing the conversation and finding a place where Kevin McCarthy can be the next speaker?
Well, they nominated me, didn't they? I'm just playing. Look, I think right now it's something where I told my colleagues, I didn't come to D.C. being interested in becoming Speaker of the House. But I also understand that, part of my responsibility is to make sure that our conference gets to a point where we are doing the things in an effective and constructive way, that we campaign on back home. And so I'm going to help do that any way I can.
Congressman, Nancy Pelosi called this a very sad time for the country. How would you describe this moment right now?
Oh, gosh, Nancy's full of drama. I think that's totally wrong. I've been saying to a lot of people, the time of just leadership by acclamation, those days are over. And I think that's a good thing for the Republic. Our voters, whenever we've campaigned as somebody who was an activist back home, our voters are tired of the same old thing where it's like, oh, well, how'd that person get into leadership? And that's not an anti-Kevin statement. That's an indictment of Washington. So the fact that the former speaker is now saying that, oh, this is too much drama and it's a sad day for America, not true at all. This is actually an invigorating day for America, because what it demonstrates is that you do have people up here on Capitol Hill who, one, can get together and have tough conversations and negotiate things out, two, can do things for the betterment of their constituents back home.
Should McCarthy drop out?
What? There's just too many y'all right now. Huh?
Should McCarthy drop out?
That's a question for Kevin. I'm not going to answer that question.
There's no members of Congress right now sworn in, or no members of the House rather sworn in.
Right.
So, like, if there was a national security crisis or something, I mean, this is sort of uncharted waters here for the country. Are you have any concerns about just the fact that the House is not functioning as it should, doesn't have any members sworn in?
Well, hold on. We all know that if a national security crisis arises, the President of the United States is right down the street, and I would anticipate the President would act to secure the homeland and take care of the American people. When it comes to leveraging money to be spent in response, that's something that the members would have to put into their calculus as well. But that doesn't mean that we should speed up our business here for some hyperbole that may exist at some point. The president has dollars that have been appropriated, and he has some constitutional authorities to protect the homeland and do what needs to be done.
But at this point, there is no functioning Congress. So how long can this possibly drag on for? What is the path forward?
I actually don't think it's gonna drag on much longer. I think this is something that's gonna be resolved. But again, listen, the wind is blowing, y'all. People are still driving in their cars. People went to work this morning. They dropped their kids off. My kids went to school this morning. The American people are living their lives like they've always done. But what we're doing in the building behind me is we're going to make sure that this place operates as efficiently as possible and as optimally as possible to address the needs and concerns of the American people. And, once we get this organized and figured out, we'll get back to business as
Do you
usual.
want to be speaker? Do you actually want to be? Is this a protest vote?
Like, actually, no, not really. Never came here to try to be Speaker of the House.
What is the outreach?
Well, they nominated me. Of course I voted for myself. That's pretty cool.
What do you view as an acceptable alternative?
Hold on. You back it up there. Sorry.
What do you think of Donald Trump endorsing Kevin McCarthy in the speaker's race?
Well, that's been consistent. I think, President Trump has been in that position for several months. Knowing President Trump, he done change his mind. And so, I think that's all well and good. But the members are going to decide this process. And that's in no disrespect at all to President Trump. That's just the reality of the House of Representatives.
Has Trump reached out to you?
No, I'm not talking to him yet.
Who do you view as an acceptable about your vote?
We actually talked earlier today, and I anticipate we're going to talk again later today. Again, guys, look, I'm a business guy, so, having negotiations is par for the course. And I think too often in D.C., everything's filled with drama and feelings, and we got to get out of that posture and just get back to a posture of just having real conversations and getting jobs done.
Though, Congressman, the perception from our side, we're not on the inside of these negotiations,
sure,
is that there isn't progress being made.
Yeah, you guys
what
are at
kind
20.
Of progress is there being made? Because it's like Groundhog Day, the same vote over and over. So what progress is being made?
Well, I mean, time out, man. Even Groundhog Day in the movie, that lasted about, 9-10 days? This is only day 2, man. Y'all settle down. We're going to be all right. Look, there's going to be progress made. There's already been some discussions. I was having conversations on the floor right now with key members, and I think we're going to continue that the rest of today and see where we land.
What is your ask for McCarthy? What are you negotiating to?
Well, like I said earlier, the motion to vacate at 1 is one of the key ones. I think that just has to happen. And again, my viewpoint is that if Nancy Pelosi stripped the rule, that's actually a bad thing for America. So putting it back should be no big deal at all.
Are you a yes if he does that?
So hold on.
If not you, who do you want as speaker at this point?
Well, what I want as a Speaker of the House is going to actually be able to use every tool in this building to accomplish the will of the American people and have trust and definite belief that we're going to get that work done. Because, look, I leave my kids for too many days. I leave my wife for too many days to come up here and just walk back and forth from the Longworth building. Not interested in that anymore, so we're going to get active.
Are you worried that this feeds into the Democratic narrative that Republicans are unserious about governing?
Nah. Democrat narratives? Come on. How many of those have we seen in the last couple of years, and they never seem to pan out? I think that, look, they're going to try to do their job to message, but the truth is, this is day 2. Not day 100, not day 200. Everybody's going to be just fine. That's all politics. But if you've actually followed Democrat narratives, they always seem to be wrong.
But how does motion to vacate and some of these changes help government function? Because it seems like in the past that hasn't really helped Congress pass bills it needs to and given
the majority.
Well, I think that's the first part of it. It's about empowering members to do the job that they were elected to do, not continuing to put more power into the hands of the speakership. And I think that our conference, working together, all Republicans have gotten to a place where we've begun to open that up and get it to where it's much more member-driven and member-friendly. I think what we're probably about to do in the next couple of hours is finish that work and elect a speaker and move on.
Just a clarification that motion to vacate. When they elected Republican
Hold on, the lady behind you. I've answered two of your questions. Give me a minute.
I just wanted a clarification. In the rules package, it sets the number at 5 members.
Yeah.
You want it reduced to 1?
Yeah.
And
is that enough?
To the original
yes. Is that enough?
I think that'll work for some members, but again, you got to go in and negotiate that. So I don't want to negotiate between you guys.
But
Between
there
you guys.
rule changes before they nominated you today?
Say again?
Did McCarthy's critics ask you before you were nominated today? Did Chip Roy speak to you or give you a heads up?
Yeah, the members who were voting no, they did approach me. It's something I had to, really think through and process. Did that, talked with my wife and, agreed to it, and here we are.
Are you worried about retribution after the fact? There was threats that folks that weren't going to vote for McCarthy would be kicked off committees. Now you put yourself in a pretty public position opposing the person that could be the speaker. Are you worried about retribution?
Man, I'm 6'2", 275. I'm not worried about that. Honestly. Guys, look, I am not a political guy per se, even though, I'm a politician now. The way I view these things is that we'll work through it and figure it out, but the real pressure, the real, danger, that's not happening in here. I mean, retribution, come on, man. I'm a city kid from New York. This is nothing.
Was there any proactive outreach from McCarthy and his allies before you changed your vote, before you became the pick this morning?
Nah, not really.
Do you think there should have been?
That's not a question for me. That's a question for them.
McCarthy has already made some pretty significant concessions. So what needs to change about his approach? I mean, what does it say that he keeps failing over and over again? What needs to change?
Well, look, I think this is something we're going to try to hammer out in a room today. And, my hope is that, the leadership that so many of our members believe in is going to come through today. And if that's what happens, then we're going to go ahead and elect a speaker and we'll move on.
Are you meeting with McCarthy today? What do you mean?
Yeah, I anticipate we're going to meet later today.
I have a geeky question.
Besides the motion to vacate, is there any other rules that you consider, a rule change that you consider that?
Nah, I told you guys I'm not going to negotiate through the press. Come on now.
Thank you.
All right, Jay O'Brien, Kevin McCarthy, truly under pressure now. He's got three hours now? Yeah, 3 hours to figure this out. So, ... What's next?
Yeah, I mean, and you heard from Byron Donalds in that clip from earlier today talking with our Rachel Scott, and he made the point to say he anticipates meeting with Kevin McCarthy. Kevin McCarthy has now, like you said, 3 hours. He is under pressure to try to get those members, those 20 members who are anti-McCarthy, who are casting votes for other members of Congress. In this most recent ballots, they've been casting their votes for the guy you just heard from, Byron Donalds, as a protest vote against McCarthy. He now has 3 hours to change their mind. The House comes back at 8 o'clock, and there can be two things that happen there. They can vote, or they can hold another vote for Speaker of the House, or they can vote to adjourn, to take a break and come back at a later time, whether that's a time later on tonight or tomorrow, as we saw what happened yesterday, the House adjourning until today. This is something that hasn't happened in American history for 100 years exactly, Kira, not more than 100 years, exactly 100 years. In 1923, it took 3 days to pick the Speaker of the House. It took longer in the 1850s, so you're watching history play out in real time.
Yeah, we sure are. Now, the question is, how long is this going to happen? And really, we don't know. We're just guessing at this point. Rick Klein, 2 days of a lot of people banging their heads against the wall, nothing accomplished. So is this sort of a preview, you think, of what's to come? I guess it depends on who actually becomes Speaker.
Kira, this is big picture. This is a massive waste of time that portends a lot more massive waste of time for anyone who actually gets the job that Republicans are unable to give to anyone at this hour. And I think, the images of the restlessness on the floor aside, 434 people who were elected by their constituents to go serve them in the Congress are sitting around doing nothing and pretty frustrated about it as well. But in an utter waste of resources and brain brain power and concentration. And frankly, we've all got better things to do, and the country's got better things to focus on than this, and especially given all the challenges that everyone knows that we face. So I think that sentiment does impact the members as well. They went through just a mind-numbingly repetitive series of votes today that resulted in exactly the same outcome. It becomes a game of stamina in some sense. It becomes a game of negotiation in another sense. But I wouldn't underestimate the restlessness that starts to grow on this, particularly among the side. I would say it's probably more particular on McCarthy's side than it is among the Democrats or the people that are trying to oppose McCarthy.
So, Barbara, Byron Donalds, who we just saw that interview with our Rachel Scott, said this process was invigorating. Were you invigorated?
No, this isn't helping Republicans at all. And for those who care about their constituent service, all the issues that Republicans claimed they were campaigning on, there's nothing invigorating about this. It's been destructive process. And, I always say, first impressions are lasting impressions. And this has been a very bad first impression. And unfortunately, it's part of the Trump hangover that hurt Republican prospects in November and is continuing to be a hangover, into the beginning of the Congress.
So then, Barbara, if this is a continuation of the Trump hangover, does the country not completely sober up until Kevin McCarthy, who is tightly aligned with Donald Trump, unless he's out, can things change? Is that the only way we can see change in this country?
Well, these dead enders, who are these hostage takers who are holding everything up, they've now gone beyond Trump. They won't even listen to Trump. So letting them rule the roost is not a solution. It needs to stop. So that's the solution that Kevin McCarthy has to come up with, one way or the other.
All right. So, Kathleen, what are the odds here? Is it Kevin McCarthy or could it be Steve Scalise? Do you even see Byron Donalds having a chance here?
Well, first, let me say that I agree with everything that Barbara said. And I would also say that I was really disturbed by Mr. Donald's comments. I mean, if the mindset that he expressed is the mindset of the other hostage takers, this is going to take a really long time to play out. He showed an amazing lack of understanding about how important it is to get this 118th Congress up and running to serve the people he claims to care so much about. And that's really, really disturbing. He was asked repeatedly, what else do you want? What else do you want? I'm not going to negotiate here. Well, tell the American people. What is it that you think that Kevin McCarthy is being unfair and not giving you? I mean, if you can't express that other than the one vote to vacate the chair, which is literally just rendering Congress a day-to-day institution upon which the plug could be pulled at any day by one member out of 435. So I found his comments very disturbing and, very cavalier. And I hope that he goes into these conversations that he's walking into with a more serious mindset.
Well, I thank all of you, Kathleen, Barbara, Rick, our entire ABC News Live political team for helping guide us through yesterday and today. And yes, but wait, there's more. They are adjourned right now, but that's it for this hour. Our coverage does continue for the Battle of the Speakership tonight on Prime at 7 Eastern with our Lindsay Davis, and again at 8 p.m. Eastern when the House is back in session. They voted for it. It's going to happen. Hopefully we'll have some answers. I'm Kira Phillips. So glad you joined us. But before we go, we do want to leave you with our favorite moment of the day, and that's our Jay O'Brien speaking with Democratic Congressman from California, Jimmy Gomez, who's been bringing along his new baby boy, Hodge, for the last 2 days of voting and learning.
How's he been doing, holding out through all? I know he hasn't been to every single vote. He was at all the votes yesterday, and then a bunch of them today. How has it been?
You know, it's been great because one of the things my wife and I, Mary, wanted to do is make sure that he was, you know, personable. He got along with people, and that he loved people. He has a good personality, and I think he's gotten more votes for Speaker than I have, or maybe even Kevin McCarthy. So I think he's in a good place, but he's having a good time.
With so much at stake in our world right